Hello, welcome. Today I'm gonna keep working on this game I've been working on. My name is Lee's, and this is a game it's just a freeze frame of a helicopter. Not really frozen, you got some helicopter blades moving. I want those helicopters to do a little bit more than just have their blades moving today. We'll see how well I pull that off. Yeah, so I'm making this game about an alien who invades Earth, and you are tasked with being that alien. And getting as many abductions as you can. Now, things that stand in your way to abducting people. Helicopters, for example. Obstacles, buildings, trees. Pretty much that's it. Power lines, fences, cars, stuff. Things that are physical in the world that can actually break off your character's limbs. This is a primary component of this game. So not only do I want to focus on helicopters or enemies as it may be, shooting bullets, I'm thinking I'm gonna attempt to do bullets today. Because I'm still very new to Godot. I've only been using it for the last 10 months, 11 months, something like that. So I still have a lot to learn. But those enemies are going to attack your limbs, and those limbs can break off. And so I'm going to want those limbs to also attack the enemies. So not only are the enemies going to be attacking, but we want to be attacking the enemies. Now that is partially set up already. I haven't shown it on the stream in a while, and I might need to fix it. It might be a little broken. So you might see right now, us the alien has no limb. That's how you start out from your native planet. Is limbless, but when you eat humans, you grow human limbs. Now, the current things that you can abduct and eat are, well, they're cows. That's because I realized that having the player transform into cows was going to be over-scoping a little bit, so I'm learning a lot about how to scope games and stuff, so that's exciting. So I've got a cow right now. You can see that when I pick it up, its mouth sort of opens up. The alien's like, give me that. There's also an orb that descends from the top, and what that does is it allows you to abduct and score points. So that's kind of how you, see if I grab it again, it comes back down. That's how you advance in the levels, is you abduct as many as you can. This is sort of a demo level 1. It's going to evolve at some point. I don't know if this will actually be what level 1 looks like. I mean, I'm sure it won't be. We got a lot of changes to make. I got to get rid of all the cows. Anyway, that's not what I'm talking about today. Today, I want to show you how we're going to do attacking and things. So first of all, if we eat a little something, we're going to grow some limbs. So now we've got some arms and some legs. They're baby arms and legs. The full size happens when you eat one more. Now those are going to be humans. Right now they're cows, but they're going to be humans. And so yeah, so now we've got some limbs, and when I go to like grab stuff, you can see the arm stretches or attack things. Let's attack. Oh, you know, I am noticing an interesting little bug just now. Oh, look at that. The animations aren't playing for the small armature. I wonder why that is. Oh, that's a new bug I didn't know existed. So let's say let's attack this hay bale. The arm was okay, yeah, so there's some things to fix, and I'll tell you guys about what's broken and what's going on here and why it's broken. But the main focus that I want is so let me see if I can show it to you without breaking it. Okay, you see the arms stick out and stretch and reach to the thing that they're going for. That's what I wanted to show you. There's some problems. For example, I last week set up moving collisions. So collisions that move along with the player. I used a bone attachment 3D and a remote transform node combo to get that to happen. And here we can see, hopefully, maybe, if you have a keen eye, there are some collisions that are moving inside of the player character mesh. And that is from our bone. Let's see if I can highlight that a little bit just to explain everything. So we have these bones attachment. Let's go for the actual right arm so we can see it. So there's an area 3D on the top level. There's meshes as well, but there's a separate area 3D that detects if it bumps into stuff. So like this building right here or that tree. The area 3D is detecting to see if it's crossed paths or overlapped with those collisions. So inside of here, we've got a bunch of bone attachments. There's a lower arm bone attachment. You can kind of see the gizmo moving along with it. And there's an upper arm bone attachment. But there's also, it's a hurt, right? There's a hurt bone attachment. So there's the upper arm, lower arm. There's the hurt lower and the hurt upper. So when you take damage, your arms get little, your legs get little, your head gets little. Those are the limbs that can be damaged. They shrink down. And so inside of that bone attachment, there's a remote transform. So the bone attachment is just saying, hey, look for this bone in that armature and track that position and be that position, become that position. And this remote transform 3D is saying, hey, that position that the bone transform is at, or the bone attachment is at, update the position, rotation, and scale of that node, or really it's itself, who happens to be a child of the bone attachment, therefore it moves along with it. Send that transform data to the collision shape, and this is the collision. This is the physical collision that it's sending it to. I think. Wait, no. What is this? It's a collision shape. It's not physical. So this is like a collision shape. The reason why I said physical, because there are other collisions down here. I saw that icon. I was like, it's the same thing. It's not. There's separate collisions. I know. It's like, what is she talking about? There's a lot of things going on here. But a reason why I want to explain it is because I do need to fix something regarding this, and making sure that I'm on the page and we're on the page is how I sort of do game dev. I come here, I stream, I do my learning in public, and I like that, like, extra pressure of being live. It just helps me, like, concentrate. It's sort of like my Adderall as an ADHD person. And so talking things out loud really helps me, like align myself in what I'm going to do. And it also has the added benefit of keeping you abreast of what's going on, which I like. I like being able to do. So, yes, now I've got the remote transform that is sending it to the area collision. So the area collision is the actual, like, tube. Let's see if I can prove that a little bit. So the area collision is the actual tube that's in the arm. So which is probably not an easy way to pause this collision, or this animation. But if I, let's say, move the remote transform around, so let's move it. This is like kind of like an offset, basically. If I move this up or down, you can see that tube is exiting the arm a little bit. And so that's kind of how that works. Now, what happens is when that collision hits something like a building or a tree, the arm is supposed to shrink down or show the hurt armature underneath. And what's also supposed to happen is, well, it's not supposed to take damage when it's attacking. So that's something that I haven't set up yet, is a way, because if we're going to be attacking helicopters, as soon as the player attacks the helicopter, it's going to hurt the arm, which is, like, not good, right? We don't want the arm. It's not the intended mechanic. So I need to add some kind of, like, invincibility frame, or somehow tell it, when attacking, you're not going to take damage. And so we can see that play out over here. If I go for this building and we try to hit it, the arm is going to break immediately. This is not the intended mechanic. So that's something I need to fix before I get to fun bullet shooting. I don't know how fun that's going to be. It's probably going to be hard and weird. But whatever that's going to take to get set up, I am first going to need to figure out how to fix that. And for some reason, the animations aren't playing for the small armature. How strange. So, like, if I break the arm all the way down, right? Let's get these arms broken all the way off. So if we attack things, oh, so that, wow, and see how the tiny armature, it isn't reaching, it isn't grabbing, so it's not even breaking off. Wow, what happened? Something changed, because I'm pretty sure that was working, or maybe it never was, and I just didn't realize it wasn't working. Yeah, because the arms are supposed to come up and eat it. Okay, let's see what's going on there. We're squashing bugs already. But my goal today, by the end of the stream, and we'll see how that turns out, my goal is to get these helicopters to be attacking the player and hitting those collisions that we've so painstakingly set up. And ideally, the player doesn't get hurt when they try to attack it and stuff like that. So that's something I want to work on today. It's gonna be a long one. Every Wednesday and Thursday, I take every 4th week off, but every Wednesday and Thursday I come through here and I spend 8 to 10 hours working on this game. Kind of a lot, but. If you are watching this after the live stream, you can skip around if you want, see where my progress goes, how it all turns out. But I'm going to be here staying engaged, and I hope you'll consider hanging out with me all along the way. I also stream on Mondays. Those are members-only streams. If you hit that join button on the channel page or right below the video somewhere, you can actually get access to another 8 to 10 hour live stream I do every Monday. That one's for members only. I make assets, is my main game asset. So I use like Blender and I use it in combination with Godot to get things set up. This is what I made on Monday. It's still a work in progress. It's just a little grain silo, but or the grain bin, I think, which is a weird way to describe it. It's like, is it trash? I don't know. But if we damage it, right, things need to have stages. It will change to, let's see, this is the first stage, the healthy stage. If we damage it once, it'll get like bent, like it got attacked. If we hit it again, it'll like break apart a little more. And if we hit it again, it looks like that. Hit it one more time, it falls into pieces. And we're gonna have like particles. I'm gonna put a bunch of like spilled out grains. Maybe if I get overwhelmed with everything else I gotta do today, I'll take a break and add in those particle effects. I act like that's easy. That's a lot of work too. So I don't know. But yeah, so that's what I did in the member stream this Monday, was I made these stages and this grain bin here. So yeah, another obstacle for the game. There's so many to make, it's kind of ridiculous. Resources have been exhausted, now you can chat for some reason. Oh, were people trying to chat, but the chat wasn't working? What does that mean? What does that even mean? Sorry, on behalf of YouTube, I apologize if there was any technical difficulty. But if there was, apparently now you might be able to chat. So welcome. Okay. So let's get this. I need to figure out why the animations aren't playing. That doesn't make any sense to me. I am very much confused about that, because, I mean, I guess I don't remember explicitly checking that they worked last week after setting up the new collisions and all that, but I'm pretty sure I would have, I don't know, noticed? Maybe? Possibly? Yeah, we got alien helicoptery happening. Hey, what's up, DJ? Seriously? The chat wasn't working? I mean, I'm glad it does now. I mean, at least it's so it's so weird. YouTube, please be better. Thank you, YouTube. Welcome, DJ. We got DJ in the house. DJ is a member. I don't know if y'all know this, but members get songs sung to them. Yeah. So I mentioned the live stream that happens on Mondays, and that's true. That's very true. I do a live stream on Mondays, but you know what I also do is I sing y'all some songs, whether you like it or not. It's my way of saying thank you. So let me get a little bit of music for DJ Alexander. I don't know what song this is gonna be, but let's see if I think I can. I don't sing well. That's the gift. That's why it's a gift. They're great, the songs and the streams! You're too kind. I don't know if I can sing to this one. This is a weird one. Can we get a not so weird one? Alright. Oh. Alright. DJ, oh DJ Alexander didn't DJ this song, but DJ is here and that can't be wrong. DJ didn't DJ the song, but DJ's here and that can't be wrong. Oh, DJ, I'm so glad you're here. Welcome to the stream, DJ. ABC DJ. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, D, J. There we go. There's your member song. I don't know. I'm sorry. But also, you're welcome. A little bit of both. All right. Oh, that's the end of the stream. Just kidding. I pressed the wrong button. You've been suffering so much with tile maps for the last 2 days. That ABC line was really good. You're very kind. Ocean, we got more members in the house. That means I gotta sing another song. Let's see. Do we want to do the same one? Oh, ocean, ocean, who's been a member for 1 month. Thank you for being here and signing up and staying around. Oh, ocean, you're someone who had the notion to support us. Oh, ocean, I have the notion to say I appreciate you. Oh, I like the motion of your notion to support the channel. Here we go. Oh, ocean, I got the notion to sing you a song for supporting Hopper Game Dev. You know that can't be wrong. There you go. There's your member song. Sorry about that. Also, you're welcome. Also, I'm sorry. Ocean being an oiler, unsurprisingly. An oiler? An oiler. That means something. I know it does. Okay, so I want to figure out what's going on in this tiny armature. Why its animations aren't playing. That's a weird thing. I set it up so that would be not a thing that it doesn't play. I mean, it's weird because the walk and run cycle plays. Like, that works. That works great. Look. So clearly the animations do come over here, like an oil lobbyist. I hope the ocean would not be an oil lobbyist. I like the association in your mind though. You've clearly got climate change on the brain, and you know what? Maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, climate change is a bad thing, but yeah. No, I get you. So yeah, so it's interesting that the arms are like moving, but then none of the other animations do. So let's make the other animations play and see if they play. See, look, the feeding animation shows up here. That's very strange, very odd, certainly confusing. I'm gonna come over to the animation tree. So, and then we could look at like when it's firing, why it's firing. It's quite odd. It's certainly strange. Okay, don't click out of it or else we're gonna have to click back into it again. Alright, so this is an animation tree and there's nodes in here, and that's how a lot of this works. The bug of the day. Imagine there was only one bug to do. Well, my goal is to work on helicopter stuff. I really want to get this helicopter enemy at different points was working and would fly around and could be attacked, and it has some cool animations and stuff that are set up. But I wanted to shoot. I wanted to shoot bullets and attack the player. That's something I really want to set up. It's probably broken right now. I probably need to like do stuff to make it be fixed in general, unfortunately. Hey, what's up, Abo? Welcome. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. And so I need to do some things before this can work. Namely, the player, because of the collisions I set up last week, when the player reaches out and attacks something, it hurts the arm, and it's not supposed to hurt the arm at that moment. But I noticed another bug, so I need to fix that bug. And the other bug is the tiny armature, the animations aren't playing in the game for some reason, but it is playing here in the editor, so I need to parse that out and see what's going on. Abo's making a 3D horror game to get money so you can buy a new PC. Good luck with that. I remember if it's the same horror game you shared with us once before, I remember the ambiance seemed very creepy and cool. I liked it. And yeah, horror, like, of genres to like try to like get some people to buy. the horror fans do be buying. So good luck with that for sure. Yeah, get you that new PC. Oh, a different game. I wish you luck. I wish you a lot of luck. I really do. All right, maybe you just needed to make a new game. You're changing it up. Okay, so anyway, what I'm doing in here. So I have a global reaching boolean. What do you mean by I shouldn't be doing that? Just in general, by code. Yeah. Well, there's a couple things. So, with the reaching problem, when I say it's, here, why don't I just show you? So, hey, what's up, Chaos the Goose? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing well. So yesterday we set up collisions last week, I set up collisions that move with the arm of the player and the legs and stuff like that. And before, the collisions were in place. So if the arm reached out, it's okay. If the arm reached out, the collision would stay here, and so the arm could attack things and it wouldn't get hurt. However, because there's collisions that move with the arm now, when the arm reaches out, it collides with stuff and it hurts the arm. So what I need is for that when the arm reaches out, it doesn't get hurt by things. I'm not looking for a solution right now. Please, I'm not asking for help, okay? Please, God. I'm just telling you what that means. And then, besides that, I'm noticing that some of the... Thank you, Abo. Thank you so much. Yeah, we've got a lot of work done in the last couple months, for sure. And so there's another problem where the tiny armature animations aren't playing, and so I'm investigating why they aren't playing. So yeah, so that's the situation. You should be good and caught up now. Unless someone else needs catching up, then we'll give them catching up. But, so like right now, when I reach out and I click on these... corn stalks here, what should happen is the tiny arm reaches out and stretches, but for some reason it's not doing that, and I don't know why. So I need to figure that out, and then now if we go up to full health here, and then I grab out and I reach one of these and click them, you can see the arm stretches. So that animation is playing. So that was one thing I'm investigating, is why the tiny animations aren't playing. And besides that, if I reach out to something that has collision, so let's say this light pole here, or this electric pole, if I reach out and click onto that, the arm is going to take damage immediately, see? And it gets tiny. And that's not supposed to be the way that it works. So that's what I mean. It's supposed to... not take damage at that moment. But the reason why it does is because we have now moving collision. So I need to figure out an adjustment for that. And I will. But first I want to figure out this tiny armature animation problem. Thanks, Abo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah. I'm here. I'm working diligently. It better get changed. Shoot. And hopefully after today we can change it a little bit more. I'm looking forward to it. So I'm just going to come to the animation tree here. The animation tree is where we set up, and, no. I mean, that could be a problem. Definitely. And that's why I want to get on this now before we start attacking helicopters, and that's an issue. Oh, we got Dungeon Martian, more songs to sing! Let's sing a song. Thank you, Dungeon Martian. This isn't your song. For becoming a member. Alright, let's get this song. Let's knock this song out of the way. Let's get it out. Can I sing to this? There's a chance. Dungeon Martian is in a cave, as dungeons tend to be. Are you brave enough to brave the cave that Dungeon Martian is inside today? Dungeon Martian is from Mars, and they will get ya. Are you brave enough to go into the cave where the Dungeon Martian lives? Dungeon Martian is gonna get ya. You better watch out. They're from Mars. It's really scary. Let's go. Are you brave to go into the cave? There's your strange song. You're welcome. Sorry, but you're also welcome. So glad you joined up, Dungeon. Appreciate it. It means a lot. Right, animations, yes. Now, I actually think this isn't going to resolve it because the walk cycle does play. And the arm still isn't stretching. We're very musical here at times. At times. It depends. It depends on the state of membershipery. So become a member if you want to keep the songs going. That's how that works. I'll sing a song if you do a dono. I'll sing a song if you gift a membership. I don't care. I don't care. I'll sing a song. I do no dance, though. At least not yet. So obviously if I change, so this is an animation tree. An animation tree is where we tell the armature to do different animations. So animations already exist, they're set up in an animation player, and the animation tree takes those animations and it allows them to fire in a sort of organized fashion, depending on this or that. The alien does the dancing, yeah. Oh man, that would be so fun to set up like a dance. Oh man, I kind of wish. That'd be really cool. You know what I think is happening? I just realized it's not the animations. Because why would the walk cycle work? Why would the run cycle work? Why would any of that work? I think it must be something in the code. It would have to be. So if the character is hungry, its head kicks back. Oh, but I will say, hilariously, the little head is not kicking back like the big head is. So there is that. That's interesting. Okay. What about the other animations? What about reaching? What do you think about that? Is that only one or both? Oh, it's only one. Wait, no, it is the animations. They're not applying to the other one. It was. It looked like it was like popping its own head out. like the top head is a fake head and the little one is gonna do all the talking or something. But it's incorrect. I'm a little confused why. I mean, I think this must be something in Blender. Cause so here's another component here. I inherit all of the animations from Blender. I animate it in Blender, and then I have a Godot Blender pipeline set up. It's actually part of Godot itself is a way to connect Blender to the engine, such that when I make changes to blend files that are in my project folder for Godot, Godot is going to automatically import those blend files and convert them so that way they can work in the game, including the animation player. And I wonder if, because the idea is that it's the same armature like duplicated, and the animations should apply to both armatures equally. So I kind of think I might need to figure out why it's not applying. So let's actually go to Blender and see what's going on in there, and if those animations apply to both of them here. And then that might help us. So you can see this is the exact same blend file that's in Godot. The difference is if I hide and show things from Blender before going into Godot, they don't necessarily, that hiddenness. So if I like, you know, hide this arm or show this arm, that doesn't translate into Godot. So I've got a bit of a different setup here with different things hidden and shown, so we can see, like, you know, this is the body, the entire, because whether you're the shrunken armature or the big armature, you're gonna have the same size body, but all the limbs are going to get smaller. So this is our tiny armature, basically. And if I wanted to show the big armature, we could reveal that as well, and that would be there. So here's what I'm curious about. If I come to the animations, will they all play? And if not, how do I make sure they play? I'm going to go to the nonlinear animation editor, as it were, and then we're going to click on the armature. So this is actually the tiny armature. You can tell because it says armature_hurt. And in here, you can see we have all this list of animations. Hungry is the one where its head kicks back. So let's see if that one works. I'm gonna do, so we actually have to click these little checkboxes. Before I do that, well, it doesn't really matter actually. Well, okay. Let's go to pose mode, and I'm gonna reset everything so that way we're in our T-pose. And now if I go to say play the hungry, look at that, it works on the tiny armature. Its position is not good, but the animation is applying. So from Blender, it knows to associate the hurt armature with those animations. Like, it does. I don't know what else to say. The feeding also works, the tiny ones are going in. We tried the reaching as well, and that wasn't working. So let's see if it gets the reaches. It does. So in Blender, the tiny armature is well associated with the animations. So why then in Godot do we not see them connected? I don't know. I'm not sure. Here's the animation player. This is not the animation tree. So let's see if it works in the animation. It does. So so it's something with the animation tree. Are we filtering out? I bet you that's what it is. That's what it is. We're filtering out the hurt bones. Got it. Puzzled it out. I know what it is. So here for the hungering node, this is for the animation, the hungry animation, right? We set that up. And if I hook that up into this one shot, which means that when I press fire, it's going to hit that once, right? And then I have in code, when you grab something you can eat, that head kicks back. And then whenever you put that thing down, the head goes back up. Or you eat it, the head goes back up. Or you abduct it, the head goes back up. And we have this edit filters here. And the reason why there's edit filters is because I want to make sure that the only bone that animates is the head bone. I wouldn't want, you know, it to strike a T-pose and override the walk cycle. I want the walk cycle to keep going. I only want to do the head. So by adjusting the filters here, we can say only impact spine 6, which is the head bone, or what moves the neck up and down. However, there's two armatures. We have the regular armature and the hurt armature. I have to also come find spine 6 and check that in order for the animation to apply. And so now when I do it, both heads go back. Yay! Okay, good. Wow. Fixed. Sometimes you just gotta like go to like the beginning of the problem. Like okay, animations aren't working. Look at the animation tree. That should be working fine. Wait, it's not working here, but it's working there. In Blender, it's looking fine. So it's something in the, you know, just narrowing down. I actually love that process of just like, you know, seeking around for what the problem is. And then it's so satisfying to get there. Okay, so now I just need to edit the filters on all of these so that way the reaches and stuff also work. And the feeding as well. Okay, so for reach right, we've marked all 3 of the arms, or not all 3, we don't do the shoulder. Upper arm, forearm, and hand. And this is the right reach, so when the right arm grabs, that's kind of another thing I wouldn't mind working on today, is figuring out how to get the left arm or the right arm to go, depending on what's closer to those arms. That I'm probably not gonna get to today, but I am kind of looking forward to trying to set that code up at some point. For now, I'm not going to worry about it, but we are going to put the animations in as if the left arm could grab. So we're going to come to the tiny armature. I'm going to set up the upper arm, the forearm, the hand right to all be able to do it. And now if we fire it, both arms go as they should. Okay, same thing for the left reach. Come down to the hurt armature. We want to do upper arm left, forearm left, hand left. Say okay. So satisfying to resolve problems. I just love it. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, give me a problem so I can resolve it. For the feeding animation, this is when we eat stuff. It just, you know, stuffs its face. For this one, the bones are spine 6, got quite a few. Spine 6, and then both of the arms bones that we tend to use. Spine 6 being the neck. So we're going to come down to the hurt armature. get the neck bone in the hurt armature, get all the arm bones that we tend to animate, and now they both should go. Stuff in its face. Perfect, perfect. All right, I think that that's all of them that have the filters. So now I can play the game, and we should be able to see all those things functioning as they should. So then I can move on to the arm reaching and colliding when it shouldn't. There's different ways to deal with this, and I'm not sure what the best way to deal with it is gonna be. The first thing I'm gonna try is adding an invincibility frame. I don't love this because in theory it could be exploited, right? Where every time you think your arm might get hit, you attack something and try to protect it. I think that that's not going to work very well for the player. I don't think that's going to be a great exploit. I do see that the arms were feeding as they should. If I just click on this corn, the arm reaches out! It doesn't stretch far enough. So that's actually a separate bug. We need to tell it what bone number to reach for. It doesn't know. Yeah, it looks like it does. It looks like the Force. Just like, you are gonna die, and you are gonna die. Ah, please, yes, if you wouldn't mind being destroyed, I would appreciate it. Oh my god. It's kind of awesome. But it's not intended, so we must do something to fix it. I want to see the tiny arm go back. It's a great promo video. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're actually not wrong. Man, promotion. That's something I could stand to learn a little bit about. Okay, so here we go. There's a head. I want to see what the hunger looks like. Weird. Yeah. That's gonna be a little bit tricky because we're trying to use the same animation. I feel like in order to fix that, I would need to fundamentally change the head. Hey, what's up, Henry? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I feel like you might want to make the torso smaller for a small head. No. And the reason why is because A, it complicates things a lot, and B, it's not lore friendly. At least not the lore that I've set up. The lore is that the torso is indestructible. The torso is actually made up of the same stuff that that orb up there has. And so technically, it's not supposed to be damaged or get smaller, but it would solve that one to me that causes more problems than it solves. It would help with the head thing, but it wouldn't fix the other. It would cause it's too much stress. It's too much stress because the arms and the legs have to be coming out of different positions. I don't want to deal with it. What I will be dealing with, however, is maybe that head somewhere. I mean, so obviously we saw this in Blender. So that means it's a problem I can try to resolve in Blender. So the tiny armature, I can make it have some different bone situationing. As long as that doesn't impact any of the other animations, we might be able to get away with it. So if I hop into edit mode here, and let's hide the body. And I mean, if I just like move the head bone up. And which one was that? That was spine 6. So this is the one that we animate. If I just move this up, how okay are we? Like, is that fine? Does that just like resolve the problem? Let's get that body back so I can see what it looks like wrapping around the body. Where is the body? In here. Oh, no. It's actually in the main armature. There we go. Nice. So that kicks back a lot better. However, I mean, it's still kind of weird, but At least I can actually live with this a lot more, because from the player's perspective, I don't think you're gonna notice that weird collision problem at all. I think that looks fine. However, I want to make sure that doesn't mess up any of the other animations. So let's yeah, because if I were to, you know, change the body size, that would result in like 8 other things I have to do. This shouldn't lead to any other kind of problem. All right, so if we do that, whoa. Oh, I think that this isn't a big deal. I think that that torso movement is not a big deal. That's what I think. It just might be the way it's like appearing in Blender, but let's just double check. Yeah, because there's nothing in here. I think it's still, oh, we're probably still playing the walk cycle. That's gotta be what it is. Something like that. I'm not gonna worry about that. I'm gonna say that's not a problem. Let me just save it and let's go into Godot. I'm not gonna worry. Oh, I know what it is. You know why that's happening? Because so right now we're looking at the armature hurt animations. If I come to the armature itself, the regular armature, the healthy armature, walk is enabled. That's why the body is bobbing up and down. If I uncheck this, the body stops bobbing. So that's why that was happening. It's just like a Blender thing. It's not a big serious problem right now. Okay, good. So let's come and make sure that looks fine in all of the places. Henry, joining back up as a member. Thank you so much. Now you have 3 months. 3 months signing up for this channel as a member. Henry, I really appreciate that. We got to get you a song. Toot sweet. Let me check to make sure this works. So awesome. You guys are the best. Nice. I'm gonna hide the big armature so I can really appreciate this. Yum. Yeah, it all looks great. It all looks super good. Awesome. All right. Can I sing to this? I think there's a chance, yeah. All right. Oh, Henry. Oh, Henry. Oh, Henry, I appreciate you. What do I rhyme with Henry? Oh, I got one. Henry is a friend for real. 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 I appreciate your friendship, Henry. You're a real one. Oh yeah, Henry is a friend. We appreciate that friendship. Here we go. Henry is a friend. We appreciate that. Oh, Henry is a friend we appreciate. 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 Oh, Henry. There we go. It's your song. You're welcome. I'm sorry, but also you're welcome. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, Henry. I appreciate it. I really do. Guys, y'all are amazing. Wow. Enjoy the emotes. Yes, enjoy the emotes. The Monday member stream, the songs, and videos before they go public get put up as member videos first. Little stuff like that. Little nifty things like that. Right now, just shorts. Not a lot of videos, but shorts. Lots of shorts. All right, so this problem has been solved. Excellent. Good. Let me just see it in the game. I'd like to see the it probably looks fine, but it would just be nice to see it. And then the reaching, yes, the reaching. I think an invisibility frame will be fine, invincibility frame. Oh, the stretching. I forgot. The tiny armature arm isn't stretching out. It's just like forcing. It's just doing the force. And saying, yes, please be destroyed. As cute and amazing as it is not an intended mechanic. And so it should be something that maybe in retrospect I decide to put back instead of accidentally just leaving it in there. Or intentionally leaving in an accident. Sometimes I think that makes sense, but not this time. Okay, so, right, I actually didn't even need to do that. Hurt the head, so we got the tiny head. Wow, and it circles around differently a little too, which is good. And the head kicks back. Okay, good. It looks good. Now, there is one problem you can see, maybe, is that the head actually lost all its color. This is something I just have to fix, and I'm being lazy about it. Basically, when limbs take damage, they flash red, and that is, in and of itself, a little broken. It doesn't always flash the correct limb, and I have to like look into that system and fix it in general. But the head has multiple colors on it, so when it flashes red and it goes back to green, it's not applying every single color on all of the parts of the face. And so I have to actually make sure that it re-adds all of those colors back on. And I just haven't gotten to that. I don't know about honestly, the damage flash, I'm not sure what its future, how bright it looks. I mean, you can see it does flash there. But, you know, that was added more when there was a time where each limb had 4 hit points. And so it was a lot harder to tell that you took damage on that limb, but it's really obvious now because they only have 2 HP. So it immediately shrinks down. So I feel like the limb damage flash is kind of not that necessary. And so I think it's going to make more sense just to get rid of it. So the limbs are actually flashing pretty well right now, which is good. Why did that limb not take any damage? That should have hurt the leg. Okay, maybe oh, you know why? Because we walked over it. That's something, there's just some weird, interesting things that have cropped up since I started adding in the like dynamic collisions with the limbs, because like we can actually step over an obstacle now and it won't hurt us. And at first I'm like, is that a bug? It's like, actually, no, that's not a bug. It is functioning as intended, apparently. It's hard to like make happen, but sometimes it'll just walk right over. Another thing that I want to do is not have the hurt leg be like walking, you know, like tell it to just dangle would be nice. I'm not too worried about that right now. It's something that I will add at some point, but I don't know. It's not like something I'm gonna forget to do. It's like so obvious that eventually we'll get to it. And it's not so broken that it's a big problem. You love the animations? Thanks, Henry. I appreciate it. I've been working hard on them in the member streams, actually. And I'm finally not working on animations anymore in the member streams. But yeah, it gets very happy about being fed and just gobbles them on up. And then, yeah, the head kickback gets a little weird if you healed from a damaged head. That is something to fix. You know, it's kind of like, I guess I kind of see bugs in like tiers in my head, you know, like which ones are game breaking, which ones make the game not playable or make the game not make sense, you know, and those are the ones that I go for first before anything else. Let's pick that alien, why not? And then, you know, more cosmetic ones that aren't like the biggest deal, I kind of tend to put those off a little bit. And that's just how I go. $10! 10 US dollars from Henry! That's awesome! Thank you so much! What in the frick? What in the frick of all faces has been happening? You guys are the best! Alright, we gotta sing Henry a whole nother song for that. Oh, dang. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I don't know why my my chat app is, oh, it says $10. Okay, cool. I thought I wasn't showing it. It says $10, but we can make it a little more glorious if we put it up like this. We can give a little more glory to it. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna sing a song. We're gonna sing a song. I can sing to this. Henry. Thank you for being so generous. Henry is generous there, Henry. So Henry. Henry's a friend and we appreciate the generosity from Henry. Gifted memberships, oh my gosh. Gifted okay, we got a party. Henry is so generous. Let's party. Let's party. Yeah, we can party. Kinda, there we go. It works and it doesn't work. I'm kind of off center a little bit. Let's see if I can fix that. Oh, Henry, you're so generous to us. I appreciate you. Giving Dragon Blade a membership. Oh yeah, giving Dragon Blade a membership. Oh yeah, Dragon Blade is now a member thanks to Henry. Dragon Blade is now a member thanks to Henry. Henry is so generous, I appreciate you. You're a friend of mine. You're a friend of mine. Welcome to my DJ set, Henry. Alright. Wow, that was silly, but you know what? I had fun. Alright, hold on, let me fix my camera. Everything's all messed up. I guess I'll go over here. There we go. Am I the right size? I feel like I'm too tiny. Oh God. Oh dear God. I haven't used that DJ party in a while. It's got some different, I'm big now. Now I'm not so big. It's got some different settings. Okay, is this about the size I was? I'm probably a slightly different size than I was, but it has to be okay. Do I look blurrier? It's fine. Everything is fine. Thank you, Henry, so much for your generosity. I'm willing to break the stream to show my appreciation to you. Yeah, the gifted memberships, guys, that's a reality. And that goes to people who are more engaged with the channel. So if you are watching, thumbing up, by the way, have you guys liked the stream yet? Like, I'm just saying, not only does it help the stream get seen, but it also means you are more in the running for getting gifted those memberships. So thank you, Dragon Blade, for being so supportive that you would even get that membership. Seems like Dragon Blade always ends up getting a membership, because what can I say? They're here. They're a great supporter of the channel. Thank you, Henry. You are a great supporter of the channel. I really appreciate it. Hype train, maybe, I don't know. The hype, it's not up to me. The hype train has a life of its own, and this ain't Twitch, so there ain't gonna be no UI keeping it going. Obviously I could do that, and I probably should if I want to make money, but you know what I also want to do is make a game, and so I tend to get distracted by that. But I mean, if you guys do it on your own volition, then obviously I'm going to stop everything and give love, because thank you. Welcome, Edward, also, by the way. It's good to see you. Cool, where are we at? Oh, the reaching arm, the little arm still just, introduces itself. Yes. Yes, please be attacked. It's nice to meet you. A little lacking in enthusiasm there. Unlike me, when people are generous. But here, this could use a little more excitement. So let's give it to it. In order to do that, I'm gonna check up on the script and see what we have. I know I need to fix the arm, but please keep it in some form. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what, I mean, I will say, I have a strong desire. You love him so much. I have a strong desire to, like, animate, like, dancing. But, like, that's gonna be, like, a lot of effort, you know? So there's definitely a chance at some point that I animate, like a Fortnite dance in, or maybe not a Fortnite dance, but you know what I mean? Like, that kind of vibe. At some point for a fun moment. And you know what the other thing is? Do you know what the other thing is? There's gonna be cutscenes in the game. So there's potentially opportunities for the alien to emote in different ways. But yeah, you saying that does like make me think even more. And victory dab, yeah, something. Welcome, Cybershell, something like that. that does make me like more inclined to say, yeah, we should give the alien more animations than just the ones that make sense for the game. So I appreciate you pointing that out for sure. Doing the gritty, yeah, or doing the gritty. DJ says, I found all the binary values by drawing all 64 of the tiles, and then creating the ones that didn't exist. Yeah, I code. Yeah, you code. Yes, you code. Let's go, DJ. You're learning. You're doing stuff. Good job. Thanks for letting us know your successes. I'm gonna see if I can get me a success and have another success, because I gotta say, I'm already proud of what's happening today. But I would like to see that arm stretching out. The way that arm stretches out is we set a bone number. This is not the player script. Is it? Player.gd. It was not. It was certainly not the player script. Not even close. Not even close. So much love for the alien. Arm grabbing is grabbing. It's down here. This is so messy. Arm grabbing equals 12. So, oh, arm grabbing child equals arm grabbing plus 1. Oh, but that's just child. Okay. I was like, child, that's this tiny one. No, it's not. Okay. So we're saying that the arm that stretches out is number 12. And then let's just look at where that gets applied so I can appreciate this. Sometimes brute force is the way to go, for sure. Yeah. You wasted more time. Yeah, but the learning, dude, I so relate to that. Like, you didn't waste time. That was your learning process. And you, like, got there. You know, you got there that way. Oh, Dungeon, how dare you? How dare you? Oh, come on! I am trying to make a habit of typing more variables. And I kind of want to have it be a day where I'm just like, today I'm going in and I'm going to type all my variables and type all my for loops and type all my functions. And until then, I just sort of do it along the way as I catch things and feel up to it. Dungeon is catching it for me. I've got these typed. I got some of them typed. But yeah, below any further than that, yeah, they're not done. And so the reason why it's useful to do that is because it can make the code run just a little bit faster if you make sure you type things, especially when they're variables declared in functions. Terrain controller, transparency. This is a Node 3D. I'm pretty sure. I should probably be more sure. I'm very sure. Terrain slowdown, that's a Boolean. So this just, it's like a simple, basically if I don't do this, then Godot is inferring. Or they're not inferring, it's untyped, and Godot has to, you know, just assume that it could be any possible thing. You could also do this, which is pretty much the same as typing out the type. In terms of speed, especially when typing functions or variables in functions, this can actually cause a little bit of slowdown, and it is just the 80th bit faster to type it out by actually saying what it is. But what this will do, equals, is Godot will, when you like compile the game, will not compile it, but before you run it, it will make sure that it knows what this is, and it will say, oh, that must be a Boolean or whatever. Something like that. All right, so this is, I don't even know, I guess it's just an integer. That would make the most sense. And then this, oh, this is a tough one. Skeleton get bone pose rotation. Oh, this might be a vector 3. Let's see, head rotation. Yeah, because we're getting an X, so that looks like a vector 3. Okay, I hope you're happy. Now I gotta give you an accountability credit. I do give credits for this game, and while they entitle y'all to no compensation, they do entitle you to a credit in the game itself, and obviously my undying appreciation. This one goes ahead and goes, oh, it was right there in the front, goes into the accountability row or column. Dungeon Martian accountability, there you go, thank you for that, even though I'm kind of mad that I have to do this now. It is appreciated. Okay, but head rotation, this is a vector 3. Right? Oh, it's a quaternion. Whoa, my bad, right? Because it's rotation. Gotcha. Rotation tends to have a 4th vector. Not vector 4, quaternion. Teleported, that's a Boolean. Look pause. Oh, I don't know. What is look pause? That looks like a... Actually, I think this is a 3D. I think this is a vector 3. Oof. I might be wrong about that, so I'm definitely going to have to test it after typing this one. I think that's a vector 3. Pretty sure. This one's a Boolean. Hit object. Oh, for crying out loud. Hit object is going to be an area 3D. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that that's going to be an area 3D. Oh, but you know, it could be something. It could be a rigid body. I think I have to keep this one as variant. Because there is... But I don't know if that plays on abductees. The abductees are rigid bodies, and the obstacles are area 3Ds. And I'm not actually sure if this is what runs. I could figure it out. I could go and figure it out. I'm very much taking the distraction bait tonight. I'll skip that one for now. Arm grabbing integer, but what I made the print be in the output, so that's gonna remind me. Oh yeah, I was doing that. This is also an integer. Stretch distance. Stretch distance, oh, that seems pretty obvious. Vector 3. Grab duration, this one is a float. Distance, I don't know. What is distance? Possibly nothing. Oh. That's a hard one to find. Distance equals target position distance to bone transform origin. Oh. That might be a whole matrix. Oh, I don't know what the frick that is. What is that? What is that? Variable direction equals target position minus bone transform origin normalized. It could be a vector 3. It might actually, I think basis, not origin. I feel like it's a vector 3, but I could be wrong. So the thing that would be break if I was wrong is so this is actually getting back to what I need to work on, which is when we grab things, it's aiming the bone. When the arm stretches, it's aiming at a certain thing. And this is the code that it does to know what to aim at. Hey, Joe, what's up? You think it seems like an integer? Whoa. That was not what I was gonna guess. New transform basis. Oh, right. Maybe it is. Because here we're just multiplying this single thing. Distance 2. Right. That would be an integer because it's just giving us a number. Could it be a float? Now I feel like I need to print it to know. Because I'm not actually sure. Distance to object. Actually, this is something that I'd probably borrow if I wanted to figure out whether it uses the left arm or the right arm, how far away it is from something. This is actually, wow, everything is so complicated. I love it. I love it. Distance to object is distance. I'd just be kind of curious to know if this is, I feel like this might be a float. Probably a float, you think so? Yeah, I think so too. But I wasn't gonna say it was a float or an integer until you said so. So I gotta give you some props for that. Thank you. I was not quite gonna pick up on that. There we go. Credit given. Godot consultantry. Okay, cool. I'll go ahead and I feel pretty comfortable saying that that's a float. It's a risk, but I'll take it. Gravity. What the heck is that? setting, editor project setting. Is that a real thing? No. There's an editor setting. Gravity? Physics? No. No. I don't know what this is. I haven't a friggin' clue. Maybe for this one, we'll just... Oh, the variable type is being inferred from a variant value. Oh, so it will be typed as variant. I see. So it has to be a variant. Great. Understood. My favorite part of 3D, gravity is like 9.8, as if I remember. Yeah. And I think, like, even if I go to, like, a character body... Maybe that's particles. I don't actually know if that shows up on here. Seems like a float. Really? Relative to time or something. Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, we learned it. Yeah, that's what it is. It's something like that. You're right, DJ. You're right. I'm pretty sure you're correct. I realized I don't want to actually look into it, but but there is, at least on particle effects, it does have like a default like gravity, and I know it says something like 9.8. All right, player.gd. Maybe like velocity or something, linear velocity, something like that. So you think that's a float? I mean, if I call it a bool, right? It's gonna, wow, it's just like, yeah, sure, let it be a bool. Oh, I see, because it's fetching it. Oh, you're right. So it would be fetching the gravity value, and the gravity value would be a float. That makes a lot of sense. You always set your own. If I need a relative, you add a tween/delta. Oh. I just went through and declared a whole bunch of stuff and functions that I hadn't declared to keep myself accountable as well. Good job. Let's go. I love that. Inspiration goes around, comes around between us together. That's cool. Feeling sing-songy today, I guess. Alright, so I still didn't... I feel like I don't need to print the distance thing. I'm gonna go ahead and take a risk on that one. That's my lazy coder life hack, at least. Is setting your own, do a relative, add a tween/delta. Okay, alright. Whatever works. So, I need to still check up on the, there's one I didn't set. I already forgot which one it was. Hit object. Right, is that going to be an area 3D, or sometimes could it be a rigid body? I'm not sure. So a variant might be appropriate for this one. And then what I was here for in the first place was arm grabbing. And, here, so when we actually do the grab action, if you declare it as an obviously wrong thing, yeah. True. Sometimes that's true. Well, it will eventually, once I run it. Yeah. When you set the gravity in project settings, it's a vector 3, I think. Oh, like 0, 1, 0 or something like that. Oh. I was like, okay, Joe, that sounds true. Yours is doing it without running. Yeah, so I tried that. Like, if I make this an integer right now, like, it's not saying anything. So that's why it wasn't, I didn't see that happening. Oh, maybe there's like a warning that's showing up here. No. Yeah, I don't really know. Oh, that's true, I guess. Let's say it's a node 3D. Oh yeah, got that one. Cannot assign a value type of bool to variable teleported. So that's not very reliable because you can still do the wrong one as long as it's close enough. Vector 3 is 3 floats in 1, so to calculate distance, it has to be a float. Whoa. Okay. So it sounds like we don't know. So what I'm guessing is it would make the most sense to not type this, but right in the beginning, let's just say print gravity And then let's just see what it says it is. Let's just see what it looks like it is. And then that will be our answer. Yeah. And it was 9.8. Nice. Printing once it's ready. It's taking its time. Oh my. Oh. Gravity 9.8, just like you said. It's a float. It's a float. The mystery is resolved. You're not misunderstanding at all. You got it. I just wanted to check it, you know? And I could have gone to the project settings, but I wanted to do it this way. Different ways all work. Okay, and then let me see if I can actually solve the problem that I need to work on. So I'm gonna do arm grabbing. So that shows up in two places that matter. Right here. When grab action occurs. And if skeleton is not inside the tree, return. So it's not going to try doing the grab if it doesn't see a skeleton. Apparently at some point that was necessary. All right. If the object that is being hit has not been set, if it's not set to null, if it has been set. So if there is something, if hit object is something, that is to say we've hit something, it is then going to aim the bone at the target. So this is a whole function that we have. And the arm grabbing, so the bone number, which is 12, is going to, well, we're defining the hit object and the amount. Not sure what amount means in this scenario. We're going to figure that out. If the hit object is null, it still runs aim bone at target, but the hit object is null. Interesting. All right, let's look at aim bone at target. So in aim bone at target, we have the bone index integer, the target, whoa, node 3D. Huh. That's interesting. The target is node 3D. So then hit object, but it's not always, the target isn't always going to be a node 3D, by the way. Because obstacles, like, so if I pull up, it's very strange. What's up, Vasu? How you doing? Welcome. An obstacle could be a cow barn, often the one I go to. Although I'm gonna end up removing the cow barn anyway. I'm doing pretty good, thanks. I'm glad you're doing awesome. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. So this actually does have a, I guess I do make them node 3Ds at the top level. Okay. Maybe that, you know, I guess I used to make them area 3Ds at the top level, but I stopped doing that because it was causing problems, and I forgot. Well, apparently I can do it as a node 3D, because I guess I am. What else is there? There's hay bales. Give me a hay bale. Let me see what that's like. Yeah, node 3D at the top level. Okay, all right. Now that won't work for things like the cows or the humans, which are rigid bodies at the top level. And unfortunately, I think they need to be a rigid body at the top level. So we currently don't have that working. But at some point, I would like it to work. Now I'm kind of curious. Does it, when I grab things to pick up, because remember I set up a print before. Oh, if it I don't know. If it inherits, does that mean it won't be a problem? I actually don't know about that. It may inherit, yeah, probably. It's a good thing to think about. I guess it's okay to type something that is a different type if it inherits from a type that you are typing it as? I don't know. Godot keeps getting better. It sure does. It sure does. Okay, so I'm gonna click on this. Grab begun on obstacle. Yes. Right. Grab begun on obstacle. Why is it just saying obstacle? It's very interesting. So it doesn't actually run that when I click on abductees. So it just ignores it in that case. You're a Unity dev. You wish you switched to this instead of Unreal. You still can. You still can. Although Unreal is awesome. I love Unreal. Although I don't love it as much as I love Godot. Unreal's a lot of fun because, you know, of how powerful it is. And to me, if you're not working on a project that needs all of that immense visual fidelity, then to me it's not worth it. You know, and sometimes, you know, there's like big like AA, AAA games that use Unreal, and that makes sense for them. But yeah, I really do prefer Godot a lot. I spent some time in Unreal, and I liked it. But yeah, Godot is friggin' awesome. I love Godot. You can still try it. You can still try it. It's free. It's really easy. You don't even have to install it. You just download it and you open it. And there you go. Now you have Godot. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. You might be able to switch yet. But I understand too, if you're in the middle of a project, sometimes it's better to finish it. Are there 3D games that use Godot? This is 3D. That's 3D right there. But maybe you mean like games that have been like released officially. There are some. I forget the name of one that I have in mind, but like we can just do a little search. Godot 3D games. And I'm sure we will find things. So I do want you to know that Godot is incredibly capable of making 3D games. Someone that you could consider checking out is Stay at Home Dev. They make a lot of these 5 games made in Godot to inspire you videos. They're pretty cool, and you'll see tons of 3D games. Tons of, oh, you released a game in Unreal, so like you got to keep it up and keep updating it in Unreal. That makes sense. Yeah. Well, then for your next game, as you can see, lots of 3D stuff here. So yeah, so check out Stay at Home Dev and those 5 games to inspire you. They've probably got a playlist or something. It can make games to scale as Breath of the Wild. Yeah. You never released any game. Oh, you're working on a game at the moment in Unity. Okay. All right. It's called Bubble Tank Frenzy. That sounds fun. That's a fun sounding name. Let's see. Wow. I'm surprised that you don't have a playlist, Stay at Home Dev, of this. Why wouldn't you make it a playlist? I don't know. Sometimes people do, sometimes people don't. But I'll just give you their channel page here. Awesome games were made with Godot. I agree. And you can see a whole bunch. Look for the 5 games made in Godot to inspire you. He makes one like every week. And there's all kinds of different stuff in there, for sure. Alright. So yeah, so it doesn't even see the other things, but at some point I would like it to be able to see these and not only see obstacles that we're grabbing. So maybe that's a bridge I'll cross when I get there. Something to think about. I might even put like a note in there. Just for like the future, maybe if I come by and I don't know, we'll see. Godot 3D is starting to get good. Yeah, I'm not super in the weeds, but it sounds like a lot of the 3D shaders are finally starting to be finished. Yeah, 3D is great in Godot. I love it. Want to review my devlogs if you got a quick second? I do not. However, no, I don't. Not right now. However, I do a stream on Fridays. So I do a game jam every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern time, and it's a 1-hour game jam, and everybody who comes through tries to make a game in 1 hour. I play all those games. So at first I do a live stream where I try making a game in 1 hour, and then we play all those games, and that usually takes anywhere from an hour and a half to 3 hours, depending on how many entries we get. And then after that, I do a secret live stream, very secret, and it's on Patreon. It's a free live stream, but you have to join the Patreon to get access to it. So you join the Patreon for free, and in your email, you'll get sent this live stream. So head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev. I put a link in the chat. Join for free, and then you will get access to that secret live stream. In that secret live stream, if you come through the live stream and you let me know, I will check out things that you've worked on. Your devlogs, your games, your art, whatever. So that's where I check out things from the community, is in that stream. But you got to do a little effort to get there. So I've given you the info, do with it what you will. But now is not the time. However, keep devlogging. Nice work. Unreal and Unity have had a pretty big head start on them. Yeah. But I love doing 3D in Godot. It's all that I do is 3D, and you know, I'm new to the engine, and I've run into some problems, but I mean, for the most part, it's great. Okay, aim bone a target. So it's looking for the bone index integer. It's looking for the target, which interestingly, it's clarifying as a node 3D. Might have to adjust that at some point. And then there's the amount. Where does amount get set, pray tell? I'm a little confused about what amount is. Slowdown amount? That can't be what it is. It has to be something else. Grab action tween. So what runs that function? Grab action tween. Oh, that's the, like, wait, hold on. I said oh, but actually I'm not sure yet. Oh, wait, maybe I am sure. Wait, 0.0? So we don't really define it anywhere. It's just when we run this function, I'm putting in an amount. Oh, so that I think that's like the amount of the tween. Like how hard does this tween go, kind of a thing. And then we feed that. Set bone global pose override. I don't know. It's a little confusing, but whatever. Oh, maybe it's this then. Amount. Oh wow, it's literally deprecated. Oh yeah. I forgot. I mean, it's kind of what I need for my game to work. Why would you deprecate it? Why would you do that? Sets the global pose transform pose for the bone at bone ID X. Amount is the interpolation strength. Yeah. That would be used when applying the pose. So if it's being deprecated, what's it being replaced with? What a shame. I mean, it doesn't really matter right now, but like there's gonna be a version someday potentially of Godot that isn't gonna have that. And either I'm gonna need to use the new thing, or I'm going to need to stay on an older version for this game. Wow. Oh, it's been deprecated for a while. Zang. Wow. Well, as long as it's there for now, that'll be fine. Okay, kind of interesting. Oh, Jitspo. I think it would be great to keep set global bone pose as a function to simply convert to local space. Wow. Interesting. Alright, anywho's it. Not gonna worry about that today. But now I understand what that is a little bit better, which is nice. Noted. Better keep that in mind. So what are we doing here? I'm trying to figure out the arm grabbing, which gets set here to bone index. So the bone index, I wonder why that isn't working on the tiny armature. Oh, well, you know, I think I know exactly why. Look, it only says skeleton. We need to say skeleton hurt set bone global pose override. Now it's gonna work. Done. Fixed. Bug squashed. We need to do it here as well. So let's duplicate this line. Call this hurt. And that's it. That's all we gotta do. I'm pretty sure. Cool. And let me just make sure there's not anywhere else. So let's just look for everywhere there's skeleton. So here you can see there's no skeleton. Oh, and we're setting a variable. It's a little trickier. And this variable is the target position. I mean, it almost feels like I need like a separate function for the hurt ones. Because otherwise, and where does target position get used? Just right there in direction. And then that gets set on the distance. And then distance, how does that ultimately come in here? For new transform. New transform is transform did you bone transform, new transform origin. Direction here. Wow. So I'd almost need like a separate transform for the tiny armature, for the hurt one and the healthy one, in order for this to make the most sense. All right, so we're gonna say target pause, we'll just say that. And then we'll make a new one, variable target pause hurt. And that, once again, we'll copy this and say skeleton hurt. Wow, it's a little chaotic. Let's not do it this way. Let's... I feel like I should run a separate function. It just seems a little messy. But then again, if it's a separate function, I think it's messy either way. I think it's just messy. I think that's just how it has to be. So let's set it up like this. You try it as it is, it might not make enough difference. That's true. That's true. Right. Because it might be setting it up from a close enough spot. Yeah, all right, I'll try it, because it's not gonna be broken this way. It just might look a little funny. All right, let's do that. Yeah, save me the chaos of reorganizing all that. It's doable, but if it looks fine, like it is, I might as well save that time. Good call. Worth trying. It might look weird. So what I'll be looking for, I mean, I certainly want the arm to reach to the thing that it's supposed to be attacking. Or at least as close to it as possible. So we'll see how well we get there. Also, I guess we're trying a lot of that typing that I set up. I think we already did. I think most of the typing was correct. So right now we don't have any limbs. Let's make sure it works without limbs. Looks like it does. All right, we're going to beef up a little. And now I'm gonna click on something. Oh, that does look fine. That looks super fine. I mean, what I will say, actually, if you look at the back of the arm, it kind of like pushes it out in a weird way. So look at, let me, right here. It's hard to do. Right there. Click. You see how it kind of like, it bothers me. On some level, it kind of doesn't matter. And maybe either way it'll do that. I don't know. It's so subtle, and it's like a little pet peeve for me to like make a big deal out of it. Like it's just, it's a pet peeve that it's like looking a little weird. I don't think that's what a pet peeve is, but that's okay. It's peeving me. But I don't know. All right, let me heal up all the way. Because what if the main... Oh, God. We're dying. Okay, there we go. We got a big right arm. That's all that matters. So on the big arm, I don't feel like I see that same stretchy shoulder problem. A little bit, but not as bad. It sort of like holds its ground a little more. Which again, not the worst thing. But it's enough for me to feel like I'm willing to try setting all this up. But I'm really glad that I checked that. So I gotta give you some credit for that suggestion. That's a nice suggestion. Is it dragging the big shoulder out or something? Something. Definitely something, I would say. I mean, we'll see. This might not fix it. It's easy enough to fix. It was definitely worth a try. I mean, who knows? What if this doesn't even do anything? You may have just still been giving the best possible suggestion. 100% worth a try. But yeah, it's something I don't quite understand, and I don't understand enough of what's going on here, if I'm being honest, to know for sure that changing this will even fix it. But big victory, the arm does stretch now on the little armature. That is good. I just want it to look a little better. And I don't know if this will make it look a little better. I had help from the chat, my 2 cents specifically. Yeah, I had some help from the chat in setting up some of this code. But it's the same bone. So the reason why I shouldn't look that different is it's the same bone that's animating or that's stretching, that we're telling it to stretch. So it shouldn't really be moving like positions like that, but it is possible. It's just hard. It's hard without going in and like examining every little thing. I would rather just try this and see if this makes a difference. So we want to get. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a code region. So I'm gonna say put all of this into a code region, and we're gonna say this is healthy arm code. It's the healthy arm code. Then I'm going to copy it, and we're gonna paste it, and this is our hurt arm code. So we're doing the same stuff, except this time we're gonna add a hurt on the end, and we wanna make sure that's going to skeleton hurt. Direction hurt. We want to make sure that's going to target pause hurt. All right. Distance hurt. Target pause hurt. Bone transform dot origin. That should be fine. And then we want to establish this as new transform hurt equals bone transform. That's a little confusing. Oh, distance hurt. Oh, distance is a global variable? Right. I wonder why. Why is that set up as a global variable? I'm not actually sure on that one. There must have been a reason why I did that. Oh, maybe because, I know why. Because when the arm reaches out, it needs to remember the distance for when it pulls back or something, and like maybe that variable gets reset otherwise. All right, so no problem. We just come up here and we just say variable distance hurt. Not a great name for this. I could even clarify. Distance grabbing arm travels. Okay. Distance hurt gets set to all of that. There's some things I'm a little concerned about, but we're just gonna roll with it. Like, if this is being set to bone transform, where is it getting bone transform from? What even is that? The script is auto-loaded, or am I dumb? You're not dumb, okay? This script is not auto-loaded. The script is not auto-loaded. Oh, bone transform. Wait, where was that? Oh, that's in a different... No, it's not in a different... Oh, it's just way up here. Oh, okay. We need to set up a separate bone transform as well. Okay. Variable bone transform hurt equals that, except we want to say hurt. Bone origin equals bone transform. Oh, wow. We need to set up... Oh, geez. Okay. All right. Oh, dear God. This is... Wow. This function is kind of intense. I'm not gonna lie. Wow. Variable bone origin hurt equals bone transform hurt origin. And then in here, we have to say bone transform hurt here. Whew. Wowie. Oh, you didn't like that I did that? Okay. That's fine. 3D do be like that sometimes. Yeah, yes. This is definitely some 3D complexity. Absolutely. Lucky I had chat. I believe My 2 Cents is the person who helped me the most with this stuff. Very lucky to have help from them. And I think a lot of this code they pulled from like the internet and then they just kind of shared it, which was nice of them to do. Okay, so now down here where we're updating the hurt arm code, we need to make sure that this bone transform is only for hurt. Same thing here, only for hurt. New transform hurt. Bone transform hurt. New transform hurt. Origin set to bone origin. And bone origin, I forgot what bone origin is. Oh yeah, we need a bone origin hurt as well. New transform hurt equals transform look at, new transform hurt, and then direction hurt. New transform hurt, distance hurt. Whew. It's possible I did some of that correctly, or all of it. Oh, here, hurt. And bone index stays the same throughout, because that's not different on each armature. So healthy arm code looks good, looks good. Don't have to change anything there. Hurt arm code, hurt. Target is the same. Direction hurt, target pause hurt, bone transform hurt. Distance hurt, target pause hurt, bone transform hurt, looks good. New transform hurt, bone transform hurt, new transform hurt, bone origin hurt. New transform hurt, new transform hurt, direction hurt, new transform hurt, distance hurt. Okay, and that all is updated. One more check up here. Bone transform, skeleton hurt. Okay, I think I might have done this correct. Well, let's see. Will it result in a fundamentally different stretch? I don't know. Will it result in an error? I also don't know. But I'm gonna find out. Dang it. That was kind of fun. I don't know, I think it's fun. I mean, it's, you know, a lot of that code confuses me, Like, I get, like, what it's doing, but they're not, like, formulas or functions that I'm, like, super comfortable using on a whim. But I enjoy just being able to at least understand enough of it to be able to make the changes that I need to make, probably. All right, grabbing this, taking a bite. Now we got our tiny arm. Reach out. Oh, you see, it's better. Let's zoom that in there. So we're watching that right arm. Zoop. It's still a little funky. It actually is still a little funky. Oh. I just disappeared. That's how funky it was. It actually isn't that much better. It's like worse. Ooh, I don't think I like it as much. I thought it was better for like a second. Yeah, it's a loose shoulder. It is. You know, I guess it's also like kind of fundamentally set up a little different. Like the bone armature isn't exactly the same between the two. So let me make it big. I might even prefer it the other way, because yeah, that looked a little goofy before, but at least it wasn't popping off. I don't know why the idle isn't working. There we go. Okay. So click on this. See, that doesn't do all that. We come over here. I think it has to do with the way the bones are set up. That's what I think. Let's break off an arm. Because you can, I mean, you can really clearly see that the shoulder doesn't stick out as far. It's just, they're not set up in the same ways. So, you know, if I come out here to our Blender file, let's grab these armatures. Let's put this back to something that makes some sense. Would be nice. Get the little armature, if it wouldn't mind. Whoa. Whoa, I'm selecting them both at the same time? That's wild. Object mode. Let's reset this back to normal. And reset this back to normal. Oops. Hey, Chaos. It's going pretty good. Learning some things, trying some things. Some things work better than others, but I think it's going nicely. There we go. All right, and then let's actually hide all the limbs for now. But the shoulder, the like ratios between the shoulder and the arm is a little different. You can see, I think it looks a little different. In the big armature, this bone is a lot bigger in the big one, and this one's a lot smaller. I feel like that's part of what's causing that problem, is just the relationship. Even look at that, wow, oh, look at that. So if you look at the inverse kinematic bones, these little two that stick out here, this comes up to about that position in the big armature. But in the tiny armature, it's just like clearing it. So I could, and this might cause some problems, but I could try adjusting the tiny armature to be much more in and like meet in the middle like these two do. I have a feeling that could cause some other problems, but maybe not. Maybe that would be good. So maybe I'll do that. In the big armature, where are these like at? If we look at like the positions. So these are at the same, these are at 0.0183. This one's at positive 0.0183. This one's at negative 0.0183. If I come to the tiny armature and we look at this, 0.10917, negative 0.109. So what if I make it the same thing? Like, would that relatively just work or not? Pray tell. Oh, not bad. Pretty close. They could be even closer to each other. If I wanted it to be like kind of similar. Okay, but now how does this affect the animation? Is the animation gonna look fine? Or is it gonna look friggin' weird? Because that deformation is gonna change now. Although, I mean, well, I might need to actually, you know, the shoulder doesn't look longer. I might have to adjust the position of the meshes. It gets a little complicated. Maybe not, maybe it'll work. All right, let's see. I'm going to go to the animations. Let's get, on both of them, we're gonna set the walk cycle. So this is on the healthy armature. Now I'm gonna come to the hurt armature and we're gonna set the walk cycle to play. What's up, Juanina? Hopefully I said that right. Welcome, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing well. Let me play it. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's a little weird, but it was already weird. Will this make all the difference? I don't know. There might be some other ways we could adjust the bone as well. So I could also come in here, maybe take, if I can grab it while it's, please stop moving. Thank you. I could pull this inward more, although you can see it's not having a ripple effect, which is not ideal. Let's see, maybe if I get rid of that, I move this. Yeah, these are not like attached. So yeah, then we're kind of getting we're doing a lot of experimentation there. Let's just see where this gets us. If I move that bone in, because it looks pretty fine right now. Let's just see if that made a big difference in how that animation or how that reaching plays. Because if it's looking into the origin of that bone, but you know what? It's not the shoulder. That bone that I just moved isn't the one that's stretching. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the bone that's actually reaching out is this bone right here, upper arm right. The 12th bone. I think it's that one. So if it's looking for the origin point of that bone, it might be that I need to pull this origin point in or something. Just to confirm that that is the bone. I'm gonna come over here to the alien scene. Pull up the skeleton. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it's upper arm right. That's what the bone is. So I don't know if this is actually going to make any difference since it's not actually, I didn't actually adjust the upper arm bone at all there. The only thing I adjusted was the shoulder bone. But I'll be curious to see. So Godot is pitched as a dynamic language, and you have to do extra steps to statically type your variables. It's better for the engine. It makes more sense intuitively for my variable to stay how it is. Did Godot's creators intend for you to declare one auto-loaded variable and hot swap it as you need to for your project? I don't really understand how you need dynamic variables very often. Whoa. I don't even know. You're thinking very big brain right now. I love that you added so much context. Godot's creators intend for you to declare one auto-loaded variable and hot swap it as you need to for your project. I think the intention, Dungeon, was to make it more accessible to new game developers. I think the intention was that if you're learning code for the first time, it's easier to not have to worry about typing. So they allowed for that to be possible, where you don't have to type it. That's what I think. And I think I might have even read that somewhere at some point. But you're thinking of something that could work, maybe. Do it. Make that game a game with one variable. But I think you're onto something, though, still. I'd be really interested to know how that works. If that works. DJ says that they finally properly bit masked the larger texture. Starting to respect ProcGen a lot more. That's cool that working on something is giving you that respect. You're doing good work right now. Arm looks normal. Let's see if it stretches much. I feel like my guess is it's not gonna look much different, and we're still gonna have a loose shoulder. Indeed we do. Which makes sense, because I didn't actually change the bone that deforms. So let's change it. Edward, you've made a game like that before with like one variable? In a Scratch, I'm guessing? Alright, so let's adjust the position of this. I mean, you can actually even see now. Let's go back to object mode. I'm gonna select this armature. Pose mode. Oh, it's fine. We can, well, let's reset that. Object mode, grab the tiny armature. Pose mode, select it, reset. Okay. So you can kind of see. Here, and I'll even move this out of the way. This shoulder bone is longer, is relative, it actually looks longer than the upper arm bone. Certainly, it's longer relative to the upper arm bone than the big armature's shoulder bone is to its upper arm bone. That is to say, the big armature's it's so confusing. The big armature shoulder bone is smaller than its upper arm bone. But in the tiny armature, now, the shoulder bone is smaller or about the same size as the upper arm. So I need to make that upper arm a little bigger if it's gonna match the big armature and hopefully behave in a similar way when we reach. So let's try just giving it a little nudge. I do need to make sure the animations aren't getting weird when I do this. So let's just do it like that. And then I'm gonna make the limbs appear again. Let's make sure that deforms reasonably. It's okay, yeah. Oh, I would say this deforms much better. Oh, wow. Because remember before, the shoulder was kind of folding in a bit. This looks a lot better. Oh, let me see what that's like. This is definitely good. Only looks off stretching right arm to the... Yeah, that's where it looks worst. Is that something the player will be able to do in the final game? Possibly. Or would the alien use the left arm or right arm? Technically, it could go either way. Because if your left arm is broken, then the right arm would compensate and be used. But you wouldn't have as much range on the left side with the right arm. But technically, it would be possible. Yeah. Definitely potentially possible. I still don't like how it looks on its own side either. But yeah, good question. Dungeon says, like in Java, it was just integer my variable equals 1, 2, 3, and that was it. Godot makes you jump through hoops. Variable my variable integer equals 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It's just a little weird, the way they do it to me, I guess. It is a little weird. I mean, not that I use other coding languages, but when you put it that way, it does sound weird. Yeah, I've not used other languages, so to me, it's just like, it's normal. But I started out learning that I don't have to type things at all, and then I learned I do have to type things. It's like, oh, okay. Would have just liked to have known that in the first place. Yeah, the alien might only have one arm. Exactly. Exactly. Alright, heal it up. And the animation actually looks a lot different. That's not my favorite. You can see the arms are pinched in a lot more now because I pulled in that upper arm. But does that result in a better deformation here when we stretch? A little bit, yeah. It's like better. Yeah, it's better. It's better. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but it works. It definitely doesn't break off as bad. But I don't know, the trade-off of having these weird shoulders. I mean, I guess I can be okay with it. I could also try moving the arms out away from the body further. That could help a little as well. I mean, it definitely isn't popping off. This looks a lot better. I mean, there's no doubt about it. That looks better. Other than I don't like how close to the body the arms are. Largely because it doesn't look like that when it's healthy. When it's healthy, the arms are sticking out. Look how far out these arms stick. Compared to the little arm is just like really close. So I would think a way to try to resolve that would be to, well, move it out. Which might have unintended consequences, so we'll see. Dungeon says, I had a thought about this game. I know you were planning on the farm being the first level, but now since people are the only meat objects, would a city make more sense as a first level? Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why. Couple reasons. Number one, the city is going to be more difficult because there's more obstacles that you have to avoid. There's less like clear areas. So the rural allows for more freedom to move around and not get hurt. So from a progression difficulty standpoint, the city is supposed to be more difficult. The other aspect of that is I want there to be less humans available. I'm actually thinking that in the first level, I want there to be only one abduction you have to get, and literally only one human. That might not work. Something like that. Maybe like 3, because then again, we do want you to get your limbs and heal up. So in order to do that... No, I don't know. You know what? I might even say you don't have to get abductions in the first level. Basically, at the end of level 1, you're going to eat a human, and that's going to set up a cutscene that is also going to set up a choice, or that the player has to decide if they are going to support the resistance or the government. Okay, I know this sounds really weird. It raises a lot of things, but the story of this game is that aliens found out that they can eat humans and grow limbs. So they're going to Earth to get limbs. And when they be eating humans, humans be like, please don't eat us. We don't like this. And the aliens don't just gain limbs from the humans, they gain human empathy. And so they feel guilty, and you get this karma thing, or this heart in the middle of your body that grows or shrinks depending on how many innocent people you eat. Now, while the people are protesting you for eating them, this is during a cutscene. Steven Universe, if it was messed up, whoa, I like that. It's their crystal gem in the center. And so while the people are like, hey, can you stop eating us? The government, the military attacks the aliens, but the people get hurt as collateral damage because the government, unbeknownst to the aliens, are at war with the people. And there's a resistance that's going against the government. And so when you eat a person and the protests come and the military attacks, you have a choice. Either you attack the military and do not attack any more humans, and you gain the heart. And by having the heart, that means that between levels, depending on how many innocent people you eat or how unshrunk your heart is, you are going to get bonuses, specifically cadavers. The resistance are going to offer you their dead as killed by the military for you to use as health packs, basically, throughout the level. If you eat too many innocent people, they're not going to give you any health packs, and so you can't heal yourself in the same way throughout the game. However, if you choose to hurt the people or the resistance in that moment, you will not get the heart. And the military will still dislike you, and the resistance will dislike you. So now, some of the humans who are innocent humans are going to attack you as well. So the game actually gets more difficult if you choose to go against innocent humans. It's sort of like an opportunity to choose your game's difficulty. And you get punished with a more difficult game if you choose to go after the humans. So all this to say that it's important to me that level 1 is justifiably empty. And a city is going to have tons of people in it. So if level 1 is the city, then it's kind of like, why is the city so abandoned? And please don't try to answer that question. It's the way that it's gonna be, because it's yes, we could say, oh, they're evacuated. No. Okay, I want farms in the beginning and city to be later, especially because everything will be empty, and it's easier to just at a glance justify why there's less people there. So that way, the first person you eat, or an early person you eat, triggers this cutscene. There's some things to figure out there, and I'm working on it. But all that to say, no thank you. But it is nice to be able to be flexible now that we're taking cows out of the equation, for sure. DJ says, the aliens were eating people and everyone was happy. Then the government attacked. Kind of. Technically, the government has already been at odds with the people. This has been an ongoing thing. The aliens are just kind of like coming in, doing their thing, and they sort of like walked in on an argument that's already happening. The aliens are like, we're here to invade, and the humans are like, we're busy, and the aliens are just like, oh, sorry, whoa, my bad. You love that concept? I had a similar one where there's a harder option to a game, but I struggle to justify a reward for bad behavior. It's an interesting place to put yourself as a storyteller. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I like the idea of a punishment being a more difficult game. Because for some people, they want a more difficult game. So there you go, have a more difficult game, enjoy it. You will get the bad ending or the less good ending, but if I put this out on Steam or something, you can get a little Steve achievement for playing the whole game without a heart or something. Heartless run. Okay. Yeah, I like to have fun in a storytelling sense, for sure. Keep it interesting for myself. All right. So, I want to adjust this so that this bottom arm sticks out a bit further. I'm not sure how well this is going to work. No, there will not be cheat codes. No. And you can see, you can kind of... And, it's kind of like what the player wants as well. Cheat code is unpacking the game with Godot and hack. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just hack it yourself if you want to cheat. That's all you. Exactly. Oh, right. So if I want to move this, I guess I want to... This is a little tough. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to pull this off. Like, I could take this entire, like, row of bones. Rows of bones. Whoops. Please stop moving. Like, pull this out. Obviously, the shoulder is not in the center anymore, but it's possible that was never necessary to begin with. Let me actually hide this one. Bring the body back. Come out here to object mode. Oh, wow. Look what happens there. Terrible. Yeah, this is tough. I think I just have to accept that the arms are closer to the body. I think I'm quite okay with that. That's what I think. I think we just let that go. You know, again, if I had a smaller torso, that would, you know, if it were like lower and smaller, but even then, I think this is fine. I think I don't need to make any changes to it. Like, yeah, the arms are like closer, but whatever. They're damaged. It can look a little different, you know. It's not a big deal. I like that the arm isn't popping out when it reaches. I think sometimes it's easy to get a little too bogged down by details that maybe don't matter. You know, as long as the arm isn't popping out and looking like a big mistake. You know, I think there's a certain plausibility that I intended for the arm shoulders to be a little shorter. Or at least that is not something that bothers me. Because it doesn't like really break the reality of the game. You know, it bothers me. It does. It does bother me. Somehow the little alien looks less cute. Like the arms are like more confusing a little bit. It bothers me a little. Oh gosh, do I really care? I don't know. I don't know if I care. I mean, if I was gonna change it, I'm not even sure what I'd do to change it. If I'm being honest. I still want to work on enemy stuff, you know? My gosh. Because we need that origin to stay inside of here. So that way, when it moves, you know, it doesn't pop off. So I don't really want to move this part. I guess I could try making this longer. I mean, but then you're really just moving it all. And if you make this longer, I don't think that's gonna result in what you're looking for here. Those limbs looking neat. I feel so proud of you. Thank you. I am sorting out some arm stretching visual stuff. Some visual stuff with the way the arms stretch when attacking. I really want to set up like enemy attacks and the player can attack the enemies and things. But there are a few armature stuffs that I need to get in order before I can really enjoy that. Oh, see, that didn't make the shoulder stick out any further at all. And so I'm just trying to get some of these. It's kind of a balance between visual appearance and, well, the appearance of the arm normally and the appearance of the arm when it stretches while attacking. Trying to sort of balance those a bit, find a compromise. Edward was supposed to be doing their homework. How did I manage to end up coding a tennis game? That's pretty cool. You love game dev, you're addicted. You can't help it. You know, I mean, I could try moving it out like a little bit, but it might be so far again that the arm starts sticking out, and it may not even be far enough. Oh gosh, look at that twist. Ugh. Oh, that twist is devastating. Tennis roguelite. Sounds cool. And you don't even play it. So... I don't know. I feel like I just let it go. Can I do that, though? Wow, that twisting. I wonder if I can get away with the twisting. And maybe we just change the weight paint a little bit. So if I grab the arms, so let's get the other arm too. Making random little games instead of doing homework is relatable. That's why I like you guys. You're my people. That you would distract yourself with making games? Dude, what is homework? Boring. What is games? Fun. Easy. I want to reweight it. Uh-oh. I mean, while that looks better, you can see it's completely moving the positions. You know why? Because I need to reset the pose. The only reason you do homework is because of stress? I mean, that makes sense. I was not a big fan of doing homework when I was a child. As someone who was once a child, I too did not like doing homework, and I found it stressful to do. I was quite happy with not getting good grades. It did not bother me at all. Okay. Well, I learned to not let it bother me anyway. Oh, dang it. What I don't want to do is get the arms moving again. So I'm going to leave it like that, then select the arms, then select the armature, reweight it. Wait, oh, the position. We got to change the position. Put that up there like that. That was the wrong one. Grab this, reset the position. Grab the arms, grab the armature, not that armature. Grab the armature. Automatic weights. Okay, better. Alright, that doesn't look as bad. It's still pretty, you know, squishy. But it looks a little better. That gives me some hope. The arms are sticking out. But will the shoulder pop out now? Or will the shoulder still stay in? Which is kind of what I'm doing. Something I want to work on today, I want to do enemies attacking the player. And I want the player, of course, to be able to attack the enemies back. I have set up a way for that to work in the past, but some things have changed since then. And I need to get those things that have changed to be correcter. So all of that comes together nicely. And part of that is getting both the full-size healthy armature and the shrunken hurt armature to both be compatible with different animations and movements and stretching and attacking and things like that. And I still gotta set up the invincibility frame. Still gotta set that up. All right, come on, look better. It's okay if it doesn't. It's okay if it doesn't. We'll get there. All right, let's heal up a bit. All right, so now we got some shoulders. That looks better. Now, what will the grab look like? Will that result in a non-popped out shoulder? Yes! So we do have a little growing on the shoulder, but it's not popping out. It's a little longer. Well, for the far ones, you can see it does stretch in this kind of horrid way. I don't love that much, if I'm being honest. Not a big fan of that. But I'm kind of resigned to it at this point. I feel like this has been so much, and maybe just like Joe was suggesting earlier, I could have just never done any of this and probably been okay. But, we did it. It is done, and I'm happy enough with it. Okay, good, great, awesome, wonderful. Let's do a save and a GitHub commit. Cybershell says, I had a big problem with homework. My brain resists what I'm not interested in. It's my self-sabotaging curse. I totally understand. I mean, is it self-sabotage if you're being forced to do something you don't want to do? Like, at that point, I feel like you're more... I mean, it does end up being self-sabotage, but I don't think your intention is to sabotage yourself. I just think a lot of the way, at least in the United States and probably a lot of other places too, the way schooling is set up does not, of course, adapt to the variety of brain types and personality types. And so something that some people can keep up with, other people can't. And to just say a blanket grade, you either can or can't, is just not really fair. And so I don't think the problem is that, I don't think the problem is with you. I think the problem was with the system that isn't adapting to your needs. That's my opinion, though. And obviously, it still manifests in your own responsibility, unfortunately, where you get punished or you suffer consequences. But that doesn't mean, like, ideologically you have to believe you deserve those consequences. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up GitHub. I'm just gonna say improved hurt armature behaviors. Hurt armature animates properly. Now add filters in the animation tree for it. Hurt armature stretches better when grabbing. Had to add hurt armature specific code to the stretching stuff. Made adjustments to the bone structure of the hurt armature in Blender. Stuff like that. Just some various stuff like that. Oh, I guess added some static typing to all the variables in the player script. I might have missed one. Did I ever do hit object? I feel like I never did hit object. I think we decided it was a node 3D. I'm pretty sure. Let me just make sure that's true. Before we go and commit that, my brain type is pretty different. I'm either the main character or the background character in my story. Whoa. It's pretty epic. Either the main character or the background character in my story. Interesting. Dungeon says, sit down in this... Exactly. Sit down in this room for 7 to 8 hours a day with 30-odd other people who also barely care, be babysat by an underpaid teacher who's getting no support and teaching curriculum that's 10 years out of date. What do you mean not everyone does well? Exactly. Oof, scathing. Isn't everyone really the main character or the background character if you think about it? Sometimes I feel like an NPC. Especially as a streamer. Like, I'm just in a town and you guys come and you guys, like, you know, press A to talk with me. I guess that makes you a background character then. Okay, so we've broken nothing by setting that type up. So I think we're quite good. Hey, Dungeon Martian, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Hi, Edward, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. This feels weird, and yet completely normal. Okay, so now my GitHub commit comment is true. I've done all of those types. You'd like to purchase the tomato soup? 521. Unfortunately, looks like you don't have enough gold for that. I'm just saying. Look, I'm just reading what the code tells me, all right? Sell broken dagger. 48. Thank you, here's your gold. 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 Sell cow horn. Thank you, here's your gold. 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 Sell human skin. Thank you, here's your gold. Thank you, here's your gold. Thank you, here's your gold. Ice cream so good. It should be one of those streamers. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, what's kind of brilliant about those NPC streamers is there's sort of like this very like hyper concentrated version of what being a good live streamer is responding to events and chat in a way that is predictable. Or unpredictable, but predictably unpredictable, if that. Okay. So I am happy with this. I want to say a robbery in which I get gold and you get sticky ice cream. Okay. You're having too much fun. Calm down. Calm down. Alright, so I want... I'm the fun police. Don't you know that? I want to... None! Not a single iota of fun. No, a little bit. No, a little bit. Alright, so I want to make the... I'm going to do the invincibility frame thing. So whenever we reach out to hit things, we get hurt, which is not the way it's supposed to be. You'll actually notice that with the tiny armature, it's not an issue. Wait, why? Wait, shouldn't it be an issue for the tiny armature? One fun allowed. You have spent your fun for the day. But we haven't had collisions that move with the mesh until this week. And so what's happening is that when the stretched arm goes out to hit something, it actually hurts the player. Because when you run into obstacles, it hurts the limb. But I don't want that to happen when you're attacking. It could be like a mechanic, like, oh, you gotta be careful with your attacks, it might hurt you. No, I don't want that. I don't think that makes sense. Now, I don't think it actually happens with the tiny one, which is kind of shocking and confusing. Why the tiny one doesn't do that. Only the healthy one. That's interesting. It just must be that its armature is a little short. See, now on this one, it hurts the arm. Well, you know what? No, wait. I don't know what. Because if the arm, so let's say I'm attacking something, like I'm attacking this microphone, and this is an obstacle in the way. If the arm, and this should be true in the tiny armature as well, if the arm goes to the microphone, but it passes through this first, then it's going to get hurt on that on the way to hitting this. Making the bone collision a little shorter, like I was just thinking, is not going to resolve that. So I think we still need to add an invincibility frame. But just out of curiosity, I'd like to see if that actually happens here. You want to sell the fun? Okay, hurry on up. Give me something. Give me something. I've started removing some cows, so there's less to get. Okay, so there's this. I want to make sure there's an obstacle in between. The solar farm is probably the best place for that. So if I try to attack one of these solar panels, the arm should get caught on a different one along the way and get hurt. Yes, so there you see that arm just got broken off. That's what I want to avoid. So, at the moment of grabbing, lost 1 fun, gained $1, 0 fun remaining forever. Oh wow! Oh, that's like a curse or something. Selling fun, you'll get money, but you'll never have fun again. Choose wisely. Like, oh my god. Just buy it back. You can never buy it back. It's mine forever. No refunds. No refund. You see? So that grabbing stuff, we are in the player script, yeah? Yeah. That grabbing stuff, here's where we aim bone at target. Game idea to sell your happiness. That sounds fun. Sounds like a cool concept. In here, this is what we know that timing-wise, this would be about when I would want to tell that bone to not be colliding. Is the code and Godot helper roles supposed to be pingable? Someone asked a question, but I don't want to ping the people directly. Oh, I don't know. I hadn't thought about them being pingable. I don't know. Maybe we could talk about it in DMs or on the Discord. Yeah, you could post it in the moderator Discord. It's a good thought. It's a good thought. Every time you sell your happiness in game, you lose more quality of the game. Sound effects, good quality graphics, etc. Until the game is just not fun at all to play. That's awesome. I like that idea. Thanks for keeping an eye out on these things, Dungeon. I appreciate that. Especially on the Discord, where I don't always have as much time to go as much as I want to. So this is around the time that I'd want that collision to be invincible. Maybe even a little before that. So when we have on grab begun, this plays the hungry. Oh, this is a different kind of. Whoa. We've got some naming problems here. We got some naming problems. I need to refactor this because this is actually bothering me. Because this is attack. There's do grab and grab begun. Grab begun is when we pick up things. Grab should be attack. I'm going to refactor this right now. So everywhere we have do grab, which is 2 places, I'm going to change this to do attack. Because this is confusing. These are different things. Grab equals true. We're going to make that attack instead of grab. So we want to say attack is the Boolean. And you changed your profile pic? Oh no. Alright, so we don't want it to be looking for grab anymore. Yeah, that can make a big difference on Discord, for sure. People tend to recognize you a certain way. You know, you can change it on certain servers, but not others. I think you know that. Okay, Edward. You should stop by in the community stream and let me know. So I'm refactoring this specifically, especially, I don't want arm grabbing, grab action tween, none of this. I don't want to say grab anymore. So let me go to all the places this is referenced. Really just there. Attack action tween. Change this, because it's getting confusing. The grab is supposed to be when you actually pick up things. Attack is when you're hitting things. But at one point, those were one and the same. And since then, they've become different. But it's not being reflected in the names of these things. And so I would like to update that. Obviously, we have grab duration as well. Let's change that here to attack. I could use replace function, or functionality, but I kind of rather just do it manually sometimes. All right, where else do we got grab? Oh. Attack duration. Grab begun. This we do want grab. This should be set to grab. That is grab correct. This is correct. Now arm grabbing, I'd actually want this to be arm attacking. Although, unfortunately, at some point I might want to make it be different, but we're not going to worry about that right now. Because I might... Yeah, anyway, it'll still be better if we do it this way. Arm grab. I want all of that to be changed. This might be better. No, I was going to say better for the replace, but there's really not that many places to change it. So no big deal. Okay, so in here, arm attacking. Okay, let's make sure we've got this refactored everywhere. Grab begun, this is correct for grab, that's correct for grab. Technically, this would be attack tween amount, but I don't think we're using that anyway. So I don't think it matters. Can probably just get rid of that. Okay, now that that makes a little bit more sense, we want to look at the attack stuff. And let's actually go look up at the signals. So I also don't like the way these signals are named. This is something I've been meaning to change. So here we have movement start on movement start, movement stop on movement stop, amount slowed, and it just says slow down. I'd rather this be on amount slowed. Personally, this is a script I've been meaning to refactor for a while. Here, We have area undamaged, and this is damage undetected. I'd rather this be on area undamaged. This is supposed to be after something gets hit. That's what that means. It's a little wacky, but... So we're just doing some refactoring, some good old-fashioned refactor. Do you know... Welcome, Jonas. Do you know the Control-D trick to change multiple references at once? I don't think I do. I don't think I do know that trick. That sounds like a cool trick. On area undamaged. I can try it maybe with the next one. This one doesn't really on as well. Doesn't like make the most sense to say on mouse position 3D. It kind of does make sense actually. What is the Control-D? How do I even do that? After you highlight one, you hit Control-D. So I highlight this and press Control-D. I see it pulled up the search. So let me close this. Click on this, Control-D. Oh, it'll highlight each other instance of that name in the script. Whoa. Okay, that's awesome. So I highlight this, press Control-D. That's highlighted. But if I come back up here, that's still highlighted. Okay, this is an awesome trick. What? I didn't know that. I want to use this very often now. Thank you for giving me this gift of knowledge, which before I did not have. Okay, on, oh my gosh, this is so much faster. On mouse position, if I can type it, I have to type it correctly. On mouse position 3D. Wow, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sometimes there's some good stuff that comes through here, you guys. Wow. All right, so let me find you on here. These credits entitle you to no compensation, but they certainly do entitle you to a credit in the game and my undying appreciation. Wow. I honestly would, that'd be a good, this would be a good tip. Maybe I'll put this in a short one day. And if I do, I will come back and I will put this clip in the short and highlight your name and stuff. But this is definitely something I've been, or that I would make into a short. I've been keeping notes about shorts that I want to do. This is one of them. Control+D to change multiple references at once. Highlight variable / function and all. Press, I seem to remind myself in case I forget. Press Control-D, all get highlighted. Can be edited. Whatever, I spelled it different, doesn't matter. Get clip of it being suggested from September 11th. September 11th stream, about 2 hours, 30 minutes in. All right. Thank you, Jonas. See you later, Chaos. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping in. Dude, that's so cool. I'm like these are the kind of little tips that just like make doing stuff quicker. Let's do it again. Do attack. So if I highlight do attack, and then press Control D. Oops, I pressed Control S, but it didn't matter, it still found it. So do attack is highlighted there, and do attack is highlighted here. So I can now say on something attacked, and now they're all updated. So I don't have to find, like, scrub through the whole script and find each of those where now there's an error. I could have saved myself like 3 minutes out of everything that I already did today. Still worse than IntelliJ's refactor rename, but pretty nice. Oh, is that a plugin? I don't like plugins. I love plugins. I don't like to use plugins. But that sounds like it could be a good one. I'm stubborn when it comes to plugins. It was something that I had for Java. Oh, it's not Godot. Something you had for Java, and it did that for the whole project. I mean, to be fair, I could technically do, you know, Control-Shift-R and find every instance of something in files and replace them all. But the difference is it's not connected to references this way. So I could have the same variable named the same thing in different scripts, but it's not actually the same reference. So it sounds like what you're saying is that this Java thing would actually rename everything in a whole project if there was a reference that went through in multiple places. Could scan strings and stuff too if you wanted. Could rename classes. Sounds nifty. On level update, on game begin, on gameplay, on eating begun, on eating finished, on grab begun, on grab ended. All right, now these are nice and logical. So, if we want to say something with attack, on something attacked, that's our place. Attack becomes true, hit object is set up, and so here I would want to make the collision not be a thing. So where do I access those collisions? Well, it's going to depend on what arm it is. It's going to have to know. So currently, the only arm that attacks is the right arm. I do want to set up left arm or right arm stuff. That's going to be, I mean, I would love to set that up today, but I don't know. It's, so at some point, it's like, when do you do things? Something has to be done first. You know, and I've just decided that's not going to be first. So for now, we're not going to check which arm it is. We're just going to assume it's the right arm. I don't love that, but that's the way. So this is going to have to be refactored severely at some point. Using that IntelliJ felt like coding in the future. Java just kind of sucked in some ways, though. You know, I've heard that. Coding in the future. Yeah, I mean, maybe people will implement those to other engines, those nice things. I mean, I will say, there's a lot of tools out there that add a lot of convenience that don't exist in every engine. Sometimes you kind of just gotta take it as it is. You always thought Java syntax was meh? I hear a lot of bad things about Java. But I never used it. I'll take your word for it. You have become part of the word that I take for it. So we're just gonna assume it's the right arm, unfortunately. For now. So I'm gonna wanna fetch, well, we are the player. Oh. I feel like it'd be nice if we on-readied it. That would just be a little easier. So I'm gonna say, let's just go down to the main scene and find that collision. So we have lower, upper. We need both lower and upper on all of them. I mean, we could... You know, I do wonder if we couldn't, like, fetch... No, I don't think that makes sense. I don't think that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that. So let's just... I could get the area arm right. Let's just set up the collisions entirely as their own on-readies. I think that, for me, makes the most sense. For now. On-ready variable... I wonder... It would be nice if I could do them both and, like, iterate through. Nah, don't worry about it. I'm gonna say collision area... This is gonna get wild. Collision area, arm right, upper. And this is a collision shape 3D. That's the hurt one. That's the bone anyway. So that would be this. Okay. And then I want the lower one as well. Drag that in. And then I'm gonna need the hurt ones. So we want collision area hurt. Collision area hurt. So I'll replace this with the hurt one. This one is upper. And this one will be lower. Okay. Then we come back down to the something attacked function. And we want to say that when that occurs, collision area arm upper, oh, I actually need to... This is going to be a little complicated. I'm going to grab here, right here. We want to set deferred the collision property to be disabled true. I wonder if we might have some problems here. We'll see. This is... We'll have to make sure this works. Because it can matter if it's on like the physics process or not. That could make a difference. Okay, so we want to set deferred, disabled true. That's basically saying turn off the collision, is what this is saying. We want to do the same thing for the lower. And we want to do the same thing for the hurts. Now, I would need to turn them back on. So that way the collision doesn't stay off. So when do we say that it comes back? Well, we actually should have the retraction in here. Await get tree create timer attack duration. So that's how long it lasts. So it does the reach right at the same moment that it's turning all those off. Then it's gonna wait for the attack duration times 2 to end, and then the attack ends. But we need to wait, and so what that's supposed to do is retract the arm. But the problem is if we turn the collision on at that moment, then it's going to be on and retract and collide with things along the way. So I would think we need another delay after that. I think, for however long that takes, because it's going to take the attack duration. So I think, and I could be wrong here, it's going to take some testing, but I think we would want another attack duration, not multiply it. Oh, I got lost. Not multiply it. And then turn these all to false. I think. Maybe. So I'll have to do some tests to make sure. Now, things can get weird if you're healing at the same time as doing all of this, because healing is going to also change the collisions being on or off. So that could get weird. At which point, I don't know, as a player, just don't do multiple things at the same time. How about that? You get what you deserve. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm worried that it might be, the collision might not be coming back soon enough, or it comes back too late. Oh, what did I do wrong? Invalid access to property or key grab duration on a base object of type character body 3. Oh, it's supposed to be attack duration. I didn't update. Well, if I had known the trick that Jonas taught me sooner, but I didn't. Jonas came right on time, don't get me wrong. But that would have, if I had done that sooner, then I wouldn't have had that little refactor mishap. It's a refactoring, like, miracle, Jonas, that you taught me that. Because I'm never gonna have this problem again. Which is awesome. But a little bit today, we have that problem. The last day. Rest in peace, that problem. It wasn't a pleasure. Okay. So we're good. No errors. Attacking things without limbs. Which, by the way, you shouldn't be able to do that. But, whatever. Okay. We're eating up stuff. We got some arms. Nothing is broken. Can I attack without getting hurt? So far, yes, but with a tiny armature, that was already possible. Can I reach across? Yes. Look at that. No pain. Now I can reach across all of these, and it doesn't hurt me, because those collisions on the arm are being turned off. Now, hopefully they're being turned back on to make sure I can get hurt again. I can? Beautiful. That was too easy. I'm suspicious of how easy that was. Let's try with the full-size arm, just for completionary sake. Uh-oh, I just got hurt. So that didn't work. Interesting. I wonder why. When I was attacking that building, the arm got hurt somehow. See, it just did. I wonder if, you know, if I click a bunch of times, if the awaits, like something is weird with the, yeah, await. It's not really, I feel like we need to do something else to turn off those collisions. Because it's going to run that function multiple times, which might turn the collision back, like, on. All right, let's see if it works for the full arm. It does. If we do nice, neat, one attack at a time, no problem. Our arms aren't getting hurt along the way. And it's staying healthy. This is the intended behavior. No damage being dealt. Now, if I start going quickly, it's a 1 hit, 2 hit. That speed isn't bad. Let's go a little faster, even. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, there we get hurt. So, you know, in a way, it raises a question. Do I want to make it so you actually can't attack that frequently? Or do I want to say you can attack that frequently and spam the attack button, and somehow we just make it so it doesn't cause issues? Somehow. See how it got caught on there? I mean, it's always, as a person who's been sitting here playing this game for a long time as we make it, it has become very natural to me to just spam click, 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 click. Especially with these big buildings that have a lot of HP. I click many times very rapidly. That feels natural. That feels like the way to play it. Now, that doesn't mean that it has to be that way. We could still set an interval for how frequently you can attack. We could just say you can't press the attack button again until that attack duration ends. I think that's fair, because you can still get that sensation of click, 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 click. I think that's fine. All right, let's try to do that. So not only do I want the collisions to stop, but I want grab, the ability to do that, to not happen, right? Now, what of having multiple arms? Now, again, I haven't set up left arm attack and right arm attack. Right now, there's only right arm. The idea is going to be that whatever is closer and available. So I guess that would be it. We would just say if the arm is currently attacking, it cannot attack again. But how do we block the attack from happening? I mean, it's just going to depend on how the multiple arm thing turns out. I probably need a separate function for the left arm versus the right arm. And then a function that manages which right arm, which arm function is going to run. So for now, I don't want to turn off the player's ability to press the button. I want to turn off the arm's ability to receive what the button has commanded, I guess. I mean, we have attack being true, and that's a universal, that's a global variable on this script. So I could say let's move attack true up here. Or we could even do this. If we're not attacking, if attack is not true, then it does all this. Now, where does attack get set to false? Right here. Right after that timer ends. Does that fix it? Does that just fix it? Well, you might want to put attack false further down. Why do we even have the attack variable, by the way? What is the attack variable doing? Is it doing nothing? Has it been waiting for this single moment? But never been used? That's hilarious. Wait, really? Maybe it's used in like a different script? Like the player is checked to see if it's currently attacking? I don't think so. I think that variable was just doing absolutely nothing other than being set to true and false, but nothing was checking if it was true or false. Huh. Okay, well, in that case, let's move it. No reason to have it go to false where it was before. I guess I had used it for something that it didn't end up getting kept. So what I actually want to say is when this timeout ends, that's when attack is false. Okay, let's see if that works. So I'm going to try spamming it again. And hopefully at least, I mean, we shouldn't see the arm going, no, 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 no. It should be like, meh, meh, meh. I think. If it's doing what I think it's doing. I'm nervous. I don't know why. I haven't messed with attack stuff in a long time. But it had to happen eventually. Okay, that's working. I'm just gonna get some limbs. Just makes it a little easier to see. Oh yeah, there you go. I'm spamming it, but it ain't happening. So it's just like one attack at a time. You can keep it up there. Stay up. Click, 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 click. And now, the collision isn't coming back on too soon. Alright. This is fun. This feels good. Let's go. Alright, cool. Save. I think that's fixed. I mean, the only thing to consider is the fear that I had about this is, can this be exploited? I feel like not really. I don't really think this can be exploited. Like, the idea would be if you sense that your arm is going to be hurt, or should you just constantly be attacking so that way your arm is invincible and it can never die. I think the problem with that is attacking things can have consequences. Attacking innocent people's homes might affect your karma. You might accidentally grab something you didn't mean to grab. So I think the game kind of corrects for this. But who knows? Maybe someone uses it as a strategy and I don't really care. You know, if you attack meaningless things like a bunch of corn, I mean, it's just, it's not really practical. I don't know how to explain it. Especially because you may not know which arm it's gonna be. Yeah, I'm still getting hurt. I don't think that works. I think that isn't a real exploit. So I'm not gonna worry about it. We're gonna call this checkmark done. And I'm going to update this. Arm attacks no longer hurt. Refactored signals and functions on the player script. Renamed attack functions from grab namings to be attack namings. Attacking now turns off the collision of the right arm and only occurs if attack is true or is false. After the attack is finished, the collision returns and attack becomes false again. Attack becomes true at the beginning of an attack. This does not yet account for multiple arms. I think that's pretty much it. All right. Now I am going to get to the deliciousness of enemies. Now that all that's been done, this is great progress. Where are we at? 3 hours? That's awesome. I still got more than half of this session left. We just getting started. I didn't really mean to play it yet. Hold on. Alright, so helicopters. I made these a long time ago. I did not set these up for a lot of new developments that have happened since I originally added them. They have a lot of things built into them. They are NPCs That's how enemies are clarified, or whatever, organized, identified. There's a word. And when they are in a free fall from destruction, they become obstacles. So if I mean, I can't really trigger it well here, so I'll try to turn it. I'll try turning it on. I feel like we're gonna have a problem right away with something in there. Some things have changed. So the way that this historically has worked, and I feel like this might need to be adjusted at some point in some way, but the way this historically has worked is that there is an auto load that gets added in for the enemies. So there's an NPC spawner script, and if I auto load this script, it should make the helicopters just swarm in. They don't have rhyme or reason, a little bit. So I also tried to set up formation for them. Now I know that there's a navigation node in Godot. I experimented with that, and it was horrible for this application because the there they are. Yep, they're a little funky. Yeah, we got a few problems there. Yeah, the main menu, there was never a menu. So they don't know when to come in at the right times. So that's a problem. Yeah, we got a lot of issues here. We got a few issues. And oh man, the navigation node doesn't work because the level is constantly moving and it's being like randomly changed. So it's like it can't constantly re-decide where its obstacles are that the navigation goes into. And to what extent it can do that is a blight on the performance. The performance just explodes because it's constantly trying to recalculate where the navigation is. So the navigation nodes are a bust. They don't work for this project as badly as I would like them to. They don't work. So I got to create my own navigation code, which I think is kind of fun sounding. So for now, that's not an option. Now I did set up a manual kind of navigation formation. Obviously, that is not working. I think part of that is because the main menu doesn't have the character fully there. So the copters don't know where to stop and where to go to because the player isn't set up correctly. Now, I'd kind of be curious to know if we can attack the helicopters. We can! We can attack them, even though they're there glitching so badly. They are attackable. So, wow, this is going to require a lot. This is, all right. Wow. So let's make a task for this one. I am going to say, repairing, enemy copter behavior, or let's say restoring. We're trying to get it back to the glory that was once there, because right now it ain't. So the NPC spawner script is a key point of interest here. So I'm going to pull that up, and we're going to look around and see what it's doing. See if I can make sense of it and make it be good. Make it to be what goodness is. That is a maybe. That is a I hope so. That is a we'll see. Time will tell. All right. So in the ready function, we set up this timer. I think this is like how frequently they spawn. So they don't spawn all at once. Right now, this is just like there's one, there's another, there's another, there's another. And I think that's what that timer is for. It's random. Oh, maybe this is like how long it takes for them to spawn at all. And I've basically made it no time. Infinitesimal. Oh. So it was like gonna be random, at random times they come in, but we basically make the minimum and maximum of that range that they could randomly spawn in just be nothing. So that way they just all come in right away. That's pretty much it. And it spawns a helicopter. When does spawn helicopter run? What runs that? Oh, right there. I see. In the ready function. When the timer times out, it spawns one. And so it starts the timer again, so it'll spawn the next one. If the copter spawns are less than or equal to 5, it's going to increase the number of spawns when it comes through here. And once it gets to 5, so it's only going to spawn 5 helicopters, basically. That's it. That's all it does. So I would want this to not happen until the game starts. There's a lot of things. I would want to be in control of when helicopters spawn. Because really, in the first level, there's not going to be helicopters. It's not till level 2. At the end of the first level, I would want to make a cutscene where the player gets attacked, the player and the civilians get attacked. But we're just setting this up now here for the sake of putting it together. If anything, I guess I'd want like a debug button. Like I'd want to be able to press a button and it spawns an enemy. Right? I think that makes the most sense. So let's try that. And I'll make a signal that does that. So here we just say when the timer times out, that's when it spawns a helicopter. I don't want that. This whole timer situation, I kind of don't want it. I mean, it makes sense. Like if we want to say, send an army of helicopters, then this all makes sense. But I'd kind of rather just do one at a time myself. So this we can maybe bring back at some point, but right now it's not really necessary. So, instead of connecting the spawn interval timer timeout, I'm just gonna turn that off right there. And I'm even gonna cut out this, so that way it's not running that timer. The timer can be set up and just live there, and that's fine. Hello, 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 the great Levine. Welcome, thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing well. I am adding enemies back into my game. I made them a long time ago. Very, very early in this game's development. And since then, I've made a ton of changes to the game that have rendered them non-functioning or incorrectly functioning. So today I would like to bring them back into functionality, restore their functionality, and then I would love, if I'm so lucky to have time to do it, I would love to set them up to actually be able to shoot bullets at the player. That would be super cool. But we'll see if I get that far. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. I am going to say up in the ready function, messenger spawn enemy. We could even say spawn NPC. This is an NPC spawner after all. Spawn NPC, connect to on spawn NPC. Now I haven't created this signal yet, but we'll make it. Instead of spawn helicopter, we're gonna call it spawn NPC. I'll get way further than that. Are you a prognosticator? Can you see the future? How far will I get? How long will I be working on this game? When will it be done? Do you know? I don't know. Maybe you can only see to the end of a stream. I see. Well, thank you for the information that we're gonna get further than I even think. Genuinely though, I really appreciate the encouragement. That's so nice of you. Let's get further. Let's do it. Let's go even beyond that. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't even know, like, I don't know. I'm scared. I'm too afraid to be that confident. Maybe I should get over it. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. On spawn NPC, I actually would want this to call with something. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I would want to leave this. I'm gonna say spawn helicopter fleet. And let's not even call that heli, let's call that copter. Spawn copter fleet. Because this function is still useful for spawning a copter fleet. But I'm not interested in dealing with copter fleets right now. So let's do function on spawn NPC, and this would call with which NPC, in theory. And the code that I want to run is just gonna be this. But it depends. Well, really not, that's not true. It depends on the NPC, right? So I probably want like a match statement, to match NPC. We could do a dictionary. You know, there's different ways we could handle this. An array, no, probably a dictionary, but certainly. But for now, we're gonna be messy and do a match statement. Match NPC, and we could say, I mean, is it gonna be a string? How is it gonna get the list of NPCs? Like, what are we feeding into here? This can't look for strings, right? Like, that's not real, is it? It is? I could just tell it a string and it would just work. Is that true? That's pretty awesome. I've never tried to do it like that. But like, what if it works? Now we have that set as preload. I don't know how that's gonna go. All right. And then we'll do a wild card if something else comes out. Here, we'll even set this up a little nicer. Oh. Why did I do it that way? I don't know. Let's do it like this. Alright, so there's the wild card. If it's anything else, just don't do nothing. Alright, let's see what happens. Now, first I need to... Actually, before we see what happens, I need to go to the messenger script and create this in the first place. Where? I don't know. Sure, how about over here? Signal spawn NPC. Now I'm going to come to my debug script, and we're going to set up one of the keys that's not being used for spawning copters. Looks like it's going to be debug button 4. Debug button 4, we want to say messenger spawn NPC emit copter. Will that work? Is that really gonna work? I kind of want to try it right away, even though obviously it's gonna be broken because we're in the menu. I don't know. I'm not even sure it's because we're in the menu that it's broken. That would be my first guess. That it's because we're in the main menu. But I don't know. Alright, let's try it. I pressed it. There it is! Sweet. Alright, so it's obviously behaving very badly. But the spawn key works. So let's see if it behaves a little better when we're not in the main menu. So press the spawn key. So it never stops. It doesn't know where to stop at. I do have some things in place that are supposed to tell it where to stop. So I need to update. Apparently that's very broken. We need to make that work. So how does that work? Well, here's the copter script. The copter is, as soon as it gets created, it looks at the player. If is moving and is not dying, it's moving by default and it is not dying by default. So this is true as soon as it exists in the scene, it is not or is moving and is not dying. It finds the player position relative to itself. It moves at a velocity, and it updates its position to that location based on the velocity. If it's dying, that's it. I mean, that's pretty much it. If it's dying, it does other stuff. Attempt at custom pathfinding. Okay, well, let's not worry about that right now. Okay, copter stop. If thing in player perimeter is set to the copter area, is moving false. Okay, so this player perimeter, this is something that I made that seems to not be working. And that sets movement to false. This is what I need to be functioning. So what is this player perimeter? So if we come to the main scene, I already don't see it. Maybe it's just hidden. There's a bunch of areas on the player. Let's make this a little larger. Collapse all this. There's a bunch of areas, detection areas here, that relate to the player. So for example, there's the head, hilariously named Bonehead here. I love it, that's called Bonehead. And we can change the position of that collision, and you can kind of see that collision shape there. So that's for the limbs, the head, the legs, the arms. There's one for the body. There's also this player proximity. That's that perimeter that it's supposed to be looking for. So let's see why it doesn't see it. Bone hurt head. Oh, bone hurt head. Ouchie, owie. It's fun. I might as well have a little fun once in a while. At first, when I saw that it was Bonehead, I was like, I can't keep that. Wait a minute. I have to keep that. I must keep that. The player proximity has a collision that is... Okay, I think I see the problem. It's infinitesimal. Wait, but its size should be getting adjusted in the code. So, I wonder at what point that got messed up. I don't know. But it sure did. It sure did. So this is at 000, I think. It's not. It's definitely not. There, now it is. How strange. Oh, then we have a mesh in there. Okay, what's going on the script? Tell me about the script here. Tell me what's going on. What is this? Is part. Oh, yeah. This is... Man, this is a weird one. Exists so... To... Exists so is not incorrectly thought of as a body part. Don't worry about this. Okay, so it's setting up the copter area collision. So it's knowing... Oh, so let me make sure that much works. Copter area collision. I mean, it must exist. Oh, it's this. Okay, that's this. I see. This is the area for copters. That is to say... Let's see here. Do I have like a drawing somewhere that I can explain how this works? I might have drawn it. I might not have. Well, let's find out. Copter spawn. Oh, that's like how copters... Oh, kind of. A little bit. Yeah, this has a little bit of it in there. So, there's supposed to be like this big sphere around the player. Here, there's the player, and there's the sphere. And the idea is that when a copter gets to that sphere, it knows to stop. Good question, Joe. So, if all of the helicopters stop at that single collision shape, then they're all gonna stack up on top of each other. So, by increasing the size of the collision shape, that means that the next copter, so one copter comes in, stops at this point, and then the shape gets, that's not a circle, and then the shape gets larger. And now that it's larger, the next helicopter that comes in will stop further away than the last one stopped. And then at that same moment, this will grow larger. And the next copter that comes in will stop even further away than that. And so what you get is a formation. I wonder if I can pull up a compiled version of the game. Like an old, I feel like that's something I would have done. But I mean, I've compiled a bunch, and I don't know that I've named them well. Let's just grab a random one, see what it's like. Because it would be nice to like show off like what it's supposed to look like. And again, this is compensating for what the navigation area does not handle well. Okay. We need to go further back. Let's do the first build. This is from January, February, March, April. This is from April. So it's going to be a little different. Did it not actually open? All right, I'll click it again. Yeah, okay, apparently the first one we made is broken. All right, next one. Probably don't need to keep it then. It just basically it opened and then closed right away. Oh, that one's broken too. I should really organize these old builds a little better. I guess I was experimenting with building the game for the first time, so I didn't really know what to expect. Wow, there we go. There it is. Wow, look how slow the game is. Oh, and we actually had navigation areas at this point. Wow, how the game has changed. This is from April. Look how slow it is. Oh my gosh. And you know what part of that was? It was the navigation areas. But here you can clearly see the helicopters sort of hit those formation points. That arrow. And they are navigating a little bit. You could see they sort of like adjusted their position just a tiny little bit. But the main thing to show off here is that they stop further in the distance. That's that collision shape getting bigger each time. And then right now, that got broken, so I need to fix it. I didn't know you could edit collision shape sizes at runtime. I thought I read that that was a no-no, but maybe it only applies to rigid bodies, or I misunderstood. It might work because it's area collision. And then, you know, like, for example, I've managed to change collisions being on or off at runtime by making sure to defer the call. So it could be, too, that changing the sizes doesn't work well unless you defer it. But yeah, no, I know what you're saying. It might just be for physical stuff. I do know what I have run into that, but yeah, I guess for whatever reason, it does work here. Maybe we're just... Oh yeah, we're changing shape radius. Yeah, it works. It does work. I don't remember why it works or sometimes doesn't work. Yeah, we got all... You can see all the assets. Because I'm always working on like one particular level. And we're not seeing any other levels. Back in these days, you know, I was just putting all of the things out into one big ol' field. But I don't think they all... it's not all set up as well as it used to be. But yeah, these are some of the assets that I've made. One day they'll all be in the game as they deserve. So it's possible that this is still working, but the initial size is not such that it growing really matters in a nice way. I'm surprised that that got changed somehow. Let's make it unique, just for safety's sake. Oh wait, no, it's still there. Oh wait, it's not infinitesimal. It isn't. It's quite large. It's this. There it is. So if I move this around, you can see it. That's the one. So it is there. It's just not being detected correctly. So why is that? Ah. that would do it. So its collision has been, oh, I wonder if it was causing problems, and since we weren't bothering with enemies anyway, I disabled its functionality. So we might actually see some issues if I turn this on. All right, let's turn it on. Let's see what happens. Why? I wonder why I turned that off. Probably for a good reason. Or kicking this problem down the street a little further. Like, I'll fix that some other day. Today's the day. All right, so two things I'm looking for. One, does making that collision area not be disabled break something? I do see an extra debugger error. That's number one. Does it break something by putting that on? And two, do the helicopters now form as they're supposed to? I don't see anything related to this showing up in here. There's plenty of things to deal with here, but nothing I think particularly relevant, apparently, possibly, that I'm willing to look into right now. All right, so I'm just gonna play the game normally. I'm not gonna worry about the helicopters for a second, because I want to check to see if enabling that has caused some kind of problem. So far, everything seems fine. I'm not noticing an issue. Make sure I can attack things. Let's even go so far as to pull up the power up menu. Wow, dude, attacking things takes so much longer now. Because before, I could like spam attack, but now attack is so slow that I can't even break buildings in time. That's new. So that, by making the attacks not be spammable, it's actually fundamentally changed how the game is played. That's something to think about. I might need to change buildings so it's easier to break them apart sooner, so you can access their contents. Or make buildings weaker. Wow, I don't even have time to like attack this building and get a cow. Wow, that just completely changes the gameplay. Interesting. Might have to look into that. But then again, there's something I like about it, because it adds a different challenge to the game. It makes it so you can't just quickly get a bunch of stuff. You have to be a little bit more, you have to plan out your abductions a little more carefully. Kind of like that. But like, for example, instead of the roof breaking off, I might want to say that the walls break off first. So that way you can quickly access things inside instead of having to attack more times to get to the contents. Because I don't even get to them at all. But then again, then the levels last longer, and you have to like maybe hope for something outside of the building. There also could be power-ups that help you do more damage. So this could be part of it, that it's hard to break into buildings early, and the player tries, and they're like, oh, I can't. Why can't I? Because you need to get a power-up. But then again, power-ups, if they're like randomized, you know, and the player doesn't get that power-up, now we just have a bunch of like, you know, aspects of the game that the player is just locked out of until they randomly get the power-up they need. So in some way, there's a problem with that. Wow. Yeah, that really changes the gameplay a lot. It's amazing, these little things that I just kind of took for, not granted, but, you know, I just assumed, oh yeah, we'll always be able to spam attack everything. And I build the game around that. And then I take that feature away, and suddenly the game doesn't work. Okay, so the reason why I was testing all this was because I wanted to make sure that proximity wasn't getting in the way of clicking or hovering on things, and it's not. So that all seems good. We can pick a power up, we can move on to the next level. I don't see an issue. So let's try the helicopters and see if the helicopter will stop in front of the player as it should. Okay, here we go. Spawning a copter. Nice. So there, it stopped a little short. Let's spawn another copter. Nice. A little further back, spawn another copter. A little further back each time. There we go. Perfect. Sweet. Copters for days. And then we can attack those copters, and they fall out of the sky. So they're supposed to actually become obstacles that can hurt you as they fall out of the sky. But I feel like at some point that got broken. Oh, and if they're far away, it really doesn't get to you in time. Actually, that did. Do they still hurt you? Oh, they do! Nice. Cool. Functionality. Let's go. Oh, and you can smack them out of the sky as they're falling too, and break them before they hit the ground. Awesome. Okay, great. Good. I'm gonna commit that. We're doing a lot of commits today. Copter spawns reinstated. NPC spawner is no longer automatic. Debug key 4 spawns a copter via a signal emission, checking for the copter string. Really, it's just checking for a string. The spawn script checks for copter string. If it sees it, then it spawns a copter. Proximity area around player reinstated and seems to function properly. Okay. Cool. Now this is specifically the copter area, so there might be different types of copters. But let's say there's like a tank, right? Or some kind of vehicle on the ground. I'd want that to have a different proximity area, in theory. And also, if you destroy the closest copter, so I kind of am thinking that they come in fleets. So like you destroy the full fleet, then the collision shape goes back to its original size. So that way it extends out again. And then maybe I'd want, let's say, a melee enemy to get much closer. So its proximity area would be a lot. We actually wouldn't even want that to have, we would, but I wouldn't want it to be an area that grows, because they all would want to be crowding around the player. Which is a little different, because then it's like I'd want one to be here, one there, one there, one there, one there. So there's actually a lot of complications for setting up each enemy. Right now, today, I would like to set up, just for the copter, bullets shooting. Because likely, certainly, I could reuse, hopefully, that shooting mechanic on different enemy types. How different enemy types will be set up to move and behave, that's its own thing. Hopefully, I could reuse these bullets that I'm going to set up here in any of the enemies. So we'll see. I'm going to try. I guess I should update my task here. So let's say making a modular shooting mechanic. So how do I want to do this? Do I want to, and I do have to think about like performance, right? I mean, if we are spawning a bunch of bullets, I mean, if I want there to be like a shoot 'em up bullet hell vibe or something, I probably don't want too many bullets flying all around. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm not sure what's going to make the most sense of that. I mean, it can be really simple. It doesn't have to be like a complicated shape or anything. You know, we could try a stress test. I mean, at the end of the day, things are going to get complicated. Like, I've been playing a game, Vampire Survivors, a lot lately. I've really been enjoying Vampire Survivors. And I play it on the Switch. And at least on the Switch, there's always a point when you're at the end of the level where there's tons and tons of bullets and effects on screen, and it starts to chug. And, you know, it's just like at some point, that's just gonna have to happen. I love Vampire Survivors. I never played it until like the last couple months. Dungeon Martian in the chat really was the one who got me to play it. Specifically as research for this game, and I just ended up just a little addicted to it. I just love it. It's just so fun. Yeah. So you're gonna do it with raycast from the copter? I don't know. I literally have no idea how I'm gonna do it. I don't know. My first thought is really that the bullets work just like the helicopter does, where the bullets just look at the player and they calculate the distance between themselves and the player and then move towards the player. And then once they reach the player, we don't even have to have collisions on them. We could just say that when that distance between it and the player is a certain number, 0 or whatever, then the player takes that damage. Assuming the player doesn't have a shield or whatever the heck it's gonna be. On the other hand, I have to consider, well, what are the bullets targeting? Do they target your healthiest limb? Do they target your weakest limb? Do they target your head? If the player's head dies, it's game over. So like them technically targeting the head would be the wisest, you know? On the other hand, by targeting the arms, they can't get attacked. So like, to what extent do I want that AI? I know, I gotta think. I gotta come up with some ideas. It's game over if that head gets killed. But if like all of the enemies are gunning for the head, it's gonna be game over real quick. You know, how can the player somehow dodge? You know, and that's the other thing. That with the bullets, wait, we can't do that. Because the bullets then would follow the player. So we'd have to make a few changes there, actually. Because they'd be like homing missiles. So the player does need to be able to move out of the way. So it kind of needs to pick a direction and not constantly update it. That would just need to be a single chosen. The moment that the bullet is shot, it chooses where it's gonna go, and then if you move, it goes past. Oh, the copters are always pointing at the player. I actually didn't even think about it that way. Wow. I was thinking, like, technically, even if the copter wasn't facing the player, they could still shoot at the player. But that would be even easier. Is that the bullets just shoot the same direction as the thing that's spawning them. So whatever shoots the bullet, that's the direction that it goes. Simple as that. I kind of like that, actually. And you know, there could be like different types of bullets, right? Like rockets, and maybe there is a homing missile. You know, it's fun to think about like different bullet patterns. You know, at that point, it's like, how realistic do I want it to be? I mean, I don't know if in the real world there are beautiful, you know, designs that bullets shoot out in, you know, like, you know, like pairs or like triplets or anything like that. I feel like that's typically, yes, exactly. I feel like that's typically not the way real bullets work. I feel like they go like this. That's it. You don't get like these beautiful shapes and formations. That doesn't mean the game has to abide by that reality, but it would be a lot easier if it did. So I'm gonna say yes. If it's easier, that's the path. Obviously, explosives start to make things a little bit more complicated, but not really. I mean, they do, but it's just different. So I'm not gonna worry about that. I want a simple bullet that goes straight forward, and it doesn't change its position. And then we just say, keep track of the player position, and if it literally, I mean, I hate to have a bunch of bullets with collisions flying around, because that's going to complexify. That's going to make the performance get quite bad. But then I would need to somehow mathematically adjust the... It would need to be able to know if it's hit the player. It seems a little hard to me. Maybe I'm just not good at math. Because it would have to be like based on the shape of like the player's body part. So I think we need to use collisions. I think we have to use collisions. I think that's the only way this works. And that's why I'm doing this. That's the whole reason that I'm doing this now, because we finally set up the body collisions. But I feel like there's some degree of faux pas, of amateurity, to be using collision shapes on bullets. I apologize if that's true. I guess I should make sure it's like... a sphere, something easy to calculate. DJ says, it's only kind of working, but progress. Nice. You posted in live text for later, since you're busy. But yeah, nice work, DJ. I love it. Yeah, and remember, if you want me to check it out on stream, come through the community creation streams, the secret stream, on Fridays after the game jams. That way, I can check it out. It's times like these, I like to just smile and nod. I like the head going upside down. Since I am totally clueless. That's alright. Hey, Stoner Jesus. Wait, Stoner Jesus is a member. That means we gotta sing a member song. Let's crank it up. I can sing to this. Oh, the song's about to end. Let's start it over. Stoner Jesus. Stoner Jesus is here and they have a gift for you. Stoner Jesus rising out of the ocean, walking on the beach, what's in his hand? It's a little bit of joy for you, gonna pass that thing and make you feel good. Cause he's a stoner Jesus, he's gonna make you feel good. Stoner Jesus rising out of the ocean, walking on the beach, got something in his hand. He's gonna give it to you, make you feel better. Stoner Jesus, thank you for your gift. Stoner Jesus, thank you for your gifts. Stoner Jesus, thank you for your gifts. I appreciate the gifts that you be giving us, making us happy. There you go. There's your member song, Stoner Jesus. I'm really sorry, but also you're super welcome as well. I'm glad you were jamming to it. I'm glad. Joe says there's so many different ways of doing it. Right. If the bullets are realistic and don't hit instantly, it's significantly more complicated than instant hit. If they're realistic and don't hit instantly, it's significantly more complicated than, I don't know if I understand what that means. Yeah, Stoner Jesus just walked up and gave you a huge gun, something. Oh, is it? It's not a gun. Oh no, it's terrorist Jesus. You're trying to do programmatic auto tiling. Smart. You had no clue how they did the corner stuff, but you made it work. That sounds awesome, DJ. Please make sure you come through. So here's the thing. If you are signed up on the Patreon, so head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev. Join it for free. You may have already done this, I don't know, but I'm just letting you know. Join the Patreon for free. Then every Friday before the game jam, I send out an email. And that email has a link to the live stream, the community creation live stream. And you can go there even before the stream. Join the queue. There's a Q&A, or I think you might know about the way we do that. There's a queue in the chat in there. And if you let me know what you have and where I can find it, you know, you can just say on the Discord, in the Games by You, in live text, you know, a thing. Then I will check it out on that stream. That's the rules. That's how that works. I hope that made sense. I really want to see it. I want to see it. Help me see it. But we have rules. We have process. We have a way of doing this. I give gifts of all kinds. Do you want the player to be able to dodge the bullets? Absolutely. 100%. 100%. I love you, Trevor. You're a go boy. Grooming. He's just taking a bath. He's like, you know what? I think I'm gonna bathe in front of everybody today. He probably just got some medicine in his ears. And he's just like, I don't like it. Alright, so let's just do this. I'm gonna set up it as a collision. You definitely will. You're basically just building game system stuff. Gonna make all sort of enemies and objects. DJ, I'm so proud of you. You're getting work done. You're getting stuff done. You're making it happen. Let's go. One thing at a time. Easiest way is bullets have collision. Right. Just give him collision. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just like preemptively just like, oh my god, is this gonna be a performance nightmare? Maybe it will. Perhaps it's better just to do it and find out. And if there's a performance problem, deal with it then. I think that's the way to go. Okay, so I'm gonna use, I guess, similar code to keep track. I mean, really, we just have to, just use collision. I mean, we almost don't need anything. Let me just make, I mean, just for like a size reference, basically, I'll create it in here. but we're gonna save it as its own inherited scene. So I'm going to add a mesh instance. It doesn't really need to be 3D, so that's something that could be iterated on. But let's make it 3D. Yeah, let's make it 3D. I guess the bullets, maybe I'd rather have, I mean, I kind of want them to be like rectangular prism shaped. It's kind of what I want. Is that bad? It might be bad. We're gonna find out. Just like little bops, little boppy boops. Not too little, actually kind of big. Get a big collision shape grouping, multiple bullets. Have the helicopter fire in bursts. Might be better in performance. Oh, that's a good idea. Wow. That's a really good idea. I didn't even think about that. Wow. So there would just be like a big long snake. Just like a dashed snake. Just like flying through the air. And then that would lead to like being able to do like more shapes and stuff too. All right, so I'm gonna start with the probably obviously less performant. Wow, oh man, I wonder if they're, man. Yeah, wow. It's gonna be, I mean, the thing is I don't necessarily need a lot of enemies on screen. All right, Joe, I'm gonna keep that in mind, and let me give you some props for giving me suggestions and ideas and stuff. I guess we'll do, you know, maybe we'll say, do we have any kind of enemy categories? Enemy spawns. Let's make a new column, and we'll say, enemy bullets. And we'll just give you some props for helping me come up with that. Because I'd rather find out that I need to do that than start out that way. So I'm going to start out like this with the single bullets and then probably notice performance problems and then need to adjust. But for now, let's try it like this. It's probably a bit of a large bullet, but we'll see. All right, so I actually don't probably want it to be a mesh on the top level. I'm not sure what I want it to be on the highest level. I think I'd like it to be red. Honestly, it would be best if it was treated like an obstacle that you can't attack. Do we have a way to say that obstacles can't be targeted? I'm actually not sure. That wouldn't be hard to set up though. That would be pretty easy to set up. Because I've actually set that up for the aliens that are in the main menu. Up here we have a static variable, is hoverable. So across every single version of this script, everything that has this script on it, we can turn them all on or off. I mean, we wouldn't want that to be true. Oh, we have unhoverable here. This is where the unhoverable, so we don't want the static one, we'd want this. And then, so what is unhoverable? Where does that become relevant? If it's not unhoverable, if it is hoverable and not unhoverable, so it just turns its collision on or off, and that's what we could just do. Well, the collision layer. The collision layer being what, like, let's say you hover over an obstacle. If the collision layer is set to true, you can detect it and attack it. We don't want you to be able to attack bullets. So I'd want the layer to be, we could just make the layer false to begin with. Just never have this be true. Well, but again, if we're gonna use the same obstacle script, I would need to set that up with this unhoverable thing. Okay, got it. Understood. Where else do we use it? That's it. Okay. Because then the mask should still work. So if it sees the player can't see it, but it can see the player if we allow the mask to still be true. Okay. So let me come back to my copter. We're going to make it a node 3D on the top level, just like an obstacle. Putting the mesh in there. Let me actually move this position of the mesh. Whoops, not the size. The position back to the origin, and then we'll move the node forward. Now, as for a collision shape, spheres, I'm told, are the fastest to render. So let's make it a sphere, quite a bit smaller than that. We really only need the front of the bullet to have the collision detecting going on. Now, I am going to need like an area so the collision actually is applying to something. So let's shrink that way on down. I think we could be more generous to the player there. Let me go orthogonal with the view. Oops. Okay. Go here, click that, focus it. See if I can actually get this the way I want it. Yeah, there we go. So you can see that is coming out a little too far. I'd rather it be like inside of the mesh. Maybe a little bigger than that. A little bit bigger. Just a tiny bit bigger. A little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. A little bit smaller. A little bit smaller. Okay, so maybe right like that. And then I'm gonna pull this back so it's inside of that. Now I need an area. Well, really what you need is an obstacle. So we're gonna set up an obstacle. That's an area 3D. In there we put the collision shape, and I need to make sure it's set up like any normal obstacle would. So that means it needs hit points, which is ridiculous. Because it's gonna get angry if it doesn't have hit points, because it depends on there being hit points. Maybe we don't make this an obstacle. Maybe we make it similar to an obstacle, but it fundamentally is a bit different. Because it doesn't need hit points. It's not going to take damage. It's different. I mean, the reason why we're making it an obstacle is because we have the on area entered, right? We just kind of want to use that. Yeah, because this already checks to see if it's hitting the body. If it is, don't do any damage. It emits how much damage it does. We just don't need a lot of this stuff. A lot of this isn't relevant. So against some better judgment, I think I'm going to not call it an obstacle. I think we're going to give it its own unique thing. I don't think we're going to make it an obstacle. That concerns me a tiny bit. But it just feels too different. It'll share a little bit, but basically I'd have to go into obstacle and turn off so many things. So I don't know, we'll see. For now, let's just make it its own thing. So this is bullet. Put a mesh instance in there. And I guess we could call this even like on a larger scale a copter bullet. Copter bullet 1. The first type of copter bullet, like maybe a different copter has different bullets somehow. I don't know. I'm not sure how I want to structure all this yet. Put the collision in there. Then I'd want a script on the bullet, just like we do for the obstacles. And this would be... Where do I even want to put this? Like just scripts in general? Spawners, UI, NPCs. I mean, the obstacle script we put in objects. Oh, we don't. Where does the obstacle script? Does it just live in scripts? Maybe we just put it in scripts. Let's just put it in scripts. So this is the bullet script. And I want to give it a class name. And I just want to make it look very, very similar to the obstacle script. But not entirely. We don't want any of that hit point stuff in there. Projectile might be a better name if you want it more general, but do you? Ooh! Smart. Projectile. Yes. That is what I want. That is absolutely what I want. It's a longer word, which I don't like. But I like it. I like it. I'm here for it. All right, let's refactor that. Instead of bullet, good call. We're gonna call this projectile script. I like it. Enemy bullets. Look, I'll even update the credit. And that raises the question though, like what about player projectiles? Like if there's a power up or something that gives you, I don't know, a drone that hovers behind you. Would I want to set it up so these also work, these projectiles also work for that? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. So I might even just change this to projectiles. Give you another credit there. See, even you just saying that just makes it like, makes so many more things click. Thank you. Okay, not the copter script. We want to go to our projectile script, or our obstacle script. And the main thing that we want is area entered. We just want area entered stuff. It is an area by default, or that is what its node is. So this will all be on there and available to use. So let's pop that in. Let's get rid of some of this mess. Func on area entered. Check what the area is. Func on area exited. Check what that is. Come back to the obstacle script. Did you add a new area to the player without a defined is part? Well, that does sound like I should probably do that. Now, this is checking to see if the body part has... Yeah, this makes sense. I've seen other code use that terminology, just a little more readable and extendable. Yeah, it is. It is. I love it. I really like the sound of the word projectile versus bullet as well. It just sounds less violent and scary. So yeah, good catch. For many reasons. So when it enters, it's going, yeah, we can put this might be useful to keep here. Yeah, let's put all this in here. Let's put all, we can just copy all of this. Collided body part. Maybe I'll even, let's just grab literally 100% of all of this. Now this area undamaged, I don't know that do we really use that anymore? Do I really use that? Let's see. It looks like it is set up on the player. What does it do? Oh, so what this does is if you run into something that stops you, right? So if you run into a wall or whatever, and the player stops moving, and then you are no longer colliding with that wall, the terrain starts moving again. So we don't actually, that's not going to be relevant to bullets, probably. Maybe. Probably not, though. So I actually think we don't need area exited stuff at all. One less thing. Yeah, I think it makes sense to make a new script because there's, I mean, on one hand, there are some things related to like the way obstacles detect stuff that I might wish was there for bullets at some point in the future, but I'm just gonna let myself discover that the hard way, and then if I change it someday, I'll change it. Okay, anyway, so coming back to here, we want to say that, wait, is this the right place? Obstacle script here, just the area entered function. Open up the projectile. So we're gonna actually get rid of this one, get rid of exited, and then paste this on in. We'll call this collided body part. I think that's fine to keep that name in there. Collided body part. Damage amount. Right, so we'll need to set up that. It's damage amount and the slowdown. I don't think we need to worry about slowdown. I mean, it's possible. Like, you know, if it's like a big explosive thing, maybe the player gets like stopped. But I'm gonna cross that bridge if we get there and maybe do it in a different way. So we're not gonna worry about that. Damage amount, yeah. There could be bullets that do more damage, especially if it's like a homing missile or something, you know, that could like totally kill a limb. So I think damage amount is a good one to keep. Now you can see here we have obstacle damage amounts. We have like an enum, so we can set it on each one. I think we should do that. Except this time it's going to be projectile. Although to be fair, we're not checking for that on the other end. So we have to set up a special check for projectiles. So over on the body part script, here it says amount to damage is set to the damage amount. If amount to damage, we could easily make a match statement out of this. We probably should. This is hideous. Match amount to damage, obstacle damage amounts full. Then we want limb damage amount to be 100, and then just refactor all of those like that. And then we could add in one for projectiles. It's kind of annoying, but I think it'll work. I don't know that I'd want a bullet that does no damage. Doesn't seem very useful. I wonder if I could get away with like an or here, like or projectile damage amounts full. Couldn't resolve it because of a parser error. I mean, technically it doesn't exist, so that could be the problem. Don't really need a nun. I could make one. I don't know why I'd want a nun. Maybe it could be if you have a certain, like, ability. Alright, let's put none in there. So I need to create that enum similar to how I have it here. So I'll just grab this, come to the projectile script, set it up. Don't care about slowdown stuff. Just do that all exactly the same. Couldn't resolve body part because of a parser error. What? What's with these parser errors? It's a little confusing. Because, I mean, that exists. I mean, is that... It's not having that issue over here. I wonder why it's not finding it. Maybe... Oh, are we good? Oh, okay. All right. I don't know. It figured it out. Good. You parsed it. Well done. Great. Excellent. All right. Neat. So now, let's make sure we set this particular projectile. We want lowest. Yep, that's correct. All right. Nice. Obviously, I might want to make it look a certain way. None damage could be a stun mechanic that just slows the player if you ever want that. Whoa, nice. It's a good idea. To be fair, stunning would actually be a benefit. The slower you go, the easier the game is. Not really. Well, that's true for forward and backward. Left and right, that is not an advantage. So actually, true. True. Excellent point. Wow, neat. Well, now I want to, like, write that down. I want to remember that. I'm going to my Hack and Plan. Hack and Plan is a project manager, similar to, like, Trello. But aimed at game devs. It is free. There are some paid features. I'm using free stuff myself. Lets me organize boards and things for managing my project. And it also has a way for me to take notes down for ideas like what Joe is talking about. Gameplay, obstacle types, grabbing, power-ups, enemy types. We don't have anything in there. It's just empty. Well, we could just say projectiles. I think that makes a little bit more sense than calling it like a... Now we've got this projectile terminology. And then in here, I would want to say stun. Could slow the player down, especially bad for left/right movement. Or enemies down if player can get such a power-up. Suggested by Joe Schmo. Note taken. Note has been taken. And I thank you. Racking up those projectile points. I feel like this could be more of a game concepts credit. It seems a little arbitrary, but I don't think it is. Nice. Agreed. Alright, so that note has been taken. Now I'm gonna come back to this mesh instance. Let's make it look away. Now in my mind's eye, as unrealistic as this looks, I don't really care. I just kinda want it to be like a bright red thing. You know? Just like easy to see somehow. Looks bad for you. Stupid simple. I could even come in here and maybe make it like glowy a little bit. I don't know if that'll actually show up super glowy, but we can try. And I'd like it to not be shaded as well. Alright, so let's save this. Not really sure where I want to put this. To be honest, I guess I could make like a projectiles folder. Projectiles. You get your own folder. Bullet 1. Simple as that. Alright. You know, I could make changes to it as needed. Now I'm going to save this as a scene. I guess in our projectiles folder then. Copter projectile 1. Okay, now I can actually delete this from here. And we'd want to set up code that actually generates this thing. So how often does it shoot? Why does it shoot? Where is it shooting at? These are important questions. And there's probably more with the projectile. Like, we need the projectile to destroy itself, right? Didn't think about that, did I? So I'd actually want it to receive information from the body part once it hits the body part. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. I'm missing a lot of things. Let's... I didn't set up any of the collision stuff at all. It would actually... I feel like it needs its own collision layer and mask. That would make the most sense. Let's give it to it. So on the projectile here, let's see which layers are available right now for assignment. Oh, that doesn't look good. There we go. So layer 1 is the ground, 2 is NPC, 3 is obstacle, 4 is health, 5 is cursor zone, 6 is power-ups, 7 is menu buttons, 8 is nothing. Alright, looks like it's gonna be 8. Projectiles. Or I guess we just say projectile. Alright, now I'm gonna set this up in the code here. Just so I don't have to type it, I'm just gonna grab a bunch of this. Come back over here to the projectile script. And we'll just slam that on in. I'd actually rather put it below these myself. It's a lot of falses. A lot of these are set because some of them, it's trying to override something that could accidentally be there. I think the only ones I need to like make sure I do that for is like 1. I don't think we have any other things to worry about. So I'm gonna put this to 8. We want that to be true. It is on layer 8, and it's detected. Or it also is looking, well, wouldn't we want it to be looking? Okay, I gotta remind myself. Layer is what it is. Mask is what it's looking for. So I'd want it to be looking for the player, right? That would be 16. Am I doing that correctly? I believe so. Yeah. Yep. Okay, great. Excellent. So now that actually will like work with detection. Now, how are we gonna get it to actually go? Well, you're not done yet, Lise, because the player has to also be looking for this mask, right? So we need to come back to the body part script. Right now, the only thing it looks for is mask 3, or layer. Right, it's looking for things on layer 3, basically. And layer 3 is going to be obstacle. So we want to say that it also is checking for layer 8. And then when that happens, so we need to say area entered is delayed. Yeah, we don't need to delay anything. Well, it's not going to enter it because I don't think that's relevant. I think that's different. I'm going to have to see about that. We're probably going to have some issues. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Let's just get these bullets spawning so that way I can actually test them correctly. All right, so is it going to be like all the time? They just like constantly shoot like at a certain interval? Yeah, I would think so. That's a little tough. That's a little tough. Let's just keep it kind of simple for now. And let's just say like every second or something, it shoots out a bullet. That's often. There's like no break, just constant bullets being shot. I kind of hate that. We could do like somewhat randomized as well. It's a little tricky. It's a little bit tricky. Because we also want to fetch. I feel like it should aim for the head. That's what I think. I think it should aim for the head. I think that makes the most sense. That's always been the plan. So let's do that. So that means I need the copter to know where the player's head is and how to target it. Now it doesn't look like, well, the player has to be set up in here somehow. Okay, there's the player. Beautiful. The player is just set up as the come on. Player proximity. Oh, right. I forgot about the trick that Jonas taught us. Oh, is that gonna work here? Oh, wait, select this, Control D. Yes! Oh, frick yeah. Player proximity. Awesome. 13 matches. Wait, did it actually select them all? Wait a minute. Control D. 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 Oh, we have to click each one. No? Because I guess we wouldn't want them all to be oh god. Okay, this is a little more complicated than I thought it would be. Because you can see in some places, I wouldn't necessarily, you gotta go through each one. In some places, I wouldn't want it to do it. Like here, I wouldn't actually want it to change that one. So with something named as generically, I mean, I would ideally like to have not named it so generically in the first place. Hence why I'm changing it. But it seems like we can actually do right up until there, and we'll hit most of them anyway. So I think we're kind of lucky here. Could you highlight a longer, more specific segment? I don't know if I can, because it's just like this word player, you know? I guess I could do like player dot. That could work. Oh, so it really is just like searching. It's not necessarily looking for references per se. It's actually just searching for other places where that exists in the script. Interesting. Very interesting. Why not find and replace? Yeah, I mean, at this point, I guess because this is a cool new thing that Jonas told me about today. And I want to understand it better and experiment with it. And I thought it was searching for references. But it seems like it's literally doing what find would do, except it's just highlighting it. Yeah, I'm so glad. Yeah. No, it's great, especially if I want to like make a short about it. I would want to know what those caveats are. So yeah, that's kind of why I'm using this, is for the sake of experimentation, Joe, to learn it a little better. So now I'm going to rename it to player proximity dot, except this one doesn't get the dot. And then it'll update everywhere that matters. And we can fix it there. Yeah, I love learning too. I really do. That's why I want to use it, because I want to like keep discovering how it works or doesn't work. Okay, so that's updated. That's a little more clear. And then now I'm going to actually on-ready the player. Or we could even be more specific, and I could say player head. So I would think I'd want the origin of the player head collision shape, which is a bit of a mouthful here. So that would be player detection areas, yes. We'd want area head / something. Let me go figure out what. Jonas is about to start a new Paper Mario 1000 Years Door playthrough. I need someone to name my file. Whoa, you can name your... I forgot. Man, I remember... I feel like I played the first Paper Mario game. And maybe I started the 1000 Year Door. Unless that was the first one. I forgot. It's been so long. Super Mario RPG was like one of the formative games in my childhood. The old Super Nintendo game. And so when Paper Mario came out, everyone was like, it's a spiritual successor to Super Mario RPG. I was like, okay, I have to play it. It was similar. It was very, very, very similar. Such good games. And you can, I don't remember that you can name your files. That's tough. What should you name your file in Paper Mario 1000 Year Door? Best run yet. Best run yet. Let's be optimistic. I remember I watched some like tool assisted whatever playthrough or whatever of someone doing like trying to get Paper Mario to be played by a bot. That was pretty wild. I think they live stream it too. They like live stream figuring out how to set up the AI to play it for them. But yeah, I don't know, guys. You got suggestions for Jonas? Maybe not. The lurkers do be lurking. Okay, so area head is right here. We want it to go to, well, it depends. Ooh, it depends if the head is hurt or not. Oh, you can only name, okay, best. Best! It's the best! Yay, I influenced somebody's life. Let's go. It's the best run. It's the best one. It's the best. You can tell because of the name. I hope it's a fun one. I hope it turns out to be even close to the best one yet. Sometimes the first is always the best. You never know. You never know. I kind of need to be a point that either head collision would work for. So you can see I'm hiding and unhiding the healthy head collision shape. Now I'm gonna hide and unhide the hurt one. I think we can just go to the center. I mean, they're in the same place. Look at that. They're in the same place. If we use either origin, it's going to hit either one. So I think we can just pick one of these and it's gonna be fine. So within area head, we want collision A head. I'm just gonna copy that, paste that on in. And we should be okay. Okay. So now, I mean, really, we could just, I guess I should do a timer. Yeah, let's set up a timer on here, on the copter. Really, I could do it just like I did my NPC spawn, like exactly the same. Let me open up that script. Do a spawn interval. Well, we want to do this on the copter. The projectile is just the projectile. This will be projectile spawn interval minimum. That's a long variable name. Projectile spawn interval max. We could say the minimum time could be 0.5. The maximum time could be 5. It's a very big interval, I think, maybe. Okay. Let's come back to the NPC spawner. Create a spawn interval timer. Oh, we just want to be on the copter. Projectile. I don't even think we need the word spawn here. I think we can just say interval, just to keep it a little shorter. Come back to the NPC spawns. Take up the timer. It's 1 by 1, baby. That's how I'm doing it. Ready function here. Projectile interval timer. We want to say on timeout. On projectile interval timeout, let's call it. Func on projectile interval timeout. All right. Coming back to the NPC script. We want to set up that timer and how it behaves and add it to the tree. Head back to the copter. So, you know, I'd have to do this for every enemy. They'd all have to have their own pattern. And that makes sense that an enemy would have its own way of doing this stuff. I think that seems logical. We're gonna refactor this. Projectile interval timer. Projectile interval minimum, projectile interval maximum. Add child, projectile interval timer. Okay, okay, okay. It's getting there little by little. I think that should be good. And then in the function, I'm even gonna grab all of that. We'd want to start the timer again. I'm not gonna keep track of how many have been shot. I don't think we need ammo capacity for enemies. So I'm just gonna grab this. Come back to our copter. Comment this back in. Switch it to projectile interval. Same thing here. Projectile. Projectile. We want to add it as... Sure, copter bullet. Copter bullet. And then we want to set up that scene right in here to be what gets instantiated. What's that like? Does that work? Am I missing something? Probably. I'm probably missing something. I'm anxious. No, they don't get removed yet. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. We need to say if they, if they miss the player and they go off screen, they need to be destroyed or queue freed. If they hit the player, they also need to be queue freed. Or else, we're gonna have a lot of crap. Oh, we got some more debugs. Oh, it's probably signals. That's probably what it is. I'm not worried about that right now. Okay. So there's problems. Let's just get that right. But let's just see what it's like. What? Okay, some things occurred. There's a little something right there. That's right there. Uh-oh. I typed Bodwe part. No, I didn't. Really? Wow. Oops. I don't remember doing that. Are you sure I did that? And that wasn't just... I feel like there was actually another error. And just when I was moving, I was in the middle of pressing the W key, and so it wedged a W in there. You can just add a def plane area behind your collector node that deletes anything. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, either that or... maybe if it passes a certain point, like if its Z position is less than 0. Something like that. For sure. I thought the on-screen visibility notifier, but then I was thinking maybe that's gonna be a little performance heavy if every bullet has an on-screen visibility notifier. But I don't know. All right, I'm gonna try not to be pressing W. So there the bullet just appeared right there. So here's a problem. The bullet isn't being told to travel from the position of the helicopter to the head. So I need to set up that information. So that way it knows we got to set up that look at kind of thing, that move. We got to set up all that crap. So there's that, number one. Number two, what's this? Invalid access to property or key is part on a base object of type area 3D. If collided body part is... So on the bullets could have a lifespan timer. That's true. Yeah. Oh, so many different ways to do it. Totally. That might even be safer, potentially. Is bullet shot of the helicopter? What's controlling its initial position on spawn? I don't know. We can figure that out. Something. Good questions. Invalid access to property or key is part on a base object of type area 3D. So on the area 3D projectile, it's trying to find is part, which doesn't make any sense. It's supposed to be finding is part on what it collides with, if what it collides with is a body part. This is an obstacle. Why is there an obstacle on here? Don't need a timer for each bullet. True, yeah, that might not be the most... I feel like a Z position might be good. Let me circle back to that, Joe. I'm surprised because... it was taking me to the obstacle script. The error was taking me not to the projectile script, but to the obstacle script. The obstacle script why would that even be relevant here? Is it because an obstacle... I guess what this would imply is that the obstacle is colliding with the bullet. Which, now that I think about it, that would be kind of very good. If the enemies could shoot buildings and obstacles, yes, please. I 100% want that. I forgot to implement it. It apparently is already trying to implement itself. But this is not correct. So what has happened is the bullet has entered the area of an obstacle. And the obstacle is like, this bullet doesn't have a body part. That's what's happening. So why would it detect that? I guess the projectile has a collision layer true on 8. Why would the obstacle be looking for collision layer 8? I don't exactly understand that. I mean, I could say set collision mask value 8 false. I could do that. I could even come in here. I mean, let's just do that one thing at a time. This is actually gonna be a lot of work. There's a lot to do here. There's a lot to think about here. But yeah, Joe, I hear you're saying, like, you know, trying to get it to start from the position of the copter. Right now, it's just instantiating it. It's adding it. It might, yeah, I feel like it's adding it to the current scene, not to the copter. So there's that. I don't know if I'd want it on the copter. Because then if the copter moves, the bullet's gonna move with the copter. So I think instead we just want it to, we want to change its vector of the position that it begins from and ends from to be relative to the copter that shoots it. Which actually shouldn't be too hard. Maybe. But I got some other problems. It's weird if you add the bullet as a child of a shooter. Makes sense. Alright, so let's look for a bullet to appear. There's a bullet right there. Set it as top level, we might as well give it a better parent. That's true. So there's the bullet. Now, if this comes into contact with an obstacle, get out of the way, at least get out of the way. Move, okay, I'm moving, here we go here, where do I go? So eventually, it's gonna hit something like this. And as soon as it does, we get an error. Which is strange. Oh, it was gonna hit me. That's terrifying. I hate that. Please don't let that ever happen. The collided body part is copter projectile. It is the hay bale. This is a little surprising, I'll be honest. Itself. And now this might be just inspector stuff that could be different from code. Probably will be. It's looking for the player. It is an obstacle. It's very confusing. On area entered. Did you add a new area to the player without... I didn't add a new area to the player without a defined is part, actually. I actually did not do that. But thank you for asking, self. Why would the projectile... I mean, on one hand, again, I do actually want it to be detected by obstacles. This is very confusing. Okay, if I set the collision layer to 8, false. What do you think about that? Like, can you just not deal with 8? Because unless I need to set false. Maybe I need to set things as false on the projectile. And it's being read as true for some reason. I can do that. I'm fine with that. I won't ask any questions. Okay, there's our helicopter. There's a bullet. Collided with the fence. And still thinks it's bumping into that. How odd. So it must not be 8 that it's bumping into. I mean, the only thing that it would be looking for, if I'm understanding anything in this world correctly, what it would be looking for is $16. Oh my gosh. See what I did there? I see what I did there. I forgot. I'm calling it a body part. I'm literally saying you are on 16, which is the layer reserved for body parts. I'm calling that true. I meant to call that mask. Forgot to rename that. Yeah, that's it. That's all it is. Okay. But it did make me realize that I would like it to indeed, yeah, just a little typo. Well, they'll get you. Typos will really get you. I do want it to be able to hit obstacles. But one thing at a time. Let's get it to hit the player first. I love that everyone does that kind of thing sometimes. Everyone. It's too easy not to. I don't know what I'm testing at this point. I mean, I know that's going to be resolved. But you can see that the bullet isn't moving, so I can't actually hit it onto the player. But at least now we can make sure that it's not going to collide incorrectly with things. And indeed, it does not. Alright, great. The bullet is there. It's a live round in a sense. And they're probably just stacking up. They're just constantly spawning there on top of each other. But we want them to move around. So, on the projectile, when it enters the world, we need it to do stuff. Let's make it do stuff then. I want to say func physics process. We need it to start from a certain position. Bullet position equals bullet.transform.basis.z plus equals speed times delta. It's close to what's needed. It's been a while since I messed with vectors in Godot. So while I believe you must be telling some truth, what I was gonna do was just grab impressive. I was just gonna borrow the copter, because the copter script does the same thing. It's essentially a bullet, except the difference is it stops short of the player. So this just wouldn't stop short. So I feel like what you're describing, heck, you may even help me have set this code up back when I set this up. I bet you did. I bet you were the one who helped me write this in the first place. I would be surprised if that wasn't true. It's just now I need that to be a little different. Well, I might need to come back to what you shared, Joe. So let's keep that in mind. So we need the start position. It needs to know what shot it. So not only when we run this projectile interval timeout, do we want it to instantiate a bullet? Yeah. So I will remove the look at. Yes, we'll make sure to remove the look at. Yeah. We're just gonna inherit the position that the copter is at the moment that it shoots it. We're not gonna keep the look at. Yeah. I mean, but for like homing missiles or something, this would actually be good. But not for this simple bullet. So I would want to send, when it gets instantiated, I'd want to send it with some information. So maybe we could say, look at it's perfect. I have some less perfect homing I can share if you want later. Maybe, yeah, if we get, yeah. I mean, if you want to share it at some point, there's a chance I might take a look at it. And even if I do, there's a smaller chance that I'm able to make sense of it. Yeah, one of these days I'll definitely be working on it, though. I'm usually not looking for creative solutions if a simpler one exists in terms of implementing it. But I love that we can all come up with different things. And I know you've made a lot. You stole it from a YouTube video. Oh, sometimes you can get some really good stuff just hunting around on the internet. Some like confusing code that it's like, don't know how it works, but it works. So I'm gonna use it. That's often the right choice. That's like game dev in so many ways. So I would like to... I kind of would like to call a method on the bullet. So I kind of would want to say copter bullet. I don't even know how I would do this, if I'm being honest. Because I'd want to look down at the script that's on here. I could put the function on the top level. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set the position. Again, just trying to figure it out. Just trying to figure it out here. Not necessarily looking for suggestions. Just trying to figure it out. And then just talking it out as I do it. For my own sake. And so we're all on the same page. And what I'd like is to pass the information of the helicopter's position onto the bullet that it shoots. Now, my first thought is having an argument or a property that gets passed down to a function that's on the bullet. But I need to be able to actually access the bullet somehow. Yeah, bullet collision. Kind of bullet traveling at the moment. The collision, we'll have to test it once I can get it to travel. But yeah, pretty much. So we create this copter bullet that's specific here to this one bullet. A copter dot bullet dot transform dot origin equals heli dot transform dot origin. I don't know. Maybe. I have no idea. I'm thinking maybe. I don't know what to do with that. So I'm just trying to think here. I wonder if we couldn't just set the position right here. I don't think we need to pass it down into any code that's on the projectile. I think we can say, take some of this stuff right here. The direction equals the player head global position subtracted from the global position of the thing that it currently is on. And I might want to adjust speed. So we do have speed kind of haphazardly defined here. Let's say speed copter. I'm going to refactor that here. Speed copter. Doing it the old-fashioned way. Global position plus equals velocity times delta. As for the velocity, we set that to 0 at the start, and that gets updated. But we don't want to update. We would want to. I think we'd want to create our own velocity for each bullet. Maybe. And maybe even the speed as well. I feel like that makes sense. We've got 50 on the thing itself. So let me try this. We create a new direction variable. I'm going to create a new velocity variable. We want to say player head, global position, subtracted from the helicopter's global position. Normalize that. I'm not saying yours wouldn't work, Joe. I'm just trying to make something that like makes more sense to me right now based on what's here. If that even works. And if it doesn't, then I revisit your probably good suggestion. Variable velocity set to direction, which is defined right here, times, so speed copter, we could say speed bullet. I could define that up here as well. Variable speed bullet equals, can be an integer. Oh, I should type more of this stuff. Ugh. Oh, I really actually should type this. This should be a vector 3, no? That's an integer. This is also a vector 3? Wait, why is that an integer? That is definitely not. Oh, I haven't finished it yet. I thought you were on a different script. Disregard what I was saying. Oh, okay. No problem. The other one's 50. Let's make it 70. I don't know. Just picking a number. Oh, there's no delta. Ooh. That's inconvenient. Yikes. Well, I could just fetch this. Maybe. Get process. What? Are you serious? That's a thing? I've never even heard of that. Holy crap. It's real. Returns the time elapsed since the last process callback. Is there a physics version of it? There is. Frick yeah, dude. Wow. Major Godot consultant appreciation. I didn't know that. This is friggin' news to me. Holy, oh, that's gamepad support. Godot consultant. Wow. Let me order this. Nice. Look at that. Joe at number 3. Dungeon at number 4. Progigon and Dragonblade are gonna get passed up soon. I never thought about it. It's so cool. It's so useful. I'm always trying to find a workaround to get Delta to be accessible. But there it is. It's amazing. Thank you. Okay, great. Well, that made that quicker. So we're setting all this up, but now I need to actually tell it to apply that to the bullet. So we would want to say copter bullet global position plus equals velocity times delta. I think that would make sense. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. We gonna find out. Time will tell. The time it takes Godot to boot it up. Did I actually press it? Yeah, okay. Sometimes we're waiting for Godot. Where do I use speed bullet? Why is there a random physics process here? Oh, because I never finished that, yeah. Where do I use speed bullet? Oh. I think I know what you're talking about. Speed bullet. Oh, you're right. Nice catch. Right there. Thank you. Hawkeye. That's straight up. Or Eagle Eye. That's Eagle Eyes. That's what that credit's for. Catching those little mistakes. Thank you. Thank you. I forgot to update that. I probably could have just kept it to speed, but in case I realize I want it to be global, whatever. It'll be more ready for that. Take your time, Godot. Do what you gotta do. I believe in you. No errors so far. Delightful. I love to see it. I love to not see it. Okay, let's spawn a helicopter. There it comes. Oh, okay. Interesting. What's going on? What is this? What's it doing? Why is it doing it that way? What is this? What is this? They're just kind of appearing in spots. On the ground. How strange. Well, let's see if they can hurt you. They at least are on the same like plane as the player, the same Z position. This is a great feature. Spawning some like mines under the player. Hey, Pierogigon, welcome. Yes, the helicopters are back. That's right. Let's see if we can hurt ourselves on those bullets. We can! They do hurt us. Wait. There it goes. Yeah, they hurt. It only didn't hurt because the foot hadn't collided with it yet because we were stepping over it. So, I mean, the bullets do damage. They're just not actually flying out from the helicopter. Very strange why they're appearing where they are. It's like it's not being updated with the physics process. Oh, Okay, I actually feel really silly. Of course it's not being that's literally exactly what's happening, Joe. I feel a little silly. Of course that's what's happening, because this only runs when that timer times out. That's when this runs. So this runs one time. It's not constantly updating every frame. Ah, yes. So I do need to pass this into a physics process in some way. So I need to take this code and get it to work on the projectile itself. So I think that comes back to my original idea of putting all of this. So somehow transferring the data. Basically, the only thing I need to transfer is this: the global position of the helicopter. And I need to pass that into the thing that's instantiated. That's what needs to happen. And then on the thing that's instantiated, this code will run and it will plug in the global position. I think that's what I have to do. Pierogigon is here. Pierogigon is a member. Pierogigon's been a member for a long time. We gotta give Pierogigon a song. Can I sing to this? Oh yeah, I can sing. I can, maybe. Let's see what I can do. Pierogi, pierogi. Oh, 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 oh. Pierogigon. It's a new dawn for Pierogigon. Because I'm not gonna say Pierogigon's not gone. I'm gonna give you a new lyric about it being a new dawn for Pierogigon. Normally I would sing the Pierogigon's not gone. The Pierogigon's not gone. But today I'm gonna say it's a new dawn. Pierogigon, it's a new dawn for you. Here with the lyrics that I sing. I'm not gonna be telling you that you're not gone, because we know you're here. We see that. So instead, I'm gonna make it a new dawn, and we're gonna say Pierogigon is having a new dawn, and that's okay. And I'm so glad. Pierogigon having a new dawn. Pierogigon's not gone, not anymore, just is a new dawn, 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 dawn. Masterfully. Way too kind. But thank you. And also, I'm sorry. You're welcome, Rogi. Thank you so much for supporting the channel the way that you do. It means the absolute world. I don't know why. I never come up with a new one for you, so all I could sing about is how I can't come up with a new one for you. It's barely a new dawn. Yeah, so I'm just trying to get some bullets to shoot from the helicopters. I fixed the helicopters to actually work and exist, and I can spawn them in at will, which is nice. And now I'm trying to get them to shoot. Pew, 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 pew. And it's fun. And I'm just trying to puzzle it out a bit on my own with little helps here and there. And so I just set up some code that only runs one time, but it needs to run a little bit more than that for it to, you know, move through space. So I'm gonna attempt to do that. We might still have some problems. It's still kind of weird that it's not spawning at the helicopter. So I think there's probably still some issues with this, and I might need to look back at what Joe was trying to suggest earlier. But I'm gonna keep pushing through. So how am I gonna get this information to the instantiated bullet? Namely the global position of the helicopter itself. So let's figure that out. Let's see if I can figure that out. By the way, me bragging earlier about how I got it to work, half true. I actually got it to give unique vectors. Now I have to find those vectors and fix the atlas so they're where they're meant to be. That sounds like it. That sounds like the way it goes. I mean, it's very nice to feel like it's working and then realize, but is it working the way it needs to be working? That's it. That's it. You're doing it. You're doing it, though. Let's see if I can do it, too. Speaking of doing, another thing you can do, hyper smash that thumbs up button. If you're here and you're hanging out with us and you haven't pressed the like button yet, I hope you'll consider pressing it. It means more people will see this live stream now and in the future, and I really appreciate it. Like, means like you did like it. So thank you if you can do that. I just wanted to remind you while it popped in my brain. Hyper smash thumbs up! Unless you already have, then don't you press it again. Unless you press it again after that. Only as an odd number of times. Bullet global position equals global position, the line before you add it as a child to the scene. Before I add it as a child to the scene? Okay, let's get rid of the speed. Let's get rid of all this. And then right here you're saying, why not? Wouldn't I want to do it? I don't want to do it after? Alright. So I'd say copter bullet global position equals global position. And then we add it? Interesting. I would have thought it was after, but maybe either is fine though, right? Okay. Thanks, TJ. Yeah, no, I love hearing about what you're up to. I do. And I'm glad that you're like sticking with it, because sometimes those problems can like completely demotivate people, you know? But really dealing with that is part of it. I know I have a hard time like foreseeing things, like something will work in the moment and then I realize it doesn't quite work for the larger problem that I need to solve. And I'm used to that. I'm used to like doing it one way and realizing that I need to do it a different way to account for other stuff. And I hope that you can appreciate that journey too, because I find it very difficult to like zoom out and anticipate a problem before it happens. So for me, that's just the norm. I think either is fine. I like before so I can have the add child be last. I'm gonna do it after, because I'm used to seeing it after and it's gonna confuse me. I have a feeling either is fine. You're not a perspective in vision in any sense. Yeah. You break the code until it works. Yeah. Totally. Valid. A heuristic approach. Okay, so hopefully that will be in the right spot. Now I gotta go to the projectile bullet itself and add in some physics processory. Function, physics, process, etc. Still also, probably one of the best things out of having done it wrong the first time here is we got to learn about the delta function. That you can like summon delta time. Like that alone made doing it that way first worth it. And that's the other thing, like that heuristic approach can lead to discoveries you wouldn't have made otherwise. There's definitely still value in doing it that way, of course. Besides the obvious. Of course, now we don't need that. We can just get delta where we get it. Huge, biggest thing you learned yet. Keep going, you got this. It'll only get more and more. I summon delta in attack position. That could be a fun like Easter egg, is to like have delta be like a thing in a game. The game devs will get it. Okay, so we don't need to define delta at all. We have not set up player head, so I'm gonna come back to the copter and we'll just borrow that player head situation. Smack it in. Let's go back to the projectile. You meant delta. Oh, the delta thing. Oh, I see. Dude, it is useful. I don't know when I'll use it again, but I'll be like, wait, wasn't there a function? Wasn't there like a get delta function or something? Then I can go find it. Physics nerds. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna set this up here. Let's put this... Yeah, I guess I do want it there. Okay, so player head exists. What else doesn't exist? Speed bullet. Ah, yes. Well, we can now just call it speed at this point. And you know what? I guess I'll come back to the copter and unrefactor the speed. Something about that kind of bothers me, but I don't care. This would be a great use for Control D. Select this, Control D, refactor that to speed. Oh, I forgot we have to do each one. Okay, there we go. Might as well put that back to speed. And then over here, we're gonna create speed for the projectile. And that might be different depending on a projectile, right? I might want to update that variable to not be the same. So for here, we could say by default or whatever, you know, variable speed, you know, 50. I don't know. Call it 50 by default. 9mm speed, you never know. Yeah, it might be, depending on the bullet, it might be a different speed. So I'm gonna come to the copter. And when we instantiate that, I'll wanna also say copter bullet speed equals, I want it to be 70. So we'll update that variable to 70. I think there is one problem, because the top level script, the top level node is what we're applying that stuff to, but we actually need it to be on the area, the projectile that's a child of the top level node. By the way. Oops. Forgot about that. That's fine for the global position, but for the speed, we don't want to do that. I mean, I don't think you can... Can I? I guess we need to do get node. Get node, projectile. That's what we do. And set that speed to 70. There we go. Okay. Good, good. Copter bullet, we don't need to say that. It is its global position is what it is. Add that with velocity and delta. Okay, okay, all right, okay, cool. Did we do that on the copter? We have like a global velocity, right? Like up at the top. Yeah, so let's actually set this up the same way on here, just so it's like consistent. Oh, we didn't type it. And then we can just say update its velocity. Like that. Okay. We'll see how this goes. Back to... I don't know. I feel like I owe... I don't know why. I feel like I owe Dungeon Martian a credit here somewhere along the line. Was it for that instantiation thing? I think so. Let's put that on the projectile credit. They're creeping up on you, Pierogigon. You'll be dethroned in short time. Just so you know. I know you care about that kind of thing. So, let me just go back to the copter and let me type these. I want to get in the habit, okay? I do want to hold myself accountable to the typing once in a while. Oh god, there's so many. Copter mesh, mesh instance 3D, Good job. No, it is a good thing. It is a good thing. This is a Node 3D. This is a raycast 3D. That's an integer, if I've ever seen one. We got a lot of integers there. Let's int it up. We got integers for days. Vector 3. Another int. More ints. So many ints. We got a couple bools. Whoa. We should make these floats. Oh. No, yeah, this makes sense to put this here. I don't think we want that on the bullet. That doesn't make sense. What do you got for me? Narrowing conversion. Float is converted to int and loses precision. Oh. Really? Oh, I've set it up to convert it. I see. Wait, do I see? The randef range. Is it random integer range? Is that? Oh, it's integer range. Nice. Good catch. The Hawkeye-ery. The eagle eye. Why do I like Hawkeye? I guess because of the superhero. Narrowing conversion. We do it in another place too. Oh, yeah, right there. Alright. Sweet. Give me that precision back, baby. Okay, that's typed. Copter area equals self. Area 3D. This is also an area 3D. Alright. Types typed. Let's see what doesn't work about this. No, it might just work. We might be fine. I don't know. The bullet still doesn't destroy itself. But first, let me see if it even gets to a point where destroying makes sense for it before I start worrying about destroying it. Sure, I could do that now, but I guess I'd be worried it destroys itself before it even fires, because if it spawns in a weird place or blah, 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 you know, I'd rather just wait to start destroying it. So I'm not like, where is it? I'm confused. Okay, let's spawn a copter. Whoa, immediate crash. What happened? Trying to assign value of type node 3D to a variable mesh instance. Ah, okay. It's a node 3D then. I see, because it says copter mesh, but I think it actually contains a bunch of meshes in it. Alright. Pardon me. Forgive me. Typing. I mean, it's kind of a good place to type it then, because if the name of the variable implies that it's a mesh, but it's actually a node, it actually improves readability a bit to be able to now know, okay, even though it's named mesh, technically that's a node. And maybe I should refactor it. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Alright, spawn a chopper. It's not what gender is, John. That would be, if anything, it would be like misspeciing it. Mistyping it. I mistyped it. Alright, so that's spawned in. And then, oh, immediate issue. Invalid assignment of property or key speed with the value type int. I mistyped again. I'm mistyping. Wait, with the value type int on a base object. Oh! So it doesn't find this. It's like, what are you on about? I don't know what this means. So the copter bullet, I was trying to say get a node that's on the copter bullet. Can we just like get child or something? What does it think about that? Can I pass a value type string as an integer? You what? You want me to put like a number in there? That's silly. That's not a good idea. Well, because I want the projectile speed to be able to be updated. On a base object of type null instance. Do you want me to take out the $sign? First child, right? Yeah, but what if I add something else in there? You know, I don't really want it to be counting things, you know? Cause that there's every possibility that changes at some point. I need to change this to get parent or get node. Cause that ain't gonna work. But maybe it's the $sign. Let's hope. Just wee little problems. Just gotta wait. Just gotta wait. Game's gotta load. It is what it is. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, spawn a chopper. What's it gonna be? What's the problem gonna be? Oh! It shot me! Whoa, and then the bullets are like orbiting around my head. This is wild. What is happening? Okay, I mean, I just got killed. Couple things. Number one, it's updating its position, right? So it is homing in on the player, which kind of makes sense because it's going for the head every frame. They look like bees. I don't know why they turned out so orange. But yeah, like buzzing around the alien. I mean, as soon as they contact, we can kill them and delete them. It is strange that they just float around the head, though. But there's no way for me to dodge it. Whoa, what the heck? Who knew how powerful the military helicopter can destroy an alien in 5 seconds? I mean, some of us knew. You can just look at in the bullets ready/instantiation if you don't want to worry about aiming. What? What? Terraria bee gun? Is that a thing? That's a cool idea, honestly. Okay. We got a problem here. I need it to actually capture the position of the head at the moment that it shoots it. I know what we can do. I think I have an idea. So I actually need to put the player head position tracker back on the helicopter. And the helicopter is gonna pass on to the bullet, hey, here's your starting point. Here's where you spawn from. But don't constantly follow that point. Well, do follow that point, just don't update the position of that point. I think that'll work. Because otherwise, it's gonna just hit me no matter what. First of all, also, 70 is too fast. I'm gonna tell you right now, 70 is way too fast. Dear God. This is a whole other problem. We're not gonna worry about that. Okay, so, couple things to fix. Dungeon idea is simpler. Look at in the bullets. I don't really understand it. Look at in the bullets ready / instantiation if you don't want to worry about aiming. Oh, wait, ready? Joe, thank you for drawing my attention back. I was like, I don't get that. I have an idea. I'm gonna do it. But then again, that kind of makes some sense. But is that simpler? I don't know. So for look at, we'd want to say look at player head global position. Be about the same. I think we can kind of do like a combo of that, of what I was thinking and what Dungeon said. So we could say copter bullet. I think I still need to put the head position over here. I don't think I need it over on the bullet at all. I don't think I do. Look at player head. Have the copter bullet be looking at that, so it'll start out that way. And then it just the where it goes, but we have to be able to tell it to just move forward. Like it still needs to know where to go. I don't know. I don't know if it is simpler. I think that's... What do you mean it already is doing that? I don't know if I agree with that. It already is doing that? It's not. What it is currently doing is going towards the player head. That's what it's currently doing. It's moving based on the player head position. So that's the problem, is I don't want it to be going towards the player head. But if I capture the player head at the moment that it shoots it, yeah. So here's like what I'm... Yeah, I think I know what to do. What can the alien do against the helicopter? Smack it. Shpow. It already works. Shpow, shpow. Although there will be other abilities too, but for now, we can just smack it on out the air. Okay, let me cook. So, Okay. Hold on. Stop giving me code. Give me a second. All right. I don't need the help yet. Just wait. You guys are great. Oh my gosh, you guys. Just wait a second. I appreciate you. I do. But sometimes I'm not quite ready for help. Okay. So here's what I want to do. Okay. I want to capture the player head position at the moment that the bullet is supposed to be shot. And I want to pass that. You guys are amazing, and I love you learning along with me and discovering along with me. it is a lot to process, and I feel like I already see a path, and I just need to like do it, you know? But I like to talk it out at the same time, which makes it sound like I need that sentence to be finished, but I don't yet. All right. So, I don't want to do look at. What I want to do is, I want to say, let's create a variable on here. And this is going to be variable target position. This is going to be, I presume, a vector 3. And by default, sure, it's just the origin. Okay. Now, I'm going to come back to the copter. And on here, I am going to say the same thing I say right here. Except this time, we're going to say target position equals player head global position. So it's going to go right for that. Well, first I got to tell it to do that. So come to the projectile, and instead of having it go to the player head, it goes to target position. Can I convert property global dot position on base vector 3? Oh, so we don't need global position on there. Just like that. Basically, the projectile is targeting the alien. It is, unless the alien moves. So it's kind of like, if the alien is right here, and the bullet is going to hit the alien, and the alien moves, it still goes to that position. Because it's locking in that position that it thought the alien was at the moment of shooting. It's certainly going to try to hit that alien in the head. Very much so. At least this is my theory. This is what I think could work. Now that does mean we're gonna get the bees, except hopefully the bees are congregating around the wrong position unless I stay put. And instead of them following the player around. Now in a way, I'd actually want it to go past the player, if you think about it, right? Like it's going past the player's head. I didn't even consider that. In which case, a different solution might make more sense. And I have to somehow calculate like a longer vector beyond that point. Oh God, not the bees! You know, it's kind of one of those moments where it's like, you know, this isn't what I intended, but it could be actually a cool mechanic in its own way. Oh God! Dang, that shoots fast. Those bullets are very hard to see. Okay, why is it still hitting me? Maybe I was running into the bullets because they're floating there. It's gotta be what it is. I could just say that the bullets just once they stop moving, they go away. But I kind of like them to take on a life of their own and keep going past. Those bullets are very easy to see. Yeah? Maybe I just suck. Haha, missed me. Dang, the alien moved. Yeah, exactly. A little like cuss word like pound sign, or sorry, what do the Brits call it? Hash. Exclamation point, at symbol. Okay. I'd like to be somewhere without a bunch of crap in my face. I did set up a debug feature for that, but I haven't turned it on. Okay, move, keep moving. Nice, so the bullet goes past you, it misses you. It's too fast. The speed is way too fast. We need to slow it down. So there, if I run into the bullet, it hurts me, so I can't run into it. And the bullets are moving forward because they're in the main scene. They're not taking on like a nice life of their own. Can it hit me? Yeah, okay, cool. Interesting. I think the B-gun could be repurposed into homing missiles. It'd be cool if the player could slap them out of the air. Yeah, totally. 100%. Yeah, there's some doability there. Wow. I mean, with that in mind, I kind of wish I kept it as an obstacle. Yeah, definitely less speed. Definitely less speed. Maybe we'll even say 20. And the projectile itself is very friggin' hard to see. Like, way too hard to see. We need to increase that size, like, a lot. Like a bunch. Sorry, but it's too small. There's no friggin' reason for it to be that hard to see. And then I'll have to adjust the collision shape as well. Is it not centered? You put that on the center right now. How dare you not be in the middle? Okay, collision shape. Let's get orthogonal view. It looks like I didn't actually make it that much bigger. Oh god, that's impossible to see. Oh no, yep, I did. I made it a lot bigger. Okay, there we go. Something like that. Okay. Except we want it to be actually inside, like that. Alright then. Bit bigger. How would I get it to go past the player? That is mathematically, that I do not know how to do and would need some help with, because we're saying I can try to figure it out, but I technically don't know. I guess I could like add onto it. So that would be the Z position, right? The depth? No, because it would need to also be adding it on the X, so it like keeps going this way. So like if the alien is here, right? It's just, and the alien moves, it's gonna go there and stop. Multiply the target position by a number like 50. Smart. Does the projectile have hitboxes that can change size if you change the projectile size? Yes. I have to change it manually, unfortunately. But yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's say variable target position beyond. I don't know a word for it. So that's what I'm calling it. It's really terrible. Vector 3. Yeah. You know, I could establish a beyond factor. Beyond factor. Call an integer. We could say 50. Let's do 30. I don't know. And then we just want that to be target pause times beyond factor. And then this is target pause beyond. Wow. I don't know if that's gonna work, but I appreciate the suggestion enough. And who all was giving me code that I couldn't even be bothered to use? I gotta give you props for trying. Even though I just could not. Dungeon did. Brogy gave some thoughts, and so did Joe. It's gonna work. We'll see what happens. See what happens. So props for helping. Even if I was like, can't do it, can't handle it. Okay. And then Frank, man, the moral supportery here. Someone else was giving some moral support earlier. I'm really sorry that I didn't. Someone said that I'm gonna do even more. Who was that? That was like really nice of you, whoever you are. Let's see if I can find it. Give credit where credit's due. That was a long time ago. Oh, this person maybe. No, maybe it wasn't that person. Oh, it's not saving all of the chat. Rude. So actually, I don't know who it was. I'm sorry that I missed thanking you for your moral support, whoever you were. But it was nice of you. Isn't the player near 000? I don't know if it'll work either. I'm kind of rusty on my math, especially in code. Isn't the player near 000? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why do you ask such a question? It is near 000. Yeah, so times 50 or 30 or whatever is overkill. It's definitely overkill, 100%. We're looking for Frank here in the moral support category. Wish I could search both. Okay, there we go. Bam. If you multiply a number times 0, you'll get 0. Right, but then it won't go far enough. I would want it to go past the origin, not to the origin. Right. So I might even want to multiply it by a negative. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that if the positions are 0 already, it's not going to... Oh, yeah, that makes sense, actually. Right. I see. I mean, we could just, like, add on to every vector an equal amount. Wouldn't that need to be, like, normalized, though? So maybe I normalize it then. I mean, we are normalizing it right here. Okay. Well, maybe instead of that, we just say beyond factor is actually a vector 3. And it's like x30, y0, z30. I don't know what I'm doing. And then we say target position gets added on to the beyond factor. Once the missile is pointing towards the player after the initial instantiation, just make it move forward from that point. Well, yeah, exactly. But like how the question is how to make it move forward. Welcome, Anthony. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to figure out, is how to get it to do that moving forward thing. But maybe this will do something. Maybe, possibly not. I think I could make the bullet speed even slower. Also, possibly. Let's just see what happens. Or did I do everything? Maybe. It's possible. It's also possible not. Could go either way. But I'm gonna find out, by dang it. By dang it, by gosh. By gosh dang it. Lift the alien into space. Bring it back down on planet Earth. Alright, spawn on the chopper. Here it comes. Oh! It'll fire overhead. Worse. It's firing over there. Well, that didn't work. I like the speed. Actually, the speed's a little fast, if you ask me. That didn't work at all. I don't know. Genuinely no idea. Not a clue. How to extend a vector direction GDScript. Extend add length to vector 3. I don't think that's exactly what I'm looking for. If you have a line segment going from endpoint A to B, to extend the endpoint B along its direction for, oh, it's exactly what I want. For some distance to a new endpoint B1, calculate the normalized direction vector AB by subtracting... Why did you immediately lose me? By subtracting B from A and normalize it. Multiply this direction vector by the distance D and add it. What does that mean? What does that mean? Give me an example, XYZ. Does somebody know what that means? So the player's global position is always 0, 0. Not really, but approximately. Yeah. It's not exactly 0, 0, 0. I think this is what I need to do, but I don't understand what it's trying to say to me. Okay, I have a line segment going from A to B. And I want B to be extended along the direction to a new endpoint, B1. To equal B1, we calculate the normalized direction vector, AB, by subtracting B from A and normalizing it. Okay. All right. So, all right. No. We're going to get this. So, I'll keep our beyond factor for now. So, our A is itself. Our B is target position. So we're already subtracting target position from global position and normalizing it. That's our direction. We already have that. Check. Multiply that by D and add it to B. Right, so I think what Dungeon Martian was saying doesn't really apply because... Remember, we're subtracting the target, in this case, because we're subtracting, and before it would have made a difference, but here it doesn't. And so what Joe was saying, we don't want to just multiply the target position, we want to multiply the direction. And then add it back to the endpoint. Crazy. Okay. So I would want to say variable direction beyond equals direction times beyond factor, which we can set to whatever, 20 or something. Let me type this correct. Variable beyond factor 20. Direction beyond times beyond factor. And then we want to add that direction vector to B. Really, this is direction... What are they calling it something? I don't know. I don't know what to name this. Because I need another thing. Variable direction new vector 3 equals direction beyond plus target position? Because B is our endpoint. We want to add it. Okay. Vector 3 equals direction beyond plus target position. So then we would say the velocity is direction new blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's it. Yeah, maybe? If number one, what that person put in there on the internet that I just looked up is correct, and B, I'm correctly interpreting it, if those two things are true, then it should work. Maybe. You know, I don't know if 20 is like too big. Probably the speed is still a little fast. I'm optimistic. We have entered Earth's atmosphere, and the copter is approaching. Whoa! Wow. That seems wrong. Corkscrew attack. Very ineffective corkscrew attack at that. It can't even hit me. It's the worst attack ever. What in the world? What in the entire world? What if, okay, what if we don't add this here? What if we just do that? What is that like? I don't know, something about the adding feels unnecessary. Welcome back, DJ. It looks great, but yeah. It's got one of those quantum tunneling guns. What is a quantum tunnel? No, I mean, it's always interesting, like, how mistakes can, like, lead to, like, unexpected ideas. So I do try to, like, stay aware of that. For sure. I don't know, I might be misunderstanding the adding thing. The bullets are super positioned. Felt like it's trying to hit the alien, but it went crazy. A little bit, yeah. It's trying, like, I can't, come on, I'm trying to hit you. Ah! Just can't get there. All right, spawn on a copter. Oh! It's kind of doing the same thing. Just less chaotic. It's just, like, vacillating between, like, two positions very rapidly. Might want to try look at player, then add to the bullet's position in the direction of transform.basis.z. Okay. I mean, I'll try. At this point, I clearly am not on the right track, so now I'm ready to try things. I think the speed might still be too high. I don't think so. I don't think so because, and the reason why I don't think so is because if I get rid of that and we do it, it's pretty fine. I think it's still, I actually do still think it's too high. I actually agree that I agree. Yes. First of all, yes. I don't think that's causing the problems that we're having, but I do agree. It's sort of working. Yeah, it is sort of working. It's fun though. I love it. Making bullets is such a fundamental thing in games. So it's actually a joy to get to be fumbling with this, finding out what doesn't work. But I think the speed is okay. That's what the speed is. The problem is, like, it's doing other things. Jump over it. Look at that. I mean, it's like, you know, it's like, whoa, this is kind of awesome. I gotta, like, avoid the bullets. Whoa, it's like putting all these, like, damaging zones out here. Oh. So, okay. Let's see what Joe was talking about. So wait, where do I put look at player and add to the bullets? How do I do that? But Because the only, really, it's all good. I just needed to, like, keep going. There's gotta be a simpler way, right? There's gotta be a simpler way. I genuinely don't know what you're talking about. Bullet dot global okay. I just need to type it so I understand. Bullet dot global transform dot origin equals bullet dot transform dot basis dot z plus equals 20 times delta. So would I just do that right here? Just say just this? You what? Oh, wait, that doesn't make sense. What do you want me to do? One of these? What do you... I would think we would do like plus, right? Wait, what? I don't understand, Joe. Have the bullet look at the player before that code. Why? It's already facing the player. It's already going towards the player. Like that part, that should already exist. Right? Shouldn't that already be there? Superposition might be an apt term. Are you multiplying by some variable besides XYZ because that quaternion might be acting erratically? Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't understand. Maybe. I'm not worried about the way that it looks when it stops. That doesn't worry me. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand, Joe. Why, first of all, why does it need to look if it already is going in the right direction? Number one. Number two, how do I make this code? Because there's two assignments happening in this one thing. This is an error because there's double assignment. Right? We're saying global transform origin equals transform basis equals this. So this would have to be broken up in some other way. That's why it's an error. Is it origin dot? I don't think so. Remove second equals, I think. Right, but I'm just following exactly what you typed, and I just don't think this is making sense. You're just adding 20 to the z-axis and multiplying by delta. Right, but you know, Joe's using this origin and basis thing. Like if you move XYZ in space and multiply by speed, if speed changes often, it would skip. Well, if you multiply X, Y, and Z individually for whatever reason, it could get even wackier and teleport. Okay. The problem is that we are not referencing the correct thing. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, I was just typing what Joe said, and it doesn't make sense, but that's okay. So I don't think you understand. It's not, I don't think it's gonna work no matter what, right? All right, I'll do it. I'll do it, but I don't. The problem is double assignment. That's the problem. You see? This is the error, is that there's double assignment in one line. So this has to be broken up into like separate lines, because it can't do double assignment. So the problem isn't what you're typing in here necessarily. The problem is double assignment. So this needs to be like restructured in some way. I mean, I would try to suggest a way to restructure it, but I don't understand really what these are being done here. I don't know. Yeah, just Joe to have to answer that question. So all I'm trying to do, so right now, these bullets go towards the player. Very well. They're excellent at going at the player. They go right at the player, just as they should. And if the player moves, they go to that same position, despite the player having moved, which is perfect. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get it to keep going beyond the player. So cut through the player, go past that point on the same path. That's it. I think that makes sense. Origin equals origin plus origin equals origin plus transform basis z times 20 times delta, like that. You said equals origin? It equals itself. Oh, I see. It's trying to interpret it as a function. Like that? My guess for how to fix this is global position plus equals transform basis time. Oh yeah, that's it. That's pretty much kind of what, sort of. Okay, let's see what this does. Okay. We got there. We got there. Thank you, guys. And Joe, thank you. Thank you for your patience despite me just being like, this doesn't make sense. Plus equals remove the second global trans. I don't know. I think this will work. It makes sense to me once the double assignment. Yeah, the double assignment. It was just really throwing me. I was like, that doesn't make sense. Have to look at player first. Well, okay. All right. I'm willing to do that. And I see how maybe this isn't gonna work. I wish we could use what we're already using. I really don't want to do the look at, if you couldn't tell. I just don't see how we need that. It should already be looking at the player. So like, why would I need to tell it to look at it? Oh, but look, it kind of worked. It worked, because look, it's further now. It's further. Because it's not hit. This works. We don't need it to look. It already is looking. There's no reason to add a look on there. I knew it. Okay, we just need to make this bigger. Let's make this 200. I think this works. Because it's behind the player's head. It's just not very far behind the player's head. Why is the bullet curving? It's curving? Seriously? Wait, really? I didn't even notice. Hardcore? We'll get there. We'll get there. I mean, if I were to guess, it would be doing both at the same time. It's like both going towards the direction we originally told it to go to, that is to say right here, and then secondarily, it's going at the further distance. And so it's like maybe trying to resolve both of those simultaneously, if I were to guess why it might be curving. Uh-oh. Oh, 200 is so far. The curve doesn't even begin happening. I feel like we could change this. I don't have to restart it. I think I can probably just come in here. Let's make it 70. And see if it can update that. Whoa! It seems like there's an argument happening. And I think that's what's going on. It's arguing between this and that. And so that's why it's snaking around. Yeah, it's a big step. I mean, with that in mind, why not just... The bullet is not pointing the way the helicopter is curved. Certainly not. Okay, so what if... Yeah, we're setting the velocity twice. The second one is all we need. So then some... Okay. But the problem is, if we do... So here's the deal. Target position is already the look at. We have the look at information. Right? That's target position. Transform basis Z times 70. I mean, if we could just convert this to work in here, I don't understand why we have to completely rewrite this exactly. That confuses me. Transform basis Z is its Z rotation. Okay. Okay. The second thing does everything the top lines do. And 70 is the speed. Okay, so, I mean, look, if I comment this out, all right, and we save it, there's no way it's good. And so there it goes. So shooting off to the side. Now, Joe, where do I put in this look at information? How do I implement the target position? Because that's the XYZ position. But maybe you're saying I need look at, because look at will give us a rotation data. So I would need to implement that. So I could say bullet dot look at player, right? But I don't want it to look at the player, otherwise it's gonna follow the player. It's gonna be a homing missile if it's doing that here. You can just look at it. Will change the Z to point where the bullet needs to go in the ready or instantiate. Yeah, in instantiate. Right. That was confused. I was just not sure like what you were saying. Okay. All right. So for the target position, we want it to equal not player head global position, but look at, yeah, set it one time. I gotta make sure I set this up correctly. Oops. Oh, we do say that. It returns void. Cannot get return value of call to look at because it returns void. What are you on about? You what? Okay. All right. All right. I believe you. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Gotcha. 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 Okay. 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 This isn't really how I would do it because it's not technically necessary to use lookat. I don't think it's necessary to use lookat too, but I think it's a more accessible method, easier to understand. I definitely keep thinking we don't need lookat, but I mean, if it works, why shun it? You go look at for the helicopter there, not the bullet. I did? Oh, I did. Good catch. Man, you guys are definitely helping me here. Rogi, not to be surpassed, has made sure to contribute enough to earn a credit for this discussion. Joe, we gotta give extra credit. Actually, Dungeon, I gotta give you an eagle eyes too. You'll be surpassed in time. A prophecy. What was I gonna do? Oh, eagle eyes. Okay. Come back to the copter. I feel like Joe has been screaming this from the rooftops for like the last hour. I'm pretty darn sure that this has more or less been what Joe has suggested for a long time. And it took a mess of experimenting to get there. I enjoyed the ride. But you know what I enjoy even more than a ride? The destination. In this case, the destination. All right, let's see what happens. See what happens. We set the lookat before it starts moving. It starts moving at that position, and it's set up to go beyond with some basis origin transform nonsense. No, it is. It's quite sense. Who knows? You know. Oh, it didn't work. Didn't it? Okay. We still got some stuff to figure out here. So, it seems like it's just shooting out to nowhere. Let's figure out why. I mean, to me, in my mind, we need to set that position somehow. The angle that it's supposed to be shooting towards. We need to tell it where that is so it knows where to go. What transform is it using? Are we sure it's not using the helicopter's transform? Yeah, so this projectile, this code is on its own scene. So it exists in its own universe, and it's being added to the main scene. So the only... Well, I will say... I guess that's kind of why I was doing it the way I was doing it, which was... So here, we're setting the copter bullet. So right here on this script, this is the copter script now. I'm now on the helicopter. And from the helicopter, it's assigning the bullet to the position of the helicopter. XYZ wise. Then we're saying, look at the player head. So you know, it is beginning from that. And then, you know, the code that I had set up was that it was going to travel to a certain spot after it leaves this as the beginning. So it starts here and it goes there. And all I wanted was for it to not just go here, but go beyond. And I can't shake the feeling that there's an easy way to do that without changing all of the code. Okay, Pierogi, sounds good. It just kind of baffles me that there isn't some way that we can figure out that will take the existing code that was already aiming it directly at the head and just extend that endpoint to go out further. It just seems like there must be some easy way to do that without necessarily redoing all of the ways that it works. So I'm just gonna put some of this back in here. So we can at least have both available. So I'm gonna comment out that. Come back to the projectile script, comment out this, and comment this back in. And so again, here, it goes right for the head, and it hits you directly. And I can't shake the feeling that there isn't a way to just extend this. There must be. It already goes right for the head. There has to be some way to do that. And so, like, when I looked up a suggestion for that, I tried to do this. We already make a normalized direction vector, multiply that by the distance d, and add it to b. Remind you where the velocity of the projectile is. There's gotta be, right? So here's the code, Rogi. This is on the projectile itself, after it's instantiated. There's this. Yeah, on the projectile script. Yes. There has to. We're already like halfway, beyond halfway there. Like, would the velocity need to be updated? You know, what if it's even like variable direction? I don't think this is gonna work. Direction beyond vector 3 equals direction times 70. And then we just say this is direction beyond. From what we did before, I'm pretty sure this caused it to just go the wrong way. I think we saved that. Spawn the copter. That's definitely not working. So that just makes it stop. Alright, so this is me just not knowing nothing about nothing. Multiplying that direction by 70 is nonsense. It would seem. Let's see what Rogi posted. I'm ignorant. You know, I'm new to all of this in so many ways. So this is my process. I come here and I poke around, and you guys poke too, until something makes sense. On Projectile script, create a variable direction. Vector 3 at the top of the script. No assignment needed. Create a constant speed at the top of the script, something like 30. On the copter script, copter bullet direction equals alien head global position. Right. So, okay, so gotcha. Understood. And on the projectile strip, speed times direction. I think this is what we already have. I'll do it, but this sounds like exactly what's already being done, and it doesn't go beyond. But let's do it the way you described it. And so, Rogi, you're saying this is gonna go beyond the player? This kind of looks like it's just gonna stop at the player. Yeah. But this will go past the player's head? So we already have a lot of this. We've got speed, direction. If I was to do this in Unity, Anthony says, I would take the target vector position, take the Z position as a float, then I'd subtract to position behind the player, then update the target vector 3 position to include the X, Y's, and new Z position. Interesting. In the copter script, the direction should be set one time. What makes you think this isn't being set one time? It is. Okay. So we're saying global position on the projectile, according to Rogi's instructions. Interesting, Anthony. I'm going to circle back to that if this doesn't work, which I feel like this isn't. Global position, if it is set one time, then we're good. If it continuously updates, it would be a problem. So maybe that's where the problem is, because that's, I think, the big difference between what you're saying and what I did. What I did is I had it being continuously set, and you're moving all of this stuff like the same thing. I literally have the same thing here, right? The normalized here. I could even copy this code right here. The direction, right? Right there. Same thing. But you're moving it to happen once at instantiation. I wonder if that makes all the difference. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to say, is it already works, except it stops at the player head instead of going past the player head. Yeah. So, okay. So then what we're gonna do, we want to say copter bullet get node projectile dot direction and we want to set that to the player head global position minus the copter bullet global position. Makes sense? Okay. We're defining the speed out here. Target position we don't need. You're confused? That's okay. So, the projectile is a child of a node 3D. And the projectile is a script. This projectile has a script. It's a class script. And it's a child of a node 3D. And so by saying get node projectile, that is saying look down a level for the projectile node and apply to the variable that's on that script, is what that's doing. Okay. On the projectile script, we created the variable, we got the variable, that all should be fine. Okay. I think this is it. Now I am still setting the position, the starting position. I don't know that I need that anymore because we're already setting up the direction, but I feel like we do still want its position to be set to the helicopter, so it knows where to start from. Otherwise, it doesn't start from any. It's going to start at the origin. So I think we should keep that. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what happens. Now, again, what we're going for is that the bullet will not only go towards the player's head, but go beyond the player's head. And the big difference between this and the code I had set up earlier is this code from Projectile is moving the direction assignment from being constantly updated on the bullet itself to being set one time before the bullet is shot or as the bullet is shot. So I see a little bullet appearing underneath the helicopter and then rapidly disappearing. But I don't see any movement, which kind of makes sense. What's the speed? Yeah, you really can't tell what direction it's going. The speed is being set on the copter script before it. So the speed is 50. Which, where I was updating the script before constantly, was not a big deal. So maybe it needs to be lower. Maybe it's going too fast. But I would also think, oh, okay. So there's that. Oh, look at that. And it goes past the player's head. Look at that. What? Now, okay, explain to me if you can. And if you can't or you don't want to, don't worry about it. But if you can or you want to, how did you know that it would go past the player? I guess because if the direct, I guess it's simply the difference between setting it once. It kept setting the direction, so it was turning the bullet. Line 2 is doing the thing you looked up. Oh, you mean on the projectile? This is doing the thing I looked up? No. Rogi just intuited it. I mean, this is perfect. It got me. What? I wanna be able to know how to do this. I guess I just have to know that it only can set at one time. Only a few things that will make it curve like that is if it's updating it too often. But it wasn't curving before. It was only curving when we set up the other thing. But I guess I understand. All right, well, obviously, Perogigon, I gotta give, I mean, dang, I think I gotta give you double points for that. Like, that's, gosh dang it. I gotta give you a couple extra. Holding that strong lead. Well, second lead. Although, and in that sense, creeping up on old Dragonblade. Sorry, Dragonblade, for calling you old. You don't deserve that. You just became a member. You were just gifted a membership, and I'm out here calling you old. How dare I? All right, let me experiment with some different speeds. This is awesome. I'm thrilled. I don't seem thrilled because I'm still in this like, okay, we have to figure it out. But I mean, this is it. Okay, can I try doing like 2 helicopters? Oh dang! Oh dang! They trying to get me. They trying to get me. They out here shooting. Oh, give me another helicopter. Oh, jeez. Oh, this is chaos. Oh my god. I think it's a little fast. Oh my god. Jeez. Holy crap. More helicopters. Oh, I died. This is fun. This is cool. Amazing. You guys are the best. Yeah, it kind of is fun. I mean, it's something that I've been saying will be in the game for 10, 11 months. Now it's actually there. Just a thought, this code only works if the thing firing the projectile is stationary relative to the player. Definitely some things may not be stationary. All right, let's make it move. Oh, because it's set one time. Right. So at that moment that it's set, it'll shoot. Yeah. I think you're right. Do I even... Oh, gosh. Do I even know how I'm going to move it? I guess I could just come to ye olde physics process. We could say after it stops. This is super silly right now. A variable is strafing. Boolean false. And then in the physics process, if is strafing, it won't take movement into account though, which isn't technically realistic. That's okay, I think. We could just say global position plus equals, I don't even know what I'm doing, 2 times delta. Is this making sense? Oh wait. I should just do an animation. You know what would be a lot easier? Is if I do an animation. That makes no sense. What if we just do an animation? That'll be a heck lot easier. Well, so we'll say, instead of doing all this mess, when it stops, it just starts moving back and forth. That'll be a lot easier. So I'm gonna say animation player. This will be animation copter movement. Create a new one, call it strafing or whatever. And I think, so on the copter death, what is it that we animate when it falls? Just the general whole thing rotation, I think. No. Oh, this. This is what we animate. Well, but then the global position won't be changing. The bullet's velocity relative to the ground is the heli's velocity plus its own velocity? Yeah, but captured in a single moment. So the bullet takes on a life of its own. The bullet has its own velocity. That's not being constantly updated. It's just like one time it takes that information and then it, from there, it does its own thing. So this might, by the way, I don't think this is gonna work. I'm pretty sure I can't just move this whole thing like that. Pretty sure. Because its position is, I'm almost confident this won't work. Unless, it might. If I change the physics process order, priority, actually then it might work. It moves toward where the alien head is when the bullet is fired. Yeah. The bullet is being added as a child of a higher scene. Yeah. But in real life, it would be related, no? Well, yeah, right. Like, but, you know. This isn't. But let's see. Let's see if I can maybe get it to move. Lead their shots over long distances. Yeah, but we're not making like a realistic sniping simulator. Right, true. If we were shooting, that would feel a lot worse. That's a good point. Well, but we might be, Rogi. That's the thing. This is supposed to be modular. So that is to say, I would like this to potentially be coming from the player. But still at the same time, I mean, is that really necessary? Well, but if you move left or right? So if you move left at the time that it's shooting, won't they just be like, boop, 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 boop? It'd be like, boop, 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 boop. Like, you guys must be talking about some very minor things. But I don't know, maybe I'll play it and I'll feel it and be like, oh yeah, that feels bad. But I just have a feeling it's not gonna make that big of a difference. Yeah. I don't know if any of what I'm doing is gonna work though, either. Keyframe that position. No. Now that you've thought it, I can't help but be curious. Let's put this at 2. Keyframe that. Move this over to -2. Keyframe that. Really not thinking this is gonna work. I just have a feeling that this isn't gonna do it. I think it. Oh, I could do a ping pong. Maybe. Okay, super silly. Basically ridiculous. But for the sake of experimentation, let's go with it. Just out of ye old curiosity. Alright, so I have a feeling this isn't gonna work. I really do. Okay, so it's called copter movement. If we had planned ahead for magnitudes, then it would be relatively easy to add the velocity in. So if someone's making a game where it matters, it isn't that hard. You're tempting me, not on purpose. But I'm like, I want it to matter. I want it to matter. I think. So when it stops, I want it to, oh, let me set up the animation player as well. Oh, we don't even bother doing it with, all right, fine. Copter stop. Let's drag that in. Play strafing. Now, obviously, we need that to stop. If it gets killed, if its health current is dead, we'd want to stop the animation. I don't know if this is gonna work. I might need to change the process priority of the helicopter in order for it to be allowed to move, because there might be a global position holding it in place. So this might turn into a bit of a situation, but I mean, again, I do want this to be modular. I guess I could also just try it from the player. I could try setting up an instantiation where we could just make bullets from the player. It's just me, or do the bullets appear to curve slightly? I don't think it matters. It actually looks kind of cool. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe there's something else giving it that appearance. Whoa. Yeah, see, that's what I was afraid of. Okay, well, that's something else I was afraid of. That's, yep, okay. Nope, we can't move it that way. It might appear that way because they get bigger, because the camera. Yeah. Okay, so this was silly. I shouldn't have done this. Never mind. You know what I could do, though? I could come back over here, and instead of animating this, delete this track. Let's reset the transform, please. Instead of animating that, I could animate the mesh, and we could have this be the position that the bullets come from. That would probably make a lot more sense, actually. So keyframe it down as such. Come over here. Change it to 2. Keyframe it. I'm not worry about the silly easing. Put it at -2. I think I really want to try putting it on the player. I think that's going to be the easiest way to test this. Because ultimately, I would create, an enemy who already is... Oh, look, the collision isn't moving with it. So I'd have to move the obstacle as well. If I wanted to be fully correct about all this, which I kind of don't, and it's a wee bit overkill. When has that stopped me before? A couple times, actually. Once in a while. Oh, but the collision isn't actually, because that's not the collision shape. Oh, goodness. It's getting a little ridiculous in here. I guess I'm just, like, at this point, hyper-focused on doing this. So this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm gonna do. Why is there's another collision? Of course there's another collision. Of course there is. Stop moving, you freak. Okay, come over here. Collision shape. Wait, it already moves. You don't have to do that. You would want to do not this one, but this one. That's the collision shape that you want to be moving. Keyframe that. Bring that over here. Put that at 2. Because the other one's already moving as a child of the obstacle. Put this at -2. Keyframe it. Now it be moving. So overkill. And then, if I wanted the bullet to come from there, I would have to actually say, instead of saying global position, we'd want to say, I think it's actually called copter mesh, is what we've named it. Copter mesh. That's where we'd want its position to come from. Up here. Global, instead of this, copter mesh dot global position. Okay. This might work. But I'd love to even test the modularity, because I can say that it's modular. I want to update the direction. Are you quite sure? How so? Copter bullet dot global position should be where it shoots from. But it will be. Because look, copter bullet dot global position equals copter mesh global position. And if it's subtracting from the copter bullet global position, it's already at the new position. Okay. Whew. We'll see if this works. But yeah, I should try to get the players shooting some projectiles. It'd be good practice for setting up that modularity. It's okay. All right, spawn a chopper. Oh! What? Dude, this is wild. What the heck? I don't exactly understand, but it is moving and shooting. This is intense. Where's it gonna go? Why is it going there? Oh, jeez. I don't know what I thought this test would yield. It seems to be teleporting it, which is unexpected. I don't know that I care very much about that. The strafing makes it feel like the copter is really angry at you and is tryharding. It is! It is! Oh my gosh. That's actually good. That's like a good vibe. Like, not a good vibe, but I kind of like that. So you can see it like jumps all of a sudden, which is a little strange. Let's spawn another one. And they're just moving in syncopation. Wait, now this is wild. I mean, in a way, I would want the helicopters to move. You know? Hey, Edward. I wonder why it jumps like that. Almost as if the animation is like already playing. I wonder if it is something like that. Like if I've set the no. It's in the center there. Oh, yep, that is it. Because we start the animation over here. Oops. That's exactly what's happening. I'd want to move these keyframes over here. We want the center to be the starting position. Right now it's on a ping pong. But I may change that. I kind of like the chaos of it. It's got personality, strangely enough. It's pretty obnoxious. And we can also start it at like different positions. Each helicopter could be like a little different, you know? It's wacky, but it's just to prove a point. I also feel like we could make the bullet intervals be a little faster. Oh, we still have to make the bullets disappear. We gotta queue free those things. They're building up. We're gonna be memory leaking all over the place, making a mess of things. As for the projectile interval, the lowest we have is 0.5 seconds. I really feel like it barely ever goes that low. Give me 0.1. Let's even bring this down a little bit. And then, as far as them removing themselves, I guess we'd need to know if it hit the player. That should be on the projectile itself. When it hits the player, I think we just wanted to do a little cue free. Whatever it hits. And then if it doesn't do a cue free, if it doesn't even get to that point, we'd want to say if global position Z is greater than or equal to like 50 or something, negative 50 or something, and then delete it. Print bullet deleted due to distance. Print before. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Bullet deleted due to collision. That makes a lot of sense. I can't say that that doesn't make sense because I'm afraid that it does. All right, see what happens. This is fun. I appreciate you guys coming on this journey with me. I got to give Anthony some credit. Anthony had some ideas too, and I really appreciate that. Hold on. Let me do this before I forget. Anthony said a couple things. Whoops. Projectile, projectile, projectile. Where do you live, projectiles? Right there. Give you a couple. So I went from 2 to 4. Okay. Spawn a copter. Nice. Much better. Oh! The bullets seem to be colliding a little too early. Probably they're colliding just due to distance. Okay. I seem to have... I think we want to say less than or equal to negative 50. perhaps. Probably makes a little more sense than greater than. There we go. Okay. At night. Wow. I'm not seeing any distance ones coming now. I'm actually a bit surprised there. I feel like... Okay, hold on. Chill. Oh, I just paused it. Oh, it's just telling me where we're at when I paused it. You don't have to do that. Thank you. Negativity might be in the background. Yeah, something like that. I guess I should really check. You know what I'm gonna do before I do all that? We're just gonna print where it is so I can just see. Obviously, this is gonna be absolute chaos, and I know that. Let's just say print bullet pause global position Z, and we'll say if checked, if not checked. Checked becomes true. Variable checked equals false. That way it only does it one time, but it should keep, well, but then it's only gonna print one time, which is not what you want, is it? That is, I don't know why I thought that made sense, but I see now that it obviously doesn't make sense. I get that now. You know what? Just let it go. Ideally, we just say, how about this? How about this? Only one projectile can shoot. Matthias Costa. Girl, I don't know how you don't get burnout from this amount of code. Me and my friend always come up with game ideas. We're artists. But when it comes to do one, no one knows how to code. I mean, I enjoy it. I love being deep in code and not knowing what I'm doing and doing it wrong and doing it right once in a while. I love that. I find it a lot of fun. So it does the opposite of burn me out. It gives me life. But maybe, you know, when it comes to art stuff, sometimes that burns me out, you know? I like doing 3D art, but especially with like 2D art, I get burned out real quick. Welcome, though. Thanks for coming through. Rogi spreads out time coding with lots of art in between. I just love it. I could do it all day. I kind of do. You code once a week-ish and do art all week. So, and yeah, that's really interesting. I guess just different people have different, like, tolerances for types of game dev work, because there's so many different things. There's the music, sound effects, story, design, art, different kinds of art, code, blah, blah, blah. There's so many different things, right? We can't love doing it all equally. Maybe sometimes, but... So yeah, it's really nice, Rogi, that you have like figured out that balance that works for you. I mean, for me, like I do art streams every Monday. Those are member streams. So if you're a member of this channel, you can come to those game asset creation streams where I make game assets, 3D game assets. And I only do that once a week for 8 to 10 hours. Twice a week, I do the coding stuff for 8 to 10 hours. So that's about 20 hours a week that I spend doing coding stuff. And then 8 hours I spend doing art. So I still kind of do balance it out a little differently in a way that works for me. It's weird that I have a math degree and coding is my least favorite part. I like coding though, just not as much. I love it. I love it. I love being able to like manifest functionality. It brings me so much joy. What the heck am I doing? They're removing collision. Oh, try to get the position. Oh, and I wanted to set it to only shoot one, so that way we're not getting a bunch of confusing stuff. So here's what I'll do. All I gotta do is comment out this timer starting, and the timer is only gonna run once. So it should shoot one bullet, and then I can see what its position, its Z positions are, and hopefully correctly set. What is too far for it? Yeah, probably I need to go way beyond -50 or something. Yeah, it makes sense, because it's probably that -50 related to itself or whatever. You got your headache summarized into 2 or 3 pictures. Okay. You mean like the thing you've been working on that's been like challenging? I'm glad that you're like sharing that, because you know that can be part of the excitement. I don't know if you keep posting in live text, but there is a games by you category where you can create in the Discord, where you can create a post that just like is devoted to your game. So you can post updates and all kinds of stuff and keep it all in one place, so then other people can easily come and find your project, and you can even have that one central place to go for it. I recommend, if you aren't already, posting that stuff there. It'll just make it easier to find. And it might be nice to like carve out that little corner to post updates and things. Because, you know, I can get lost if it's not in the right place. Okay, spawn the copter. Should shoot one single bullet. And there it goes. Oh, it's positive numbers. Okay. Well, I think by like 100, it was already too far. I thought it was going to be negative. I guess negative is the other way. Okay. Well, that's what I wanted to find out. I now know. I'm sorry I didn't know that off the top of my head. If global position is greater than or equal to 100, then destroy it. That's all I wanted to know. So that way we're not racking up tons and tons and tons of bullets. I mean, based on what I've seen so far, we can get a lot of them. You wouldn't say you told me so, but you will say it because not saying it says it. What did you tell me? Oh, -50 might be in the background. Okay. You were right. Yeah, I mean, I figured that that might be true. I guess what I wasn't sure of was like how, like I was more curious too about like the numbers themselves. Like if it was going to be like, you know, like maybe 50 was too short or 100 or something. That, yeah, it makes sense. You were right in that sense. But, you know, also, if you really wanted to tell me so, I feel like you would have also been able to guess what that number should have been. But yeah, you were right. No, you were right. Oh, we still got the printing. It's gonna be printing a ton of crap. Oh, but it deletes it after it's gone. So you can see it counts up to 100 and then it deletes itself. I think we still could have stuck with like 50. It's pretty much at like by like 40 or so, it's gone. Dude, it's so aggressive. The movement is ridiculous. I mean, I obviously didn't put much thought into it, right? And so ideally, it would be even kind of intelligent, right? So it would try not to run into things, you know. At some point, I can explore that. For now, not that important. And I guess what we were trying to see is if like movement felt weird. It doesn't feel weird. It looks really good. So I think what I want to try now, well, the bullet looks a little ugly, but I'd like to see if we can get bullets to shoot from the player. Now that's going to be really hard, right? Because, I mean, obviously, we would need a target to aim at. I'm going to say there is no target. It just goes straight forward. And so you aim by like moving to a certain place. Now this isn't going to be an ability that you have at the start. But what I'm thinking is that we could set up a drone. And we could even set up where it could look at all of the enemies that are spawned and shoot the closest one, right? It could be like a drone that aims at stuff. But for now, I kind of just want to see what it looks like if it just follows with the player and shoots forward constantly. I think that would just be kind of fun to set up. But the idea is that it would be a power-up that you could unlock. This might be the first power-up, because we have a lot of ideas for power-ups, but I've not really tried setting up any. This might be the first one. All right, so I'm gonna not have that ridiculous animation playing, but it's nice to know that if we do want to add movement to the helicopter, you know, which I do, that would be one way to do it, which is really exciting, actually. There's a lot of exciting stuff happening today. I am loving what's going on, and I appreciate everybody for your help and your company today, because it's just made it all the better every step of the way. And yeah, I'm really lucky, very thankful. So if I want to have, oh, okay, first of all, the bullets are too big. I don't like how big they are. They were too small before. Now they're a little large for my taste. So let's shrink them down. They're even a little glowy for my taste as well. It'd be kind of nice to be able to see it like in the game, what it looks like. I feel like I'm really going to be faffing around with this size for a while, figuring out what makes the most sense. That's okay. Maybe try something like that. Then we'll go back to overdraw. Look at it from this angle. Shrink the collision area down so it makes sense. Good. Now, on the copter, what I need to do is I need to borrow the code for the interval or the projectile firing. We want to get this same thing set up. I think we could, let's clean up a little bit before I do all this. Let's clean up our mess. There's a lot of things that have happened. Oh, I see. It's just super long. Okay. Let's just make it a touch more comprehensible. All right, it's good enough. So I will need to set up, if I want to set up a drone that appears behind the player, I would think, well, this is the other thing, is like, I mean, there's going to be a lot of power-ups. And I kind of don't want them just like scattered all over the place in a friggin' mess. I think it just has to be a mess. All right, so let's go to the main scene. And I'm gonna go to the player. Right here. And we obviously want it to follow the player. So I'm gonna add we got a bunch of stuff that follow the player. Let's add a power-ups. Node, a node 3D in here called power-ups. I'm gonna add a child, another node 3D. This is drone. I'm gonna say PU_drone. I don't know, it just feels better. Then I'm gonna add a mesh instance so we can tell what it looks like. Obviously, I'd want to design it. to look nice and interesting. But for now, let's eschew interesting niceness. And I'm just gonna put it in there like that. So I'll move it up a bit. Kind of like it's over the shoulder of the player. Now, something else that I want to put in the game are upgrades. And so in this game, there are some humans that you can befriend who can help you if you are treating innocent humans nicely as the player. And assuming you are treating innocent humans nicely, then you will enjoy the option to upgrade power-ups. So that means every power-up is going to need at least an upgrade. I mean, I can tell you right now, we could just add a second drone. That's his upgrade. Easy. So I'm gonna keep it over. I'll keep one over the shoulder. And in theory, at some point, we can just, you know, add another one or something like that. All right, so there's our drone. Maybe needs to be modified, but for now, that's what it looks like. Cool. Alien has a cheese. It does look like cheese. Oh no. Oh no, yo. It's metal cheese. The best cheese. Do I have, maybe I could use the like grain bin. It'll just be a little shiny, a little reflective. Just literally make it a cheese. Why do I kind of want to do that? I don't. Right? So on the drone, I'm gonna add a projectile. So we've already got the projectile class. In the projectile class, we of course need a collision. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Incorrect. Undo. Naughty. Don't do that. Instead, add a script to the drone. So let's actually go to power-ups. Where does power-ups live? Is that in player? Does power-ups exist anywhere? I don't think power-ups is a thing. Okay. Power-ups. You are a thing. Let's say power-up drone, and then add that in there. Okay. Now, we'll take the code, not that code. Let's actually just go back to the copter. And I'm going to grab all of this mess. Come to our drone. Paste it in. Then we just have to make all this make sense. Back on the copter. So the difference is the target isn't going to be something. It's literally just going to be shooting it straight forward. So hopefully we've set this up in a way that we can make that happen. And if not, we can adjust the projectile script to be able to receive that adjustment. All right, so get all this projectile interval stuff. Come back to our drone. Set it up. Okay. So there is no copter mesh. Really, we just want that to be itself. Player head. Right, so the direction. What would the direction be? I guess the direction would just be itself. So it doesn't need a direction, does it? right? I mean, it has to have a direction. Either it's gonna go forward or backward. It has to go one way or the other. Oh gosh. I don't know how to do that. It could, but for right now, I want it to just shoot forward. That would just be like a whole bunch of nonsense. Like, I want to do that. I do want to do that at some point. But for right now, what I want to try is just if the player moves left and right, then it's sort of like you have like a gun on your shoulder, and you moving left and right moves where it shoots. And then at some point in the future, we could make it, because I would want it to look for like the nearest enemy. And I don't know, I don't feel like setting all that up right now. I don't even know. That's like a whole, that's too much. That's for another day. So we're just getting like a basic thing in. Direction null? Wait, is that real? Will that work? Wait. But over on the projectile... I would try transform basis Z, but I guess that didn't work last time. Speed times direction. Transform basis Z. So wait, you're saying set that up as the direction? So if I go back to the drone script, direction equals transform basis Z. Yeah, that didn't work last time, but last time we didn't have the ideal code set up for one, and two, it was a bit of a different situation. Okay, I'll friggin' try this. That sounds like it could work, honestly. All right. Now this is gonna shoot the copter projectile. I'd like it to have its own special drone projectile. Let's do our control D-ery. But for now, let's just keep it as the same one. Now, it's only set to hurt the player. It is not yet set up to destroy targets, but we could try to set it up as such. Oh, and I wouldn't want it to be random. I feel like I'd want it to be like a steady fire rate. That could be another thing that you could upgrade from your little helper playing the game. You really, if you don't choose to be helped by the resistance in this game, man, you're gonna be missing out on like half of the game. But that makes it hard. That's the hard mode. It's already there. I've done something terribly wrong. No bullets are being shot. Okay, let's make sure. Oh, you know why? Because I didn't set up the interval timer in the ready function. That's why. Also, I don't want it to be randomized. I want it to be steady. So for here with the interval timer, I'd actually want to say, I don't know, every 2 seconds or something. You know, we could make that a variable. We could say drone projectile interval. I think we can just call it that. Projectile interval, get rid of this. Float equals 2.0. So I forgot one very important thing, which is setting up the timer in the ready. Pretty much essential, basically necessary. Okay. Projectile interval timer start. We want that to be at the projectile interval. Okay. So obviously I'm gonna have to restart it because the ready function ain't gonna be working. So let's see if it shoots this time. And obviously I wouldn't want, like, so you wouldn't start the game out with this power up. So I'm not worried at the moment that it sits down at the bottom when the game starts. I can't imagine that ever being relevant, to be honest. But if I were to try to fix that, oh, I need to get rid of the print. If I were, whoa, the bullets are shooting right away. Well, it seems to be working, but it's going the wrong direction. So would I just say like negative or something instead of positive? Negative transform basis Z. Is that nice? Bam! Drone. So now we can like see that movement, right? And like how it's not, I don't know, curving based on movement. It doesn't feel that bad to me. Dude, I want it to attack things. I want it to be actually hitting things. That would be kind of nice. It kind of raises some questions, like what do you want the drone to be hitting? Do you want it to be hitting obstacles? It's obviously going to miss obstacles that are too low. It'd be a little overpowered if you... So with the aiming, it's like, what would the... If it were going to like auto aim, like what would it aim at? Would it aim at obstacles or would it aim at enemies? Probably not obstacles. That would be pretty devastating. Because if you blow up somebody's house, you're going to lose karma. And that's going to affect your game significantly. Could aim it at the cursor. That's true. But like, you'd almost want to have like some kind of modifier button to tell it to aim there. If we did do that. Right? Because and then if you're taller, it aims higher. Because otherwise, it's going to shoot at things you don't want us to shoot at. Oh, and you know what? These are never going to delete themselves. So we need to make a bit of a change here. They're never going to delete themselves. Because they're going the other direction. By the way. So we kind of need to pass another bit of information to it. I mean, we could also check something else. Pick a random direction in front and raycast out, then shoot the first enemy the drone sees. Yeah, I don't want to think about homing stuff right now. I was more just like thinking... I don't know, I was just thinking out loud. I don't know. Because I think there's a lot of different ways to do that. For sure. Really, I just kind of wanted to test the modularity of the bullets above all else. Yeah, sweep it from left to right. Yeah, no, that's a possibility. I feel like I would rather it look for enemies. Like maybe... So like right now, the bullets, things like the NPCs, they just get added to the main scene. But I think what we could do is we could set up or I could set up a node where the enemies get added to in the main scene. And then we could just, I think the way I would do it is I would iterate through all of the enemies that are currently loaded in, and based on some kind of choice, it would decide maybe the shortest distance or something, maybe the one with the highest HP, something like that. It would choose which one to shoot at based on that. I think that's the way I would do it. I don't know. The idea of having it read constantly, I don't know, something about that bothers me. But, you know, that's really a whole other day. I was just thinking, like, you know, you might end up with it shooting backwards at your collector node. What? What do you mean? I don't understand why you're saying that. Okay, so I'm going to go to the drone script. Or actually, let's go to the projectile script itself. And I want to set up a new variable in here. And this will be variable... Wow, I was gonna call, I can't call it direction. Because I want to specify whether it's going into the background or into the foreground. Let's just say variable at player. Let's say shoot at player. Shoot at player, Boolean, we'll say true by default. We'll say if shoot at player, then we want it to check to remove it if it gets past this 100 point. If not shoot at player, or we'll say else, otherwise, if global position, I don't even know. I mean, 100 probably isn't far enough. We might want to say something like 500. Might make more sense. Also, I'm going to get rid of all of these prints. Oh, I actually might want this print now that I think about it, so I can check it. And let's even put that here, so that way it's only going to be that one bullet. And we can actually just look to see when it disappears and set that to that spot. So if I come back to the drone, I'm going to comment out the timer, so that way it only shoots one bullet. So the question that I'm just having to myself, and in general, but to you guys too, like, you know, do I want the drone to be able to, I think all bullets should hit obstacles, but I think ideally they don't. Yeah, you know, actually, I think it should only shoot at enemies, because if it can shoot at obstacles, you're gonna accidentally hit obstacles at the wrong times. I would even say that the drone, that could really suck. That could suck a lot. You know, if you accidentally shoot something you didn't mean to because the drone was like going after it, like that could end very badly. Did anything happen? I don't see a bullet shooting. There should be one that shoots right at the beginning. But it didn't shoot one. Or it did, but it destroyed it? Wait, I'm confused. Why didn't we get a bullet? I wonder. That's strange. It seems like one just didn't happen at all. I wonder if it's getting deleted right away. Well, if it was, I'm confused. I'm just confused. I'm actually just not sure what's happening here. What have I done? Curse power-ups are a thing in roguelikes. Oh yeah, no, 100%. And that's the thing, is like, is that what I want? You know? And if so, how can it... I don't know, I want to make sure it's intentionally cursed. Shoot at platinum variable isn't set false. Or a player? Yeah, maybe. That could be it. I was like, platinum? Wow. Oh yeah, that actually oh yeah, that's right, Joe. Oh my god, you're right. Holy crap. Oops. Eagle eye. DJ's got fam coming soon, so you're gonna check out early. Good luck with the bullet physics. Thanks, DJ, and good job on the work that you got done. I look forward to checking it out. Make sure you let me know on Friday about it, so that way I can see what you've been up to. Good night. I hope stuff with the fam goes the best it can. Goodbye, DJ. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate you. Goodbye. Joe Schmo, Eagle Eyes. Right, so on the drone, I would need to update here. Drone, bullet, get node, projectile, what's it called? Shoot at player equals false. Of course. I forgot. I implemented a feature and then I forgot about it. So we should see it like right away. And it should start outputting. So I kind of need to hurry up and keep an eye on it as soon as possible. It's probably too late. I probably already missed it. Godot isn't... Okay. That was useless. That was absolutely useless. Thanks, Godot. Alright. Still hasn't loaded the output. Cool. Great. Yeah, now I know you're at 500 now. Yeah. Okay. So, I need to say, don't shoot until I tell you to shoot. Please. So when I give myself the power-up, I'll tell you what. We'll make the power-up not be a thing yet. So I won't start it in the ready function. Well, you can also just have this be instantiated. Yeah, that's the thing. Like does the power-up exist all the time? Probably doesn't make sense for it to be there at the ready. Probably makes more sense to save this drone as its own scene. This is getting wild. And then we can instantiate it as a child of this when it's time. So if I come to the power-ups node here, attach a power-up script. Wait, but I want to move it somewhere else. Please. Where is the script? Where does it live? Is it not real? Oh, it's power_ups. Don't do that. Don't be called that. Oh, no. Okay, I thought Godot was... Dude, I've actually had Godot crash renaming like that. That was risky business. I got a little lucky there. That was very frightening. Okay, cool. Phew. That was terrifying. Wait, why is there 2 different power-ups folders? Wait, what's going on? Oh, that's UI power-ups. Okay, that's fine. All right, there's the power-up script. Now on the power-up script, I want to set up a signal. Messenger add power-up. Connect on add power-up. Now it's obviously going to depend on what kind of power-up we're adding. Function on add power-up. I can't believe we're doing power-ups today. And then we want to check to see which power-up is the one that's being added. So we could say, just for now, a little match statement. Match power-up to drone. If it's that, then I want to instantiate the drone. Simple as that. So I'll just grab all that mess, paste it in. Variable drone, set it to the drone power up I just created. It's called drone. I want to specifically add it to itself as a child. Should be fine. Now I need to create that signal. Somewhere. I know we have like power up chosen. Signal add power up. Now I'm going to come to my debug script. And it's going to be debug number 7. That's going to be hard to remember. Messenger add power up. Emit drone. Okay. So now we should be able to add the drone when we want. I'm going to remove it from the main scene because we'd want that to be added when we choose for it to be added. In theory, that should mean, if I've done this correctly, which I may well have not, I feel like its position is going to be right on above the player instead of off to the side. It might even be like on, I bet it's gonna be at the origin. It's gonna show up in the wrong place. I guarantee it. So I guess if I wanted to put it in the right place, we could just choose a position. Sure. Maybe like that. Something like that. Where's that at? That is at -0.8. Let's say -1, 2. So we got to come back to our power up script. Drone global position equals vector 3 -1 2 0, something like that. All right, let's add it in. Bam, drone shoots. Okay, I would say by 100 it's gone in the distance. I'm gonna add another one. Let's just add another one in there. It'll stack on top. That's okay. New drone added. Bullet shot. Gone. Maybe by like 200. Let's say by -200. All that just to find that position. But now I've kind of got like a little system for spawning in power-ups. I mean, this is kind of cool. This is a little bit cool. All right, so back to the projectile. Wherever that lives. Here. Instead of -500, we'll say -200. I don't need to track its position anymore. I'm not going to get rid of the bullet, or I'm not going to keep the bullet deletion information. We kind of know what we need to know with that. Now, I'm going to say, as far as if it hits obstacles or not, yes, cursed power-ups are a thing. It's tough. I feel like I do like the idea of power-ups kind of having, you know, a positive and negative aspect. And I just think with this one, it kind of makes more sense for it to, like the negative side of it, to be, let's say it shoots something, like an enemy that you wanted to, I don't know why you'd want to keep an enemy. It could, like, overkill things. Because if you want to get abductions and not lose karma, you have to abduct human military personnel. So if the drone kills them before you get to abduct them, to me that becomes the downside of the drone, is that you can't control it killing something that you might have wanted to abduct. And I feel like getting too chaotic with its downsides without, like, planning it out isn't necessarily what I want. But it's true, and that's good to keep in mind, 100%. So I want to make sure, by the way, that there is an interval timer, so it keeps shooting over and over. Yes, we could get it to aim at things. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Really, I just want to prove that we have a modular shooting mechanic. So what I want to do is I want to see if we can get it to hit a helicopter. So right now, the projectiles aren't hitting the helicopters, and I wouldn't want these projectiles to be hitting the player. So actually, I have kind of the wrong projectile, because we're actually shooting the helicopter projectile, not a drone projectile. See, we're shooting copter projectile. So if I wanted to create something new, I would need to do that. So let's do that. I'm going to duplicate this, and we're going to call this drone projectile 1. And we can give it, like, maybe a different shape or, like, color. Color is okay. I don't like ever relying on color, but we could have color be part of it. So maybe the player's bullets are spheres. I don't know. I don't know why, because why not? It maybe makes sense. It's some alien. Oh, actually it does make a lot of sense, because the power-ups are all supposed to be alien technology, specifically. And the orbs are usually, the abduction orbs, those are kind of their technology most of the time. So I think it would actually make tremendous amounts of sense if we turn this into a sphere shape. So let's do it. That's quite large. It's a bit big. A bit on the big side. Let's make it 0.1 here. 0.5. Nope. 0.05 there. Nope. Why you can't just make sense? Okay, there we go. 0.2. It's about the size of this collision. As for the material, we could do one of the orb textures or at least base it on one of the orb textures. Maybe make it a little specialer. Let's make it unique. Let's not make it invisible, which means we can reset this transparency stuff, change all that. We got rim on it. We got a bunch of stuff going on this. We could give it some emission. It's probably going to change its color a bit there. Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Let's see if I can't grab this same color. Let's set its energy multiplier to 2. I'm not sure how that's gonna look, if it's gonna glow quite like I want, but we'll see. And then the collision shape, I'd want to be the same. Give me that overdraw. All right, looks good enough to me. I'm gonna rename it up at the top here to drone projectile. And then what I could do too is set up some export variables. So that way we can configure it as being a player projectile or not. Which I could probably adjust this shoot at player to be chosen there as well. Probably don't need to set that up. That'd probably be easier. Yeah, maybe I should, because I don't really need to set that up at the place where it shoots it if we're going to be giving unique projectiles. So that's something to think about. For now, I'm not going to worry too much about it. At export variable, I guess we just want a Boolean about whether or not it can hurt the player. Player owned. Boolean, we'll say false by default. But we can come on here, say that this is player owned. And we're going to want the collisions to be a little different. And obviously, we would actually want to run a different, we want to change this quite a bit. So it wouldn't even be collided body part. It would just be collided object or whatever. So I'd want to change that a bit. I feel like we could just call this area. I just think that's going to be easier. I could have used the Control D trick, but I forgot. Okay, area. So I would want to say in the ready function, if not player owned, then it collides with the player. Otherwise, it does not collide with the player. Now with 8, I think that's fine. We just need to now say that it collides with not obstacles, with enemies, with NPCs, which is 2. Set collision mask value to true. Set collision mask value to false. Now, if it collides with an NPC, what's that gonna be like? What's that even gonna mean? So this also looks for things to enter it, I presume? Oh, it doesn't. So this actually doesn't take damage in the same way. The way that it takes damage is quite a bit different. Well, okay. Let's go to the copter. How does the copter work? Copter. That is over here. It has hit points. And it has a copter script. Oh god. It just has a copter script on it. That's not very modular. Because what if it's not a copter? But the copter is still on layer 2. So that's good. So we could set up an area detection and try to have that pass down to hit points. So we have update hit points. Let's see where that happens. Where does it, how does it take damage? How does its health go down? Health, current. I'm a little confused how it knows that it's taken damage. If owner is a flying NPC, then it will be confirmed by the presence of is destroyed. Should probably refactor that to be more readable. I agree. I have to agree. Wow. If has signal is destroyed. But that's just if it's destroyed. Oh, right. No, it's just checking if it even has that, because a copter can be destroyed. A flying NPC can be destroyed. Oh my goodness. The reason what this is if you attack the helicopter, it falls out of the air and spins out and crashes. And so is destroyed means that it is falling out of the air and spinning out. And that's something that would only be there on that. Getting attacked, attack target, connect, am I hovered? This is wild. If attack target is set to the parent, this is on the hit points? What makes that run? This is wild. So this is something that could use some refactoring. This is a whole entire situation. Attack target. What the heck is that? What does that mean? Where does that come from? The camera. Oh, so if I click on something that a raycast, the attack raycast is gonna be looking for the copter, NPC layer 2. It's gonna be looking for that. If it sees something on that layer, it's then going to run this everywhere. Attack target is just gonna run everywhere. And it's then going to check on the hit point script, is my parent the thing that was targeted? It's chaos. If the attack target is the owner and we just press grab, if it has marker 3D, then it hovers it? That's how it chooses if it gets hovered? Oh, man. All right, so we still don't have like an area entered, do we? Dear God, tell me we don't. Okay, we don't. So what I want to do is, well, I'm curious. If it's hovered and we click, something attacked. Emit the parent was attacked. Oh my gosh, the spaghetti. This is serious spaghetti. Is something attacked up here? Where is that? Something attacked connect. On the player! Okay. So then the player notices that something was attacked, because what that's doing is it's deciding to extend the arm. Oh my God. Okay. So then that something hit. Okay. Oh my goodness. Something hit. Connect. That's back on hit points. On something hit, if what got hit is the parent of the hit points, and the parent's health is greater than 0, the parent's health current is subtracted by the damage taken. What is damage taken? 1. What if it's not 1, though? Where does damage taken get updated? Nowhere? So what? What? Man, I really slapped this together. Whew. I got a lot of refactoring to do here. I mean, this is great. This is great to discover and to realize what lies ahead of me in terms of improving all of this. To like make sense. To be it's it's a little convoluted. I mean, to me it seems clear that I set up the system in one way to do one thing, and then I needed it to do something else in another situation. So I kept that one way, and I just like fudged it so it would work in multiple ways, and then I did that again for another layer of functionality to a point where it just like, sure, it all works, but it's like this. And so now if I want to add in a 5th thing or whatever, it's like I can't keep doing it this way. I need to untangle it, go back to that first thing, and make sure it's prepared to anticipate the 5th thing. But it's really hard for my brain to know what that 5th thing is even going to be, especially because I've never done this before. So, you know, the next game I make, I might be more prepared because I have experience and I can refer to how I set it up, so I can be prepared for that 5th thing when I set up the first thing. But now I've got that convolution that I need to figure out how to untangle, or just keep tangling a little more, which I'm possibly going to do. But I think this is a good task to work on ongoingly, is to update this stuff. So for now, how do I want to work with it so I can try to get the bullets to collide? I mean, maybe I just say, not right now. Maybe now isn't the time to delve into this. It would be nice to be shooting at the NPCs. But clearly there's an easier way to make this work. I mean, out of curiosity, so something hit. Well, I'm confused about damage taken. Because that doesn't allow for anything to be updated. How does that work on obstacles? It just always does damage taken. Because the amount damaged, that's only relevant to the player. So there is a nice dynamic modular way to have obstacles and even enemies, bullets, damage the player greater than 1. Although that's not actually being used, it technically is possible. However, that same modularity is not afforded to the player attacking other things. And right now, damage taken is just a big ol' 1. It's hard coded in. On obstacles, it's 1. On helicopters, it's 1. So at some point, I'd want to definitely make that more modular, even more so than for the player. Because if the player gets certain upgrades or power-ups that let them, you know, do more damage, I'd want that to very much be modular. But as for right now, it just does that damage taken. We got a lot. There's a lot more to consider than just refactoring as a set function in the script declaration. So I don't have to remember emit every time. I don't think that's that important. That's the least of our concerns. It's a fun idea. I remember that day. It was when you guys were teaching me about setters and getters, but I don't think that's the biggest concern here. Consider, actually, more importantly, making this more modular and less convoluted. Can start with having damage taken be variable instead of fixed on the obstacle and or copter. And that doesn't quite get emitted in the way that I would want. It's not, so this is, I also haven't set this up in a clearly understandable way, apparently. Something hit. Okay, I actually have. Just kidding. Something hit. Where does that get emitted? From the player, from a body part. From a body part? Oh yeah, because if the body part runs into an obstacle, it should hurt that obstacle. That makes sense. Understood. Wow. I'm already confused. I don't even know what to do now. So something hit here will run. We need to make sure we tell it what got hit. Oh my god. Okay, so the bullet... Oh my goodness. Finally coming back to the bullet. On the projectile script... If it is... if it is a player-owned bullet, it will be able to detect NPCs, and if it has hit an NPC. Now, what if I want it to be able to detect obstacles? I don't know. We're gonna say that's not what this drone is for, so we're not gonna worry about it right now. But if you think about it, that would be kind of nice. If it could also detect obstacles, that would be good. So I might want to implement that. For now, let's just do this. If player owned, it's going to go after NPCs. So I need to set up area entered right there. On area entered. I think I need to put that on the NPC. That has to be on the NPC. So this is where the other convolution is we don't have an enemy NPC script, we have a copter script. Which just means every single NPC needs to have, that's a little chaotic to set up. I almost need to create a new class script that goes on every enemy that detects these types of things. Actually. Yikes. Yikes. I hate that. I almost wish that the copter was a node 3D. And then we could... You know, because the question just is, why make it a copter? Could group to not refactor as much? Where would the group go? So this has a lot of very copter specific things in it, and it wouldn't really make sense to put all that in every script. So I don't know. Anyway, let's just set it up for now. So we're gonna say, and it's interesting that it's an area 3D, but it doesn't even have an area entered. It's not even being used as an area 3D. Barely. It is. It's being detected, but it's not being used to its fullest extent, which is a little surprising. Area entered. Connect on area entered. Sure, below that. Func on area entered. We'd want to check what was in it. If area... So I'd want to see, is it a bullet that entered into it? We do have a special collision. Is it even set to collide with bullets? It's not. No, it is. Well, well, we wouldn't want it to go both ways, would we? Wait, but this area... Wait a minute. This doesn't make sense. I'm not making sense. I'm making mistakes. Hold on. Don't do this. Do not do this. This is incorrect. Back it up. 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 This is checking to see what it saw. So if this sees what I could do is I could say, is it an NPC? Every copter is an NPC. And the bullet is detecting to see if it hit an NPC. But we already know that it's an NPC because otherwise, how could it have seen it in the first place? Because we changed... Okay, hold on. We changed the collision if it's player owned. So what I'd want to say is if not player owned, then it does all this stuff. If it is player owned, then I'd want to do messenger something hit. And the thing that was hit is the area. And then we say whether it's delayed, which is false. The delay is for the attack animation, which this wouldn't be relevant to. So now if we come back to the hit points, this function is going to run what got hit is it delayed. If what got hit is the parent and health current is greater than 0, it updates the health. Period. That's it. That should work. Maybe. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of crap here. I've made a new bullet type. I didn't even instantiate the new bullet type, by the way. Dear God. So there's many, many things that could and possibly will go wrong. So let's see if I can fix at least one of them. On the drone script, we don't want to emit copter projectile. We want to emit drone projectile. It's a little thing. Something isn't going to work right. And then I still have to be able to aim and somehow hit the helicopter. And the helicopter is going to be shooting me. So I also have to avoid getting shot by the helicopter, which is a little fun. Actually, I think there's some fun to that, potentially. Unless it doesn't work. Then I get to have fun trying to fix it. So you know what? I win either way. Take that. Okay, so far, so good. I'm going to add in the drone. There's a drone. It took, ooh, there was a little bit of a lag there to shoot that. So that's interesting. Oh, you know why? It's because of the emission. It's generating the emissiveness. I guarantee you that's why. We just have to like set it up. I know, I have to save it. I already know how to fix that, so I'm not going to worry about that. It doesn't really look like the way I want it to look, but that's okay. At least you can kind of see it shooting. All right, let's get a helicopter in here. There's a helicopter. Oh, geez, I can't even aim at it. Okay, I need a helicopter that's higher up in the air. Okay, there's a higher helicopter. Jesus, the chaos. Shoot it! Shoot it! Oh, this is very difficult. Oh, I got it! Look! It took damage! Yes! Ah! The drone attacks! Oh my gosh. Now, obviously, I can't shoot this one because it's too low to the ground. Lending plenty of credence to the drone targeting enemies. 100%. I think we should set up the drone to target enemies. But hey, it works. I shot that whole... Let's get another one. Oh, I died. We shot that whole helicopter down. Let me see if I can fix the projectile performance. I don't like using emissiveness. It can be risky, but it's not really. I think I need to save this. This is drone bullet 1. But it didn't even look like I wanted it to anyway. So I think what I'd rather do is just, I don't even want to use the emission. I don't even want to use it. I would really rather just like ramp up this, which is going to be ridiculous, obviously. And just put it at like a 1.7 or something. And then we could balance that out with a little... That don't look right. I don't know, red? Oh god. There must be some like settings. Can we get rid of... I don't know that I want rim in here. There's all kinds of crap going on. Can we just do over this entire material? Can you please just die? I'm literally done with you. New material. There's really no reason to keep it quite the same. No, but I do like some. Actually, I changed my mind. Oh, wait, because it does have some things that I want it to have. No. Just do it over. Do it over. New material. Let's even set it up like that. Then give it some this. Oh, it still kind of does that. Alright, whatever. I barely understand how this raw works. And why it's so awesome in ways that I don't even want it to be. I guess if you want this to be dark, like, it doesn't make sense. It's supposed to be a bright orb. Okay. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's go back to this. Now the rim, I can only make it so bright. I like what that does. It just needs to be more visible. It needs to pop out more. It's simply too hard to see. I guess it'd be kind of nice if it even had like something extra on it. Maybe. That sounds difficult. You don't want to try to figure that out, do you? You might even consider indeed giving it like a different mix or something. I don't know. It's tough because I kind of want it to still look like... I just kind of want to see what it looks like against something. Yeah, that's going to be pretty hard to see. I want it to vaguely resemble the orbs we normally see. But still be something that stands out really well. Whoa, pre-multiplied alpha is interesting. I don't think that's doing anything different. It's just moving the... I wouldn't recommend that. I don't know what vertex color means. I don't think it helps. Why don't you try pumping this up just a little bit? It's just gonna be that lime. I really don't want that lime green. I want it to be like glowy and bright without being lime green. But you know, if I start adding some of these other colors in here, it just looks like a mix of all of those colors instead of like a single color or something, which is kind of cool. But is it gonna read as the same orb? I think you can. I think I'm overthinking it. I am going to just keep it as lime green. It's a bullet. The bullets look a special way. It's an orb. It's circular. It kind of has the look of the other things. I don't think it needs to be much more complicated than that. That's what I think. Oh, bring the backlight down. Ooh, hey. Now it's got this nice kind of like green glow around it. Dude, pump it up. We're shooting limes naturally, as one does. What else do we modify? Clear coat? Oh yeah, clear coat is how we get like that little like reflection on there. Rim tint. Ooh, rim tint. I like it. I like it a lot. This looks kind of awesome. This looks OP. Better watch out. It's gonna get you. Whoa, gotta be careful with that metallic now. You can cause a whole entire mess with that. What if I turn this up and turn up the specular? No, just put it back. Alright, let me see what that looks like. Get rid of this. So yeah, I think it'd be fun to set up the homing missiles. It's not really a distraction because it does need to be done. And it's nice to like try to get the first power up actually working. The chances of actually rolling that power up are basically none. I mean, it's not true. It's a 1 in 14 chance of getting this at the end of every level. And now getting to the end of levels is even harder than it used to be. I mean, I'm gonna need to start thinking about level redesign stuff soon. There's so much to do. It's just it's fascinating. It's fascinating that the more that gets done, the more there is to do. It feels like, or it's like unlocking things that I wasn't able to do before. All right, let me get my drone. Oh, it's still lagged. It looks pretty good. I forgot to save this, right? Oh, it is saved. Do we still have an emission? We don't? Why does it have a skeleton? Like, that's weird. Don't do that. It might be a shader calculation. It's only the first bullet. Yeah, it's only the first bullet. I feel like something needs to be like... Something isn't like loaded in correctly. Because it should be set up ahead of time. So that way it doesn't have to load it. Didn't we do this before? Loaded a material ahead of time? But, oh, that was with an animation. Because really, this shouldn't... This should already be loaded ahead of time. I guess not, because you're instantiating it. So no, it's not going to be loaded ahead of time. That makes sense. I would need to have like a bullet loaded at the beginning of the game off screen somewhere. So that way it loads when the game loads. That's silly. So maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll just have a place where things are just sitting off screen just for the sake of there's gotta be a cleaner, neater way to do it. But I mean, that'll work probably. It's just kind of like mess. All right. I mean, I would think that I should do that with all of the bullets. Just have like, this is silly. This feels hacky. And like there's a non-hacky way to do this. A YouTube dev has the entire game playthrough at 20 times speed during a loading screen to fix all of the shader calculations, and it made his game run like 10 times better. I would love to watch that video. What? That's so cool. We're gonna call this preload. This is ridiculous. And it's just gonna be somewhere. Just stick it down somewhere. This feels wrong. This feels so wrong. What, I'm just gonna drag in one of these, drag in one of those, and they just sit there. They're just there. They're there just so it loads. And then I guess I could just have it destroy itself after a certain amount of times. So the preload, this is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm doing it though. I hate it, but I'm doing it. This is Hacktown. Hacktown, USA. Okay, area, no, I guess on the copter, I'm just grabbing some timer stuff. Give me that. Give me that. Joe saw that too. Don't know why there isn't some kind of built-in way to do that. I guess it's more complicated than it looks. There has to be, right? There has to be a way to do that. There must be. This is silly. I'm affirmed that you saw it too, though. Like, maybe this is the way. Perhaps this is the way. We're calling this... I might as well use Control-Shift-R. Projectile. Interval timer. Replace with preload kill timer. Oh, not in the whole project. Sorry. Just right here. On preload, kill, timeout. Preload, kill, timer, start. I don't know, frickin' 0.2, I don't care. Something. On preload, kill, timeout. Just queue free. I would think that that might be enough. So it just gets rid of it all. Quickly. This is silly. Some of it might not be fast enough. You know, I might have to come up with a different solution and indeed put like a loading screen in there. It's totally possible. I do have some loading screens where we can sneak it in. What did I do? Invalid operands int and nil in operate. Right, because we're just dropping it in, and it's like, excuse me. I'm supposed to be given some information. I was told there would be information here. Yeah. How about, so that the direction is a vector 3, right? Is that true? I actually don't know if that's true. Vector 3, 0, 0, 0. Yeah, that seems true. Because it has to shoot somewhere. It's got to go someplace. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I guess I don't have to put the whole thing in there. I could just put the material. As long as the material is there, it doesn't have to be the whole bullet, actually. That's all we're trying to preload, is the material. But let's see. Let's see if that helped. All right, I'm going to spawn in my drone. There you go. No lag spike. Silly. It's a lot of silliness. But whatever, I'll take it. All right, give me some helicopters to shoot. Oh God, they shoot back. Jeez. Oh, that's hard to aim. It's very hard to time. Oh, it's perfect. It was right at the same height. Let's go. Give me a new one. Die. Yeah, we got one hit on it. Give me another one. Oh, it killed me. All right. I feel like that's my accomplishments today. This is silly. I'm not going to put an entire bullet in here. That is just silly. We're not doing that. I am going to add just a mesh in here. We're just gonna add a bunch of friggin' meshes in here. And then I'm just gonna slap we're just gonna slap a bunch of material, because the material is the only thing that actually is causing the problem. Drone bullet, duplicate that. No reason to have all kinds of weird code running that doesn't need to be running. Let's do both bullets for that matter. Heck, I could put every material in here, you know? Just put every single material in the game in there. But no, you only need to do the ones that are instantiated. I don't actually instantiate much. The helicopters are instantiated. I should probably do all the helicopters materials. Not that they have any complicated materials, because they don't. But who knows, maybe they will. And I'll have to do that. It's silly. But it is what it is. And that just has to be okay. All right, y'all. I really appreciate everybody coming through and supporting today. If you haven't hyper smashed that thumbs up button yet, consider it. If you've already pressed it, don't press it again unless you press it in a pattern that makes sure it's left thumbed up. I really appreciate it. It means more people will see this live stream, brings glory to everybody who helps out here and the channel, and I just really appreciate it. It warms my heart. So press the like button if you haven't yet. I should probably make sure this is actually fixed. Yes, it is. No lag spike. Beautiful. What was accomplished today? What was accomplished? Well, I fixed a bunch of collisions that were quite a bit broken. And now when we reach out and grab things with our full arms, we don't get hurt. We don't get hurt no more. Okay, well, I got hurt there because I deserved it. That was well-deserved pain on my part. Okay, so, and actually we even adjusted the arm positions and how the arms work. So now I can reach out and attack things and it won't hurt. And actually, attacking is much slower now than it used to be. Did I just see a bug? no, okay. We're just gonna pretend I didn't see a possible bug there. I think I just collided with it. The collision is what the collision does. Let me just double check. That's not a bug, right? Okay, I think we just run into it. You gotta be careful. Don't run into things. I'm just like, wait, did I really fix things? All right, so the arm can attack things now without getting hurt while it's attacking. However, I had to slow down the rate of attack. So now you actually can't attack things as quickly as you used to, which is interesting and changes the game dynamic a bit. So I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. Kind of exciting to be making changes and see what happens. What else did get done? Let me look at the GitHub because I already forgot. How quickly I forget. We set up copter spawns. We brought them back. Dude, the copters are back. Let's spawn a copter. Not only are the copters back, but they attack. They got bullets. They shooting. Look at that. It's missing me because I don't want to get my head blowed off. So that's kind of nice. I had great help from the community on getting that set up today. Oh, I took some damage. That bullet that was set up to move from the copter is a bit modular. So I can actually set up something like this power-up drone that can shoot bullets that can attack enemies. So now we have actually the first power-up in the game kind of friggin' exists. Look at that, I'm shooting that helicopter right there. Bam! I just shot it down with this drone. So cool. So, really, really exciting to be getting some more components of the game put together. Tomorrow I'll be back to work on this game another 8 to 10 hours. And I think what I'll work on, I say we get this homing missile thing set up, which is going to require, I mean, not only that, but I feel like it's time to refactor how things take damage. So I kind of just generally want to improve the conflict between player and enemies. Maybe even try to set up another like NPC or something. I don't know. So that's going to be tomorrow, is more enemy stuff. If you are watching this after the live stream, by the way, hello, welcome. Oh my gosh, thank you for being here. You can tap or click in the bottom left or right on top of me here to see the last live devlog that I did. You can tap or click on the bottom right underneath me here to see the next live devlog that I'm gonna do, and I hope I see you there. Good night, y'all. Thank you everybody for becoming members. Henry for the gifted subs and the donation. Dungeon Martian for becoming a member. Somebody else too signed up for a membership today. I forgot who, but I really appreciate you a lot. Like so much. Ocean! Ocean!